these guys like Rogan on the ropes and even Derek as well. Just listen to how these guys talk about him making sure to not set off Tate's army along the way.
Wild how much content he has that exists from back then. Articulate and well spoken. Yeah, both pointings about it. But then some of those videos are so vulgar and whatnot that it's hard to. I can imagine the people who are, very hard on him. When you watch the full videos, it's pretty hard to side with them when you see them.
Yes. Yeah. But also, you gotta think of what a person like that is trying to do when they're first getting attention. You're trying to be as outrageous as possible. Get as much people to think about what you're saying and talk about what you're saying and engage with it. And the best way to do that is to be like a character and over the top. Like, is it a character or is it some of the girls talk, oh, actually, it's like really nice, and then I want to make a lot of money with it. Like, oh, okay. This is complicated. But yeah, how much of this is theater? How much of this is like, if it's your real feeling that, these women are subhuman, little robot flesh creatures that Andrew Tate, I have to sit there like Reagan. When they say enough to show they don't think that it's hard, just not to sit here and laugh at him. But is he any different to Logan Paul, Patrick Bet-David, or Jordan Peterson? Don't get me wrong, some of those guys have some really good qualities and have made substantial contributions to the conversations that they know. But when it comes to Andrew Tate, yeah, man, I love ice baths too. No way, let's jump in the sauna. Here, have a cigar. You're gonna go far. Joe can't afford to create any real tension or ask any real questions and alienate their overlapping audience, but he also can't afford to go too soft on him and get called out by all the same voices that came for his head during the pandemic. It's a lose-lose scenario for Rogan. Tate has it in checkmate. Having you noticed in all of Tate's interviews, whoever's interviewing him never pushes back, except for probably Piers Morgan, whose whole brand is pushing back most of the time anyway. But it wouldn't be any different for Rogan, and that's why I think he's so scared of him. It's not only business in the room usually wins. Just ask Conor McGregor, who incidentally has also been on JRE. Anyway, it's all just so funny how these guys will snooker themselves like this. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Drop a comment below. Let me know what you think about Rogan versus Tate. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all of my uploads right there in your feed. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you in the next one. 99% of laws are applied to criminals, and that's what this is about in the world where most of things result in money. If you can make some money with money either by buying a lawyer or by paying a fine or by bribing a judge, then you don't have to fear the repercussions of the tax, right? So what I'm saying is they make a law, and the broke people have to rely or go to jail. The rich people, they break the law and just find their way out of it. To most crimes are socioeconomic crimes. Rich people are allowed to commit crimes, and poor people are not. Look at banks. They commit financial crimes. They make $100 million. They make $100 million fine. The rich need to committing laws. Laws don't apply to me. I go out this house. I leave this house. Right? I get up. I leave I get out there. I do whatever I want. Because if the police come and say you're not allowed to do that, I'll say, oh my Lord. Either way, I'm gonna be on the next emergency line sitting there with the blinky Adam's wife. You cannot stop me.
If you're the biggest email company,
It's above us.
it's like when you go to an email to
I have to
you
be
go to
so
an
bad that I can't listen to this right now. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
hit the salt. Alright, ready?
So Ryan's pretty much done at this point. He's reached its peak a few weeks ago when he had Elon Musk on, and now it's back to random comedians who I've never heard of having their 15 minutes of fame. I pay for Spotify Premium, and I sat through around a dozen 60 to 90 second half-hour train wreck of a podcast, and you can tell Rogan's done with it. He's just in autopilot while he rakes in those ad dollars. I'm convinced now that he'll die behind that microphone. We're over and he's well and truly exhausted all opportunities and guests. And it's not just me hosts to YouTube tells the entire story. Here are the top 5 comments. The first clip that he posted. I should have just interviewed Jamie for this episode. Joe really the team with this one. Props to whoever fully watched this episode. Jeez, our patience and compassion is being tested today, brothers. Let's be kind. Joe went guests to nerve-provoking guests. So here are the top 5 comments. Second clip that he posted right here on YouTube. If you need a brain to feel the vibes, these two really feel the vibes. It's so hard to see Joe Rogan with these Make-A-Wish kids on the podcast. Sweet guy. Boys, if these two can make it on JRE, then for us. I lost the last few brain cells I had listening to these two, now identify as octopus. Of all the scientists Joe decided to have this conversation with, yeah, ain't that the truth. And the worst part is, this isn't the first time he's had Kim Conjadon. Oh, jeez. So this is the first time Rogan had King Kong and some other random chick on his podcast. Their first appearance was episode 1983 in this year in May, and for some reason he thought it was a good idea to bring them.
Berkshire surrounded.
You're saying it all together as like Saul or solemn moment.
Like, oh, he went over there. I just saw him.
Berkshire
Wow, brilliant. That was literally the first 2 minutes of the podcast that got off to a blinding start. And if you're wondering who King Kong and everyone's side chick actually are, I think I read somewhere that they're stand-up comedians that have a podcast or something like that. Basically just like every other JRE guest these days. But I'm pretty sure I've seen Kong before and Bad Friends, but I could be wrong. There's no way of really knowing who these people are. Anyway, if you haven't picked it up yet, these two are basically just 2 valley girls who are funny and somehow made it up to twice. Again, there's no way of telling who people really are. But apparently, King Kong does some acting as well, and she should Papa Rogan about the importance balance of acting even in life.
I have a therapist, and he says that I see in black and white. It's either this or that, and there's no in between. Cognitive distortion. Yeah, I do. And so when I'm acting, it forces me to have perspective for others.
You're pretending to be a person, so you're thinking like a person like that would think.
When normally I wouldn't even consider it. I would be like, this is the way it is.
Right.
So it really opens up a whole, it makes me almost more. It makes me, yeah. So there's something about being able to think in gray. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're definitely on the same page. Thinking in gray is definitely one of their biggest assets. But what I think one of Rogan's biggest assets is oscillating between Jiu-Jitsu, elk eating gorilla, and the Valley Girl. I mean, check out this next clip and tell me this isn't the most Valley Girl conversation you've ever heard.
You think we're going to get to a point where numbers are literally just like everyone's just going to be figuring out?
For me, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Like if someone has your number versus having access to your DMs, no, can't you just block them?
Yeah, you definitely can block them, then they can start a new account.
There's something about having my number that seems a little more threatening than someone just having my. It definitely is, but what I'm saying is when you think about it, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, when you think about it, that's what's weird. It's kind of, if you're responding and you have your announcements turned on, your notifications turned on, those little DMs are going to show up on your phone just like a text would.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So what are we doing? They can't actually call you up, but they can. They can go, like, a friend of mine called me through Instagram.
That is the scariest. When randoms do this.
How do you do this? Like, dude, you can call people from Instagram.
Wow, I've been wondering the same thing for years as well. You can make phone calls and data calls. Wow, who knew? This is truly mind-blowing stuff here, guys.
Isn't it weird that Twitter, you pay for a check mark, right?
Yeah, that is Instagram now.
Instagram too. So does that mean? But you can pretend to be. Can you pretend to be someone?
Not really. I mean, you can no. You can get a check obvious when someone's pregnant. Well,
But a verification. What does it mean? Like if you have just a regular account, you have what's the point of it?
I think it's just like to have. There's people that get blue check marks and they try to like reach out to people who also have blue check marks to like collaborate. You know what I mean?
Been waiting for everyone.
Tan went away. Lots of different countries in Europe, a lot of tourism, and a lot of. Guys, I want to thank you for. Well, I hear that a lot. Maybe it went away. I was in lots of different countries in Europe, a lot of tourism, and a lot of.
You went to the Jersey, so you were on a cruise?
I was on a cruise, Brennan. I was on a cruise with the family called the Explorer 2. Now, cruise less is the Explorer because there are 5 restaurants. Restaurant I've ever eaten. So you're going to pay for it, but you're going to eat it anyway.
And is it one of those all like
yes, it is. Even the coffee's the best I've ever been to eat. And I'll say it again. And I'll say the coffee is even better. I know. And the pasta. And pizza.
why get on the boat?
We Well, that's the thing, because we go to Sardinia, we go to Florence, we eat the restaurants nobody eats at, and I go, yeah, well, you know what? I'll take the boat. Don't use the boat. You just fucking play like shuffleboard. You eat, you walk around, swimming, you take a boat, you go swatter. Now, I'm a little too old to. It's about being my that. You don't want to take a flight. You don't want to fly from Boston to JFK, then to Italy. A lot of travel, Brent. I don't know if you know about to be jet lag with a 3-year-old, and then your kid shits his pants, whatever it is. That's what they do, man. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Yeah. And then what's good is when it's a hot complaining, but I am complaining. Now, when you go to places like Florence or Rome in the summer, please understand that you will be, you ever been in a parade? You ever walk in a parade? That's how many tourists are in the streets. That's what you get. So you're doing that. People talk about the food now. You gotta remember that. And it's not like, what? This food in Italy is amazing. It's good. It's at the cost. It's good. You can find that there. Yeah. How do you say that? Yeah. This year old man had fun, right? He had fun. Did he know? He's 85, so what he'll do is stay inside his cabin, read, and do everything he does in Utah, but then have dinner with his family. He did it anyway. Probably. Everybody's talking about it. But there's a lot of money. But the kids love it. You know, my daughter's like, they're in fucking Italy or fucking Chuck E. Cheese. No, my 3-year-old, but they're all about it. And then, but we were just talking about this. You and I love Austin for 1,000 reasons. I'm doing shit. There's nothing that compares to the hang at the mothership. We're going to archetype boxing and hanging out with all because afterwards, it's like, that's just the shit that you do. Do you with my kids when I wake up? Right. I know. It's another beach. Let's make it rich like that. July 5th, Pray Improv comes. One night was that? That's a Saturday, right after it. Saturday. Dude, you were gone playing Rabbis. I was literally doing everything to make money. But, we didn't talk about your boy, the Liver King. Liver King. I'm not. Your take on it, it's kind of old, but my take on it is I never like seeing somebody go through whatever he's going through. I never want to. Yeah, my take on anytime I see a man who he obviously loves his family, loves his wife. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. I think something broke. I think something happened where he got on. Someone argues too much. Someone argued that you don't let Netflix just go willy-nilly. You know, there's this idea, I'm going to do a documentary. Let me do a documentary and show your good side. Did he have any creative control over that shit? Did he only select a lot? You don't have to make him look back. You said watch it all, right? Yeah, it makes you look bad because he's honest about what he did as a young man. So he said, I worked at GNC. I figured out that I could get free product by taking receipts and pretending that selling that. They sold drugs. Okay. He was a young guy, and he was trying to make money. He was already, I think his father never liked him or something, ignored him. He was short. He went through. And so what I see is a man who spent so much time trying to get love, fell into the trap of the public embrace, where the public they're going to tear you up as well. Yeah, because the people that play on the pedestal. Yeah. What I would have said to him is I would have said, stop it. I would have said, Brian, get off the internet, don't read any comments, and take a break. You know, you lie. Okay, it's not like you and I didn't know. You and I were pretty forgetting about it. I figured everybody. Yeah, and also people said they didn't know, like David. You know, whatever his name is, who has his business, but the whole narrative. guy. Somehow he decided Rogan was the problem, his reason, everything like that, and that's ridiculous. That's where him not just taking accountability for something. Yeah, that's where I think the break happened, where it was like, what are you doing? You don't want to fight Joe either. That's a it's never happening. It's never happening, and if it did, see, the other thing about people who say, I go crazy, I'm mental, I'll fight him. You do that, go ahead. The Liberty just sees red though, bro. You have to take it into consideration. Well, whatever a guy who's never, ever done any training, just go and see what happens when a guy grabs who's done this and speaks this language, and they put their hand over your mouth when you can't breathe. But I've never heard a guy that's worth his salt say, I just see red. That's something. So, that's a sign saying, I don't enjoy seeing a man like that go through that. He's supposed to be anything. I feel like, is he getting better? I hope he's better. You might as well pick up the queen of England. Like, you're not getting to it. And I hope he finds peace. That's all I can do. I don't have anything bad to say about him. He looks better. I think he's a sweet man. Yeah, I just think he looks way better.
I saw his thrones and I just kind of laughed. I was kind of a little bit embarrassed. And I thought, you know what? I don't think I made a video today. I was going to, so I didn't remember about it. But it was Sunday. I feel this pressure. And God's day happens again. That was good. And so I'll throw, and I thought, well, that's going to stick. But I thought,
There she is.
I would have hated me too.
See, I like this version. I like this version.
Got some comments today. Yesterday, a lot. Yeah, and I was listen on my desk. Lose yourself. Well, no, like actually lose yourself now. And you lose the ego. You can't really tell people, you know, because then it's like, hey, shut my ego. Oh, that hurt. You know, it's the ego talking from the ego saying I can also go back to the ego.
He couldn't complete my order, so I told him that it was my religion. This was not the first figure put out.
Gifts of resistance, the emails, the lying, be so free now. I think I find it interesting that, so check this out. These are, this is my part.
I like hearing
He posts more shit like this. Is that normal for him?
Yeah, I watch a lot of it. He was experimenting with psychedelics. So a lot of times when we saw him, he was having a trip, and I think he's like, he was going. He was taking a lot of mushrooms and something, and but again, like you see this guy just trying to figure it out, and I think he's been through it. He was very traumatic for him.
Sometimes, too, it's like you have to share it.
Well,
out of the fucking days, whatever he's going through, is the answer.
yeah, so he seems to be coming out of it.
That's tough.
Yeah, it is tough.
He's arrested. I'm sure he got arrested.
Well, they were like, you can't come to try to fight. Yeah. The man wanted to be in the city.
Yeah. Figure it out.
That's what it is. Kyle's a great guy. He is old. He's down the second dog rabbit hole. Yeah, sure. Yeah, when I see Liver King, the shit he's going to be like, I don't want to touch them. But we do have a culture that loves to see people die. Culture loves to see people spin out of control. They want to see them crying in their own shit. That culture. You want to see somebody go. You want to watch them suffer. Fuck off. Like, it's a lot about you. I'm not disagreeing. He's not a bad man. He made his mistake. Yeah, he built this crazy persona of Liver King. Amazing. There is. Natural shut up. If you know anything about the bond, there's a lot of that. There's a record of man Wentzer's and stuff. Yeah. His face is so wet. Yeah. But he had probably gone through it. He decided, he feels like he has an obligation to social media to share everything. Yeah. Yeah. To say, well, I hope so. He has a lot more. I think it's the one post that. Out here in Austin, EX Golf Club. Yeah. Hey, you get fitted for the clubs. You guys don't get fitted. One of the reasons I don't scratch. I have been fitted for my same dude. We're gonna head on over to the local PXG store for a fitting. They make the best golf clubs. You have an appointment actually. Fitting. KC, like golf. Oh yeah. PXG fitters are highly trained, incredible experience, and have the deep understanding how to optimize your club to get the money I need it. PXG fittings are educational and super fun. Schedule a fitting today for the best golf clubs ever. For limited time, you can save up to 20% off your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/TFATK. That's pxg.com/TFATK. Save up to 20% off your full order. pxg.com/TFATK. Restrictions will say for details. PXG. I just think it's interesting that you can have all the money in the world, you're gonna have other problems. Americans are not like on the poll. You know, these polls, right? Where they poll liberals, people who lean left, and people who lean right. And people who lean right, like 70% of people who lean right report being generally happy, and only 30% of liberals say that most of them are miserable. Politicians are talking to their country. Yeah, that there are all these problems. If you focus on just the problems and not what's right, you forget that you're American. Yeah. So that's the other issue. Yeah, maybe I'll grow my ridiculous rope there. Yeah, I can grow up. Really? I can grow that. Really? Oh, easily. Did you just make you like so? It may not be gray, and it's not a color. That's like Gary Hughes. Should be just got a little hair dye, like rewind, color dark brown. He's so much younger. Yeah. He's so gray. Really? Yeah. He's only 32 or 33. Really? I've not seen it. You watch fights this weekend? I'll watch fights. I didn't see this. I didn't see he was on the limit, though. He's on the main card. What? Yeah, against Makano. Really? Yeah. How did you do against Makano? He won, man. That's the one I lost. I saw the one with Van. And what's his name? I went and watched it. What's his name? Brandon Rothschild. And the number one. Contender, whatever. Brandon. Yep. And that kid Vance. Joke. And I saw Van. Kind of reminds me of Minnesota a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good reference. He fight of the year. I mean, Taporia, yeah, it's his timing. Is that what it is? Power. Yeah. He said the only trade this Friday night. Look at all this. If you didn't know anybody, you'd be like, oh, he already out. Drinks wine, head weight. Busy? Yeah, what? Well, it's that it is. It's a manifestation. It's he just is so calm. We knew that Oliveira does close distance like that. He steps right into that pocket. And you're going to fight a dude who's back in boxing, but you have to punch down on him like that. It's tough. But I think his timing is what makes him so special. It's his power. But timing is feet. Like Charles was getting off on him, but he just I love it. Charles gets hit. Like he always does. He didn't like to work again. What do you I think Patty, as good an athlete as he is, Patty gets hit too, you know. For sure. And that's he's getting a lot better. Patty's so young, so big. He's big. All the guys that Charles Topia's gonna buy them bigger than him. Yeah. He's not even with his Patty's frame is bigger than Oliveira's, I think. Way bigger. Yeah. Or like 20%. Is that true? Is that true? Okay. But having said all that, I don't care. Your chin is your chin. I think it's perfect. If it hits even a guy your size, you're going to sleep. I don't think Patty's gonna get starched in the first round. I think we'll see more of a fight. But it's gonna be a tough fight for Patty. But that's a fight you hate. Unless you hate running, that's a fight. It's great. The road itself. Yeah. You do that in Spain fucking stadium, dude. Yeah. That fight's numbers, dude. Yeah. Your money's not for it? Yeah, but I can see Patty winning. You can? Yeah. How? Rare naked choke. Patty's special. His transition. He's tough. He's back. Patty's tough. He's very tough. He's young. See, the guy who gets fucked this week. He's the toughest fight winner. But he had a shot against his level. They didn't do UFC, so he's going to have to sit out. But style-wise, I would say the best boxer in the UFC by far is Victoria. I think as far as a guy who can put his hands on your face, it's Victoria. At that distance, I don't know if he's the best boxer. I think he's good. Jack's my back. Now, as far as power goes, whereas, I don't know, again, boxing is good. Really, always boxing is good. I lit up the bag. And then I do some rookie. This rookie is a tough fight.
Welcome.
It's a real tough fight.
How are you, Joe? See your neck of the woods.
He actually talks to come you're not talking in the socialized?
Oh, good question. I don't want to talk with people who aren't 18, and they get people of all ages in there. I am Jewish. Yeah, but I don't want to get into all that. Come on, man.
How come you have so many ultrasounds?
No, incorrect. 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 I've been doing half years with different computers. I want world peace. You're entitled to your opinion.
What world peace are you spreading by putting on a lot of
Well, I talk about it a lot, and just talking about world peace is the first step in getting there. It is. We're talking about it right now.
What? I said this at the beginning, but now I'm here finding peace.
Okay, that's cool. And feel free to leave. I'm not going to ban you. Just, I don't want to be hated. Okay, that's fine. And you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm going to keep watching my podcast, and you just go live your life.
I'm living my life making
Korea's
bitches.
wrestling is good too. Comes out of Georgia, sits down with Rothschild, he's good, doing the same stuff.
Did you set this over yourself?
8 years old in Greco, fucking tough, man. He's no slouch. No. So we're going to be dealing with a very different kind of situation. But he's still favored in all three of those fights. All three. Yeah. For now. There are people that are like everybody. That's why I like Joe Perry. He goes, I'm definitely not on top. Yeah, falls in my game. That's why I work so hard. I can definitely be worse. Which is very, you don't hear that usually. Yeah, you think about Connor, like this is, God's gift to the fighting game, and we love them. But Joe Perry said it's very intelligent. High fighters. And also he can learn from Connor. Like that's a deal with the devil. Start chasing money. Remember, Connor's thing was like kind of before you Floyd Mayweather thing.
Don't go to the about that.
Fucking yachts, all that shit. Gucci.
Wait, what's in it?
That shit is.
Super exciting. The whole card.
What's that telling him?
When this Duplessis comes up, it's August. I'm really excited about this. Was that UFC 319?
It's an underground artist.
It's in Chicago.
I've been seeing the Truman Show on television.
That'll be on UFC in the summers.
Dude, this guy would smoke on
UFC in the
6
summer with them all out. I watched just highlights of Duplessis doing jiu-jitsu. You know the guy that struggled with Gilbert Burns? You know the guy that struggled with
How do you feel about cooking myself?
Around 4 or 5? Yeah, the middle. If it goes that far, so you gotta, for the tight, you gotta get through.
Damn it, doesn't let me.
I said, dude, when I saw this scanning next year, this makes 220. So, right, so, that's a car's not as often as this. It's like a slow card. Yeah, that's right. Did you watch any of the Freeman? What happened to Jack Ransom? He got fucked up. Knocked the fuck out by Robocop. Bad. He was out for a while. Well, I was like, he was updates on the broadcast. He thought he was dead. Jesus Christ. It was a bad, not Jesus Christ. Well, apparently, that was an awful pocket. Yeah, listen, right. Jack was like, ow, now. It was bad. Take some time, bro. Take some fucking time. I was saying on the shop joke with Billy, like, you don't really talk shit. He has so much respect for Charles. And that's all we want. Shit talk for this. I was like, he said, but he knew, he said, Charles, front kick. I would like to see more of that front kick, Charles. Yeah. But part of what makes Charles so good is he will stay in the back, and he's really fucking good. Unless you're for him. So sorry. It's scary. He's so sorry to do. Oh, here's what I was fucking do. Scary. God. Already than before. Drinking wine. Can't wait. He said, I wish I wouldn't fight him. I would never get it. Well, he probably works smart. Sometimes you just work smarter too. I think everyone works just as hard. He has in his hand. What the fucking freak that he's on the list that he puts a tail on. He just has that touch of God. It's over. Every Macy these days drinks the same. Wish you're so fucking idiot. Did you watch the Jake? No, I didn't watch it. You missed some of this. Well, I watched this and I watched some of that. It was good. I did have fun for you. I'm just my guy. I get it. Like, he keeps, do your thing. Julio Shep is comfort. Double love transfer. Say it for that. All right. Listen, sometimes you wind down. Yeah, I want alcohol. But you want like about other calming herbs without happiness. Dividends, relaxing, is a plant-based way to decompress. Using all of those collagen serving sold every lab tested for quality. Three pack of relax on which. Give it a shot or shot. All you gotta do is cover shipping. Click on the link.
Pardon me.
What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? It's present your whole life. What do you mean? It's going to be plus this body has to accept it. That's like your body rejects the Christ. Double lung transplant. What the fuck are we talking about? That's like that shit. That's septic shit. At least he got the responsive, I guess. There's that picture. Hopefully, Which one made the next response from Ben? Terrible. He seems to be doing alright. There's a lot of work to do. Amy said Monday she's fans will unload soon. Joked and hopefully he will wait until the drug went off. It's right up there. Super legit. That's fucking wild. Recent situation where they put so much drugs in that it seems like they're pretty much dead. But then once the drugs wear off, they're back to fucking nuts. Yeah, just praying for bad men. Fucking it's life, man. Fucking life. Shit's living there full time now, dude. How you feel, buddy? You like where you're living? I kind of do. Yeah.
Why is funny? When it was in like 20.
I'm not gonna use
How like
Okay, I'm sorry, twice a month. Okay, maybe you can do some sprints. I heard it's like $60. Here, what is that? Every time, so twice a month. So cheaper than fucking 1,400. You know what I'm saying? It's an exercise guy. It's in Texas. Like, you can get a guy who takes care of the bugs here. There's all kinds of shit. Do you guys see bugs in your house? Told you the tarantulas and shit. Do you get a roadrunner at the house? That little motherfucker. First of all, they're cool. Fucks up lizards, whatever. Oh yeah, I like it. Oh yeah. A nice roadrunner? Yeah, we got fox, we got raccoons, deer everywhere. I haven't seen, besides these crazy fucking insects in the States, I haven't seen anything dangerous. Yeah, I saw a I see deer all the time. Mama deer, but who's eating them, dude? There's some predator out there. Well, we got mountain lions, but not there. Yeah, a lot of cat in Texas. We call them cats. No cats in the suburbs. It's not like LA. We're in mountain lions. See how many mountain lions are estimated to be in Texas? Mountain lions have been sighted in and around Austin, Texas. They're commonly seen. They're prevalent in western southern Texas. They travel through the Austin area. Sightings, though, not always confirmed. Now I'll tell you what they do have. Who the fuck's gonna eat those deer? They can't sit around with no cares in the world. Listen, you got coyote? Coyote. One coyote. I don't know if that's true. Stay there and see. Coyote. Well, I tell they're protected in Austin. It's right here. Legal antique deer. One thing I'm excited is my buddy Steve lives here in Austin, so maybe we'll have some of that too. He was telling me, like, let's go when you're settled in, let's go hunting, fishing, and apparently, I thought I needed a license to hunt for, some stuff here, but for pigs, just Casey saw a few of these. Thank God they were so good. Can you hear off no scent? Yes. No sound, so the mother will have this there. It just puts them right there. They don't move. And predators can't smell. Bears will eat the shit out of me. Ain't no bear around here. No bear. I think there's some black bear in Austin. Dude, what Austin are you living in? Not in the areas we live. There's not shit around us, dude. We prefer hawks. They killed them. Can you put Austin? Black bear in Austin. Oh, black bear. But you know what? Coyotes and mountain lions. Yeah. In Austin, Texas. Not in the suburbs, though. You know how big Austin is? There are a lot of them out there. Fish at all times. Bears are not common to us, and there have been occasionally too. Individual black bears, yes, not here. Look at the rates. Boy, what a good place to be a deer, though. Not bad. Better than LA, right? But down raised and carrots. Wow. Yeah, they seem like it did a little too comfortable when I see it. They don't buy large coyotes. They're like cows. Like a cow. Yeah, I ate some yesterday. Very good. They're doing got a lot of game meat. Yeah. What do you got, Jim? Alrighty. There's not a ton of occurrence, but actually had a bunch of Jackson. But the first one. Have you found anything about Jackson yet? Really good sushi. That is good sushi. It's so expensive, but it was so good. I was like, I'd like another plate of that, please. So there's a from Leroy and Lewis. It's the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. By far. Did I see that video? Leroy, it's airport. It's so fucking good. So I ate with 4 people, right? And all of a sudden, at the same time, almost, that's the best pulled pork I've ever had. Judge every place on this brisket. It's the best brisket I've ever had in my life. It's the best cornbread I've ever had in my life. It's like 20 minutes. See where Leroy and Lewis is from here. Leroy. Yes. And they're eating it. Yeah, best potato salad, best fucking ribs. They have a dry rub, fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue. So, that place was so good. 3 minutes from here. I had these 3 women, some of them. Interesting. It took 20 minutes. brisket every fucking day, man. Oh, dude, I can eat it right fucking yeah. Yeah, there's some iron there. They call it that's a leaner brisket. No, fuck that. No, leans for cuts. You eat lean brisket? Motherfucker. This was brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are the things to say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it, so your dollar goes along. Visit Progressive.com and save on car insurance. Progressive Insurance Company. Affiliates potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations. This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of the explosive action all summer long with movies like Click. Beverly Hills Cop. Good burger. And Transformers. Dark of the Moon. Just know where the orcs are. No, it's a gates. No, it doesn't mean I'm
They don't
just
honestly.
you want a lean brisket. I do. I like a little lean. Holy shit. Yeah, sometimes when I go like this,
It
I
sounds
eat
good.
brisket. I go like this. So fatty.
Sounds like this whole thing.
Oh, you smoke it like that. Opie's is good. It's most of the grip. Opie's is great. Yeah. There's everywhere's fucking good, dude. If you're making barbecue in Texas, dude, fucking salt. It's better there for
This shit isn't real, never.
since there's still where is there still about 30 minutes.
I'm not sure.
Also, she got to do it with it's problem, but it's the best one we ever had. We have that there, I noticed. No, I guess the other thing I like about these they got some game meat in there. Some barbecue, some game meat. Wait, so you like particular like a fatty brisket, not just brisket. The brisket, it's only got Texas. Lean, dude, that's I had butter on my cornbread. Back in. Listen, hold on. I'm just, they got this. You've been to Solon bunch, right? Yeah. And Leroy said Solon. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm not the only person that said it. 4 other people went. I know it's the best. I know it's short. No. Yeah, you guys are okay. Dude. You gotta get the sweet tea, baby. I didn't know you get sweet tea too. Yeah, if you're gonna go, you gotta go. You gotta go. If you're gonna go, you're in a whorehouse, you gotta have fun. You can't be in a warehouse and say, is anybody just have a conversation with? Yeah. I'm trying to have a conversation in a warehouse. Yeah. Or you think find a wife that warehouse. Give some leader. Yeah. Think about that. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah. Too much of the ass in the old movies. Everything. I had a friend who one time. He goes, this guy. He goes, hey, come out with me. I don't know how to talk to these girls. You know, and I don't know her very well. So he'd make me come out with him. I get out there, and the girl is so sweet and so fucking smart. But I noticed she was wearing a wig. She died. She right away. She's right away. She was like 30. Like, come on, bro. That makes me so sad. She died. What are you gonna do? All right. Well, I don't know. What am I gonna do? Okay. Have you seen this? Can you guys answer this equation? So 2 plus 2 times 2. Yeah. Unanswered 4 times 2.
Tell you why I broke up with my girl.
No. 2 plus 2 is 4 times 2. 4 times 2 is 8. And what's plus 2?
And other
2
stuff.
plus 2 is 4.
Audie, I'm trying to watch this. Please. If you're gonna just talk and talk and talk.
I don't fuck with those, man. Bring out too much. My wife and I were in Napa, and she said, let's take a hot air balloon ride. And I said, no, because we'll both die, and then nobody will. And if that's it, he'd survive, though. Right, yeah. How many died? So 8 people, 5 people have died in a hot air balloon. There were 21 people on board the balloon. He might be the survivor. Look at his face. So 13 people, including the pilot, survived. Yeah, fuck with any of that, man. That kind of looks like he survived it. Yes, he looks like he's still alive. No, he's not the guy. He just has weird eyes for his son. He's so cute. So cute. Yeah, people love the Beaver Cop. It's definitely softer, but I stick with the original. You see me wear a white tee, it's always true. Best of the best t-shirts, button-ups, jeans. They're making women's clothing now. You want to surprise your lady? Fire away. Yeah, and here's the thing. You'll see them on the UFC. You'll see them on other pods. We started with them. We've known Ryan for a hot second. We've sworn by him, so you will go. You can get them at this time. Big Ryan's got. You can get True Classic at Target, Costco, or head on over to their site, trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. Literally the best essentials on the planet. I'm not this muscular. I'm not this muscular. Me neither. Dude, I'm not you. 140 pounds. You go, what professional sports team? Yes, and I'm like, guys, can you calm down? I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt. It hugs my chest and shoulder. It's loose in the front. It stops just above my, just below my belt line, and it just creates that feed out look, and everybody goes great. TrueClassic.com/fighter. Alright, there's me stealing mix kind of events. But is anything out to you? Steal us for last week. I mean, which one do you think was no, dude? Can you make that bigger so I can read it? Yeah. You know what? Let's pick it up. Guys, let's read it. Short fan spills his drink while meeting Livy Duck. I don't know who that is. Jesus Christ. It's fine. We made a mistake. I know life is tough. Hi, guy. My still work. Actresses during like a convention. In trouble. I guess. Let me see. He's like, actually, like, takes a jump out of the crowd. Your teeth. Buy my kids all the time. once again, after these women who are raised to believe men hate them and that they hate men, and it's like her making a stand and all. He nearly broke his skin, and then allegedly kissed her arm when she yelled out. She's an asshole. Also, like, have a little, like, yeah, she's just making people like this. Yeah, people like this kid, they just need attention in any way possible. She wants to be part of something. She's a huge thing about it. Like, how dare you? Yeah, like, oh god, you're self-righteous bullshit. You are narcissist. Fucking narcissist. You can decide to unleash on your face.
Why are you doing it again?
Guy, by the way. Sure, she sucks. She's all right. Don't bite, but also. How dare you? Like the world, the women in the world are so oppressed, starting with me living in this Western country as an actress. Like, shut up. Yeah, I'll bite you right now. Hey, I don't know how to bite you. Try. Hey, yeah, I was just show more. In the show Mortician, it's about a mortuary in Pasadena, I'm sure. And he took it over for his father, and he was responsible for cremation, right? He's like, I can only do one body. Like, yeah, it takes about 2 hours to burn the body, and then you have to let it cool for an hour. He's like, well, I'm trying to make money. I'm just going to toss in 15 bodies at a time. And then the ashes, it's never a good consult's ashes. He's like, because nobody in the world can clean it up. So when you get your ashes, there's a whole mix of shit in there. He's like, but as long as you think it's their ashes, you're good. So he started putting 15 at a time, making bank. He went to prison for 25 years of life once people found out. 25 years of life. Joanna was like, you believe this? Like, I just see a businessman. I don't, because he was like, 25 to life. She was one body for $100, whatever it was, $150. I maybe it takes in a day. Or I can do this 15 at a time, sometimes 35. Right? Get them in there, just burn them all at once. That's going to be diluted no matter what. And I was like, I can't believe you went to prison. There's already going to be a mix in it. He's a businessman. Well, I guess I started stealing the jewelry from the which is frowned upon. It was back to it was fraud, right? And he stole. But the princess did. That's his whole team. 25 to life, though. If it was your dad, he's dead. I mean, a woman stealing his watch, that's pretty frowned upon. That's bad. 25 years to life. Is that not a little hefty? Am I way off or else? You have a problem with it? 25 years. Do you think it should be against the law? So here's like $3 bucks. No, you pay. So you pay for services, right? And the services are, I want my dad's ashes. That doesn't mean I want somebody else's dad's ashes. I want my dad's ashes. So in that sense, you breached a contract. You lied. You lied. But in small print, said, hey, we can't control how many ashes are in there. Some of whatever the case, majority might be your dad. Right. But you basically lied. I gave there's some of your dad's ashes and they said so see that's one charge, which wouldn't be a jail sentence actually typically. Right. And then you stole jewelry. That's where it gets easier. But that's also called theft. It's called grand larceny or whatever. But it's not also got up bodies of it more in there. It's all that. But also that's mishandling the corpse. Yes. That's actually not in some states. But if you're burning the body anyway, it's like, come on. That would say, bullshit, man, but he's already going to be burned. He was saying, some people pay me to do the ashes and then put them over the side in the ocean. You're not the only one. So I'm tossing your dad's body, somebody's aunt's body, and it's all going to the bottom of the ocean. It's not his job. You don't get up on your ashes. Like, to me, it's important to your ashes. They gotta fuck if it's 100% burned down. I mean, actually, I can't tell people. So, of course, go listen to that shit. Don't you quit using that shit all the time. Obviously, it's not supposed to be mixed with other stuff. But I mean, there's nothing you do. I can't. This is silly. And 25 years, I'm telling them to be able to 10 of them way too long. Way too long. You miss your kid's life. Shut up. You start doing some shitty shit. Shitty shit is one thing, but what's this shit? This is a right? Yeah, we all didn't like my friend is his lawyer. Oh shit, no. He's my man. Let's take a break, B. Tell us about that hero game, man. I know you want to increase nitric oxide, you want to increase blood flow. It's not to get better boners. There are certain compounds you can take, all natural supplements that Joy Mode specializes in. Better sex, fine. You want healthier, you want to boost heart health and enhance your athletic performance. Joy Mode is expertly formulated, backed by science, function by 50% in just 8 days. This increases blood flow. You mix a pack with full effects in 45 minutes. Take control with Joy Mode. You get a boost anytime, anywhere. Never miss a beat. Joy Mode features just 4 simple, proven ingredients. Just straightforward, effective solutions. 200,000 men have trusted Joy Mode to boost their performance without the side effects. The subscription plan starts at 30%. Website. That's tryjoymode.com. Use the code FIGHTER for websites. Purchases 30% off subscription orders. Tryjoymode.com. Titty version comes out. Sounds like he's praying. Well, I think I think the chart, and sometimes he wasn't even there. He's a wild, like, yeah, but you can't, like, witness sexual drive. Didn't I tell you? Remember I said 3 cases. Do you remember what I said? Racketeering, all this stuff was like trafficking. Making sense. I'm a terrible fucking person. But what actual evidence? I would say when I was like, I was so fast and everybody's fucking, everybody. I told you, I saw it and I was like, I don't think they were lining up all the baby oil. That didn't make sense. And I was like, where the band like raided his house? And you see the baby Okay, tell you that my friend, the guy who always comes to my show when I'm in Denver, used to cook, was there for 4 years. And I go, well, where the fuck was it going? I goes, maybe when I left, but I was there sometimes till 4 in the morning. I never saw a damn thing. Because I cooked for them. I was their cook. He was their chef. He's public enemy number one because of what he did to Cassie, and he should be. He's a piece of shit. But I think there's a very good chance he gets off too. Because what are the charges? The jury's 8 men and 4 women. That's just engage in prostitution. He didn't do anything. He usually do 12 out of 12, right? I think so. If there's one, dude, he can get up. I bet you he gets up. For me, as much as I dislike this fucking guy, somebody's had making them sex with somebody against their will. No, they all know some stuff. They came in. I saw one like you had said, who would want to get this in their mouth from a king? You know, that's something straight out of them. Public court, but some people like Jim business. And now all of a sudden he's the worst business. You know, look, this guy. Yeah, the only thing that I was going to show you was closing the arguments. So, well, maybe. His crazy eyes. We're talking about black. Sign this fans for about 5 minutes. She's a big girl. But anyways, it goes on for next 5 minutes. She's like, right. Okay. My name is right. She's like, okay, thank you. Okay, 2 minutes. She's like, okay, thank you. Time for a fan, yeah. Awkward. I'd be you in Brandon, California. Brandon, California. Saturday, dude. Saturday, buddy. It's not there. the 6th. There it is. Fastballcast.com. I'm actually interested in when that badass TRX gets you some and $10,000. That's if it's going to happen, then use well for thing because we go to Florence, we eat at the restaurants nobody eats at, and I go. And we go swimming, take a boat, you go swimming, it's beautiful. So you just go up the street. You don't want to take a flight. You don't want to fly from then to Italy and then to Barcelona. It's a lot of travel, Brent. I don't know if you know about the thing. Yeah. And then what's good is when it's 100 degrees. I'm not complaining, but I am complaining. Now, when you go to places in the summertime, please understand that you will be. You're in a parade. You're walking in a parade. That's how you get. So you're doing that. You gotta remember that. I'm very caught up with this. Like you get a good restaurant and it's not like what this is amazing. It's good. Good. Yeah. How do I say that? Yeah. But the kids love it. Kids don't know if they're fucking Italy or fucking Chuck E. Cheese. My 3-year-old like the teenagers. Oh, gotcha. They're all about it. And then stop. For 1,000 reasons, I'm doing shit. But then there's the hang at the mothership. We're going to archetype boxing shows. Dude, you were not playing grab ass on a cruise when I was. Someone argue you don't let Netflix just go willy nilly. It's like, I'm going to do a documentary. Did you know how to? Let me do a documentary. Look back, you say, watch it. Yeah, it makes you look better. Because they want. He was very honest about what he did as a young man. What I would have said to him is I would have said, stop it. I would have said, Brian, get off the internet. Don't read any comments. And take a minute. Take a break. You lied about steroids. Okay. It's not like you and I didn't is his business with like what? I didn't know you're a doctor. Stop it. Yeah, and it is what it is, but I don't care about that, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's where that's where I think the break happened, where I don't want to fight Joe either. That's it's never happened. It's never did it. See, the other people who say I go crazy on mental health, you do that. Go ahead. The Liver King just says red though, bro. You think that? Well, whenever I hear any guy who's never done any training, just go and see what happens when a guy grabs you who's done this and it speaks, and they put their hand over your mouth, you can't breathe. Plus, I've never heard what the salt say. I just see red. All that stuff. So that's a sign saying I can't. We're seeing a go through that. I saw these old drones and I just kind of laughed. A little bit embarrassed. And I thought, oh, well, I don't think I made a video today. But it was Sunday. I feel precious. That was good. Walked by this one, this throne, old throne, and I thought Buffalo for real. That's it. See, I like this version of it. I like this version. Is it on my desk? Lose yourself. Well, no, actually, lose yourself. Then you can't really tell people. It's like, shut my from the people are sick. Thank you. Whatever you like to call me. That too. I like to be one of anything that's helpful. I've learned a lot. Resistance. So I'm good. Like I think he's doing good. This I like Is he posting more shit like that? Normal for him? Yeah, I watched a lot of it. Man, he was doing. So a lot of times when we saw him, he was having a trip, and I think he was taking on my something. I think that's what he said. But again, like you see this guy, and he's just trying to figure it out, and I think he's been through it. I think it was very traumatic for him. I think sometimes too, like you have to share it. Well, this overshare culture is getting famous. But he's trying to work through something. I think he'll find it. He seems better. I don't know if it's an overnight fix, but he seems like. Yeah, for me, I just seen somebody go through hell, and I don't revel in it. I hate it. And sure. He's done this. Yeah, sure. Yeah, when I see little kids. We have a culture that loves to see people. Culture loves to see people spin out of control. They want to see that. He feels like he has obligation to social media to share everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hopefully it sends well. So he has a lot of work to do. Yeah. So take a little break. The time has come to get some new golf clubs, man. We're out here in Austin with EX Golf Clubs. Yeah. You get fitted for the clubs. Yeah, but I got some one of the reasons I don't shoot scratch because I haven't been fitted for myself. Same, dude. We're gonna have PXG store for they make the best golf clubs. You have an appointment actually. I do. Man, the fast way to improve your performance on golf course is a PXG fitting case. Optimize your clubs. Get the most out of your swing, and I need it. PXG Super Fun. Schedule today for the best golf clubs ever. For a limited time, you can save up to 20% off your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/TFATK. That's restrictions apply. See site for details. PXG. I see. It's interesting. You can have all the money in the world, but you're gonna have other problems if you're not going to do it. It ain't gonna. Americans are not like on the whole. They get these polls really interesting where they poll liberals, people who lean left, and people who lean right. And people who lean right almost to like people who lean right report being generally happy. And only 30% in a lot of polls most of them are miserable. And a lot of left-wing kids who come up through the college system are taught in their country. So there are all these problems. If you focus on just the problems and not what's right, you feel privileged America. Yeah. So that, I don't know. Doesn't mean there aren't problems, but I'd like some of that hair. That's all. Yeah, maybe I'll put my beard. Maybe I'm ridiculous. Grow a beard? Yeah, I grow. Really? Yeah, grow that thick. Really? Did you just make you like so? I'd be gray and old, and it's not a good look. Let's say near you, if you just got a little hair dye, like rewind, color dark brown, you'll be so much younger. Yeah, he's so gray. Really? Yeah, he's only 32 or 33. Really? I've not seen it. You know what's Spice this weekend? I watched Spice. I didn't see he was on prelims. Something they call it. What? Yeah, it's Mercado. How do you do against Mercado? He won, man. What's his name? Brandon Rothschild. And number one contender, whatever his name is. Brandon. Yep. And that kid man's no joke. I saw supporting him. Big fan trying I still in high school. Had a different level. It's a whole different approach. Yeah, and also they can just keep on feet on the chance. You guys keep Yamamoto? Oh yeah. You kind of remind me of Snapchat a little bit. Yeah. That's good. Red look great. Joshua and Brandon Val fight of the year. I mean, Taporia, yeah, it's his timing. Is that what it is, Val? He says he trains boxing and wrestling, doesn't do MMA. He just studies those disciplines and puts them all together. Whatever he's doing is working. Yeah. Well, his celebration of the deal now looked like he won. He looks better. Yeah, post that too. It's out there. He looks better at 55. He's so big. Yeah, he's just short. Yeah. Who's he gonna? Well, I'd like your time. Patty Pimblett. Oh, fight back. This is the money making fight. See that? See Gopchin? I think that's before the fight, right? Yeah. Is that after or before? No, this is before. Celebrates like he won. I like it. Wow. Look at that. I've never seen anything like that. Wow. Look at all this. If you know any better, you'd be like, oh, he already drinks wine while right? Does he? Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. They said he manifested the way. It's insane. He just is so calm. We knew that over distance like that, he steps right in that pocket. And if you're going to fight this, that good at boxing, you have to push down on it. It was low like that. It's going to be tough. But I think his timing is what makes him so special. It's his power, man. But timing, his feet, like where his feet are, everything. It's just like the subtle differences. So, Charles was getting off on them. But he just, yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Patty gets into Patty's so young, so big. All the guys that Tokyo's going to tell you about his son. Patty's frame on Thursday. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Is that true? Yes. Is that having said all that, I don't care. Get it? It's your chance. Or if he hits you, your side. I do think I don't think that is going to get starched in the first round. I think, but it's going to be a tough fight for Patty. But that's a fight for me. If you like. Yeah, I would still say to put then again, Jorge's boxing good, really. Always boxing good, but they're bad, yeah, I don't know. He's got his hands full. It's not like for the cakewalk. There's a lot of challenge in there. if I'm the UFC, I go Eddie Pillman next. That's the big money fight. Yeah. And then I do Justin Gaethje. That's another legend who likes to bang. Yeah. And then I do Sorkin. Yeah, it's a real tough fight just because wrestling. Yeah. How does it strike? Good. Yeah. It's his wrestling. Beast. Now, Tapore's wrestling is good too. It comes out of that Georgian system. So, we're going to be dealing with a very different kind of situation. But he still favored all three of those fights. Yeah, for now. See, oh, yeah. For now. There are people that are going to be human, and like everybody. He goes, I'm definitely not untouchable. Like, I've holds my BB, which is very, you don't hear that from James. He's in the fighting game, and that's why we love them. But he can learn from conflict. Like, that's a deal with the devil. We start chasing money. Remember everything Mayweather thing? We're Maybachs and fucking gods and all that shit. Gucci. Tapore's not doing all that. He's not doing all that. His resume's already. Yeah, you talk smack about Tapore. No, he gave him the spot. Yeah, he gave him a straight fight. Kind of came down right to his ass. Yeah. It's all. I'm really now excited. Okay. I'm really excited about that whole part. And when is Duplessis fighting comes up? I think that's in August. I'm really excited about that. So was that UFC 319? 319 August 16th. Next. That's in Chicago. Yeah. So, Duplessis doing jiu-jitsu against some like a school of those, yeah, and just suck them all. So, yeah. You do, you'll find out. Some of these guys like TDP have a gas testing different capacity. Yeah, let's see how Hamza does that. You know the guy that struggled with Gilbert Burns from tomorrow. Okay, all right, we'll find out though. Well, round 4 or 5. If he goes out for it, Hamza's a fucking typhoon. So you gotta get through those first 2 rounds. Yeah, he's a big fucking. I was talking to Bisping about it. And Bisping, I said, dude, when I saw him standing next to you, Bisping's 220. And Bisping goes, the fucking guy's like 85. And I said to Bisping, I go, where his legs skinny? And Bisping goes, oh, really? Hell no. Somehow he's able to suck all that weight. Nuts. Yeah, the whole card reminded me why I love the UFC. It was such unbelievable top to bottom. There was a main event. And that's the only thing I looked at Texas. That fucking ring came out like 11:30. It sucked. So late. And if the card's not as popular as this, it's like a slow card. Yeah, that's right. He was out for a while too. But I was updates on the broadcast. I thought he was dead. Jesus Christ. Bad, not Jesus Christ. Well, you know, that was like Oliveira. It takes some fucking time. I'm saying on the shop show, Billy, like, you don't really talk shit and has so much respect for Charles, Matt Tolley, and Volkanovski. You're shit talking for this.
Charles? Yeah. But part of what makes Charles so good is he will stay in the back, and he's really fucking good. Unless you're Hercules for you.
I'm so sorry I have to do this. It's scary. It's scary. So sorry I have to do this. Oh, here's a rose. Fucking dude. Scary. God. Partying the night before. Drinking wine. Cut weight. You just never seen anything like it. It's so cool.
But also he works so hard. He said, I win the fight in practice every day. Well, he probably works smart. Sometimes he's just working smarter too.
Nah, it's not that. I think everyone works just as hard on that list. He's just talented. Yeah, it's in his hands. Well, everyone's a fucking freak that you see on that list. Everyone wants their tail off. He just has that X factor. That touch of God. It hits you. It's over. They're spacey these days, Trace. I did not say. No. Pretty good. You watched that and missed some of this?
Well, I watched this and I watched some of that. It was good.
You saw it? Yeah, it's not mine.
It's not how I did. But he looked good. He looked good.
You gotta get that fun for Jake, do your thing. Keep pushing the ball down the road a little bit. You make them. But
I like that he called for said some words about Bass. I need some double lung transplant.
He got it.
He did. Yeah. Let's take a break, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about that. All right. Listen, sometimes you need a drink that can wind down.
Yeah,
right. But you want to do it with plants, like you want to do it with things like kava, GABA, and other herbs without alcohol, without heavy sedatives, without plant-based way to decompress using all of those
You're trying after a long day of recording or working out, and within 20 minutes, the tension just loses itself.
We've lasted over 12 years, over 100 million servings sold every lab tested for quality.
Free pack of Relax on White shot.
All you gotta do is cover shipping. Click on the link in the description. All yourself. Let us know what you think.
That's it. Here's why you see double lung transplant.
What the fuck does that mean? What do you have to be on immunosuppressant your whole life?
His recovery's gonna be, this body has to accept it. That's it. That's the assumption your body rejects it.
Double lung transplant? What the fuck are we talking about?
His wife was like, "It's so fucking great. You find me going around with 100%."
That's that shit, that septic shit that goes on.
Well, at least he got the fucking lungs popping. We got the lungs of an athlete. The guy was a
He's responsive, I guess. Can I see a picture?
His wife was saying, hopefully, the next response is from him. But thank God, he seems to be doing all right. There's a lot of work to do. Amy said Monday she was hopeful that one of the Johnson's fans would sue. Joking, hopefully you're waiting until the guns went off. Right, super medicated. That's fucking wild.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had friends or family in like this kind of situation where they're in surgery or pre-surgery? It's crazy because they put so much drugs in them, they seem like they're very much dead. But then once the drugs wear off, they're back. Oh yeah.
Fucking nuts. Yeah, just praying for bad men. That's all I can get. It's terrible, right? I'm getting out of this life, man.
Get to an age, right? Just more.
Hopefully they get like this or some shit.
Yeah, that fucking, yeah, right. That fucking, how do you feel, buddy? You like where you're living?
There's so much room. Yeah. That's great. Get a dog. It's gonna be a little more. Restaurant in the big yard. It's only one month. What? You know. I mean, it's amazing. It's going. But you're paying. It's like $6. Cheaper than fucking runner at the house. We need a restaurant first. What? It's amazing. It's good. We got fox. We got raccoons. Deer everywhere. It's exciting. It's crazy. It's States. I haven't seen anything. Yeah, I saw Carter saying he's 85. Open state inside his cabin. Does he believe yeah, but there's some predator out there. Check out outline Austin. There's not close. They're out. They're Texas, but not there. Yeah, a lot of cats in Texas. We call them cats in hunting. A lot of cats. Lion out there. It's not like LA where we have mountain lions. See how many lions are estimated to be in Texas? Well, mountain lions have been said to be in and around Austin, Texas. Though they're not commonly seen. They're prevalent in western southern Texas. Yeah, travel through the Austin area. Sightings, though, not always confirmed. Now, I'll tell you what they do have. Who the fuck's gonna eat those deer? They can't just be moseying around with no cares in the world. Listen, you got coyote. That's Brandon. That's a coyote. One coyote. I don't know if that's true. Have you seen this? Why tell they're protecting Austin? Can you guys answer this question? 2 plus 2 times 2. Yeah, the BA. One thing I'm excited for is my buddy times 2 lives here in Austin. So people have some of that too. No, 2 plus 2 times 2. Apparently, 4 times 2 is 8. Are we missing something? Yeah. Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2. This is still times 2. Is it 4? No, that'd be 4 times 4 is 16. This is 16. See hogs all day long. Bunch of deer, bunch of deer. I know fucking some kill those things. Most people were going to be about 6 pigs. I've seen any though. We saw a few of these. The little ones, oh my god, they're so fucking upset. Yeah, they make no sound, so the mother will have them sit there. They just puts them right there, they don't move. And the predators can't smell them. The bears will eat the shit out of them. Ain't no bear around here. No. I think there's some black bear in Austin. Dude, what Austin are you living in? They're everywhere. That's like saying there's fucking grizzly bears in there. Well, let's see if they're in black bear in Austin. I'm sure they are. With the mountain lions and shit. They're not coming around the houses and shit. A lot of bobcats. Yeah, how many seen? It's in South Texas. I'm telling you, around it, there's not shit around us, dude. Wow, we get feral hogs. They kill them. Can you put Austin? Black bear in Austin. Oh, black bear. And even, you know what? Coyotes and mountain lions. In Austin, Texas. Not in the suburbs, though. But you know how big Austin is? There are a lot of them out there. At all times. Bears are not commonly found in Austin. They happen occasionally in Evansville. Individual backfires are common from other areas. I just most places off Not bad. Like into the little two compromise. They don't spread it. You see a deer in LA, see you. They're like cows, like a skinny forest cow. It's so expensive, but it was so good. I was like, I'd like another place. So there's a place called Leroy Lewis. It's the best barbecue I've ever had in my life, by far. Did I see that video? It's near the airport. It's so fucking good. So I ate with 4 people, right? At the same time almost. That's the best pulled pork I've ever had in my life. I judge every place on. It's the best brisket I've ever had. It's the best cornbread I've ever had. Just near the airport on there. There's too much good barbecue closer. Well, it's like 20 minutes away from there. Everything's 20 minutes away, right? See where Leroy and Lewis is from here. Leroy and Lewis. It's the best fucking barbecue. Interstellar's going to be great. Have you eaten there? Yes, sir. Okay, it's fantastic. Salt Lake, I'll go tomorrow. Leroy and Lewis. I'm going to show us. Found this new mechanic that had modern diesel. I said, man, what's a good place to eat around here? And he took me to, that's about 45 minutes out of back. Not terrible. So good. But I just went to this little hole in the wall called, I think it's Don's Barbecue. That's red leather wrap. Yeah, I knew it was going to be good because there's 3 older black guys eating there at lunchtime. Like, yes, and they're eating this. It's going to be fucking tasty. Yeah. Best potato salad, best fucking ribs. They have dry rub, with like tea sauce. Buddy, I don't look like much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had them. These are the spots that are always awesome. That place was so great. It's really women. Some of the best Mexican food I've had. Interesting. It took 20 minutes to prepare. I've had Dubac, right? Yeah, there's something about good barbecue. That's big dogs right there. This is so good, though. Yeah, I pay attention to I'm a baby about my food, right? I judge most places off of the barbecue sauce. So with brisket, they also have a flat iron there. They call it that's a leaner brisket. Oh, fuck that. The leans for cuts. You eat the lean brisket? Wait. Edit that shit. This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are the things people talk. Drivers who switch their insurance to Progressive and save Progressive offers discounts. Action all summer long. Movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, The Cop, Good Burger, Transformers, Dark of the Moon. The action with you and stream for free from places. You have a Tesla? Go to Harvey. What's your main birthday for me? You want the fat, dude? I know everybody says that, and I want lean. It's so gay. please. Please, it's Texas on. It's got blue cornbread. I don't give a fuck. No, it's all over. You lost all good. It'll catch you. It's got a burger that'll knock your. It's a flat place off the fatty brisket. Lean brisket. You fucking cock. No. Show me Tesla you were a lean brisket. I do. I like a little lean. Holy shit. Yeah, sometimes when I go like this, when I eat brisket, I go like this. Little fatty. Oh, God. I go, oof, you want my brisket? That's what I do. I go, oh, do you have any smoked turkey breast? Nah. Here, close to the crib. Obie's is great. Yeah. There's everywhere. Good, dude. You're making barbecue in Texas. Solid's been there for you to try. Oh, shit, right now, though. Yeah. Interstellar. Where is Interstellar? Yeah, also an hour with it. It's broken, but it's the best one. We have had the right voice. Hey, here's the other thing I like about here. Here's the other thing about here. They got some game meat in there. I'm barbecue some game meat. Yeah, game meat. I only fuck with two things. I'm barbecue. I just went off there. Fatty bread. Regular brisket, they're big back brisket. Wait, the brisket thing. Yeah. So we're gonna Texas, dude. Yeah. You lean, dude. That's so LA. Yeah. No, wait. You went to barbecue and worried about that? No, but I had butter on my corn. Come on, man. Let me back in here. No, please listen. Hold on. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm not the only person who said it. Four other people went. I know it's the best. I know you like Joe Rothschild? No. We're getting to get sweet tea. I don't think so. Yeah, you guys are all okay, dude. Sweet tea, baby. I didn't know we had to get sweet tea. If you're gonna go, you gotta go. If you're gonna go, if you're in a whorehouse, you gotta have fun. Yeah. You can't be in a whorehouse and say everything. Just have a conversation with. Yeah, conversation in a whorehouse. Yeah. Or think some leader. Yeah. Is that what I'm doing? A little too much on the ass of the old boobies. I had a friend who said that to me one time. He goes, "Oh no, that's not my." But a real bird. And I went, a comic friend of ours. We're talking, I said, well, there you go, pal. There you go. He was a guy. I'll never forget this guy fucking, he goes, hey, come out with me. I had to talk to these girls, you know, and she's with us on it. The girl is so sweet and so fucking smart, but I noticed she was. I go. She's gonna wait. I think she did. And so I liked her very much. We had a really deep conversation, and I talked to him. Not how's the girl? Did you go out there? He goes, she died. He's really, jeez, I'm not kidding. I go, what? She goes, yeah. She died. Me down, dude. She died. She died. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I love it. You know, I'm like, right away, excuse me, sir, she was like 30. Like, come on, bro, that so makes me so sad. She died. Keeps going. Anyway, yeah, what are you gonna do? All right, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. she got you. Okay, have you seen this? Can you guys answer this equation? So 2 plus 2 times 2 is 8. Now, 4 times 2, 8. 4 times 2 is 8. Are we missing something here? Yeah. Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. Times 2. 2 plus 2. Is it 4? No, that'd be 4 times 4 is 16. Sorry, you're calculating. That's what happens. Wait, you said 16. Something because it's 4 times 2 and then because you have to do multiplication before you do addition or subtraction. Oh, so 2 times 2 is 4 plus 2. Yeah. I told you about this as well. It's just people should get it wrong. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, most people would just be like 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. So. The more you know, Jen. Yeah, you're welcome. What's up, brother? I have 2. I put those together, I have 4. Then I double that, that would be 8. So I'm so confused. Identifying how an airplane accident kills 8 people per second. Yeah. Fuck with those, man. That's the thing I wanted to bring up too, like, either of you ever done it? My child was born. My first baby was born, Stella. My wife and I were in Napa, and she said, "Let's take a hot air balloon ride." And I said, "No, because we'll both die, and nobody will raise our kids. It's not happening." So never catch me in a hot air balloon. They died from they crashed on the ground, or did they die in the air? I'll tell you what happened. What'd you say? It popped. See, it's just fire. Oh, that would do it. So they burned to death, and impacted. He survived, though, right? Yeah. How many died? So 8 people. So 8 people have died in a hot air balloon. There were people on board. The balloon kills 8 people. 13 people. That guy looks like he has a balloon. He doesn't. He might be the survivor in space. So 13 people, including the pilot, survived. Look at any of that, man. It looks like he's. Yes. He looks like he's look at his eyes. Let me see what he said. You can tell he just went through it. No, he's not the guy. He just has weird eyes. And now, yeah, I have no interest in. I don't want to plumb. This is going for his son. He's so cute. So cute. So they look just like identical. Yeah, it's just a true winner. He's great. Yeah. Take a break, dude. Let's take a little break. You know, the only day I'm not wearing glasses now, you don't see it on my body. Well, I'm wearing the other right. Okay. Yeah. I wish this shirt was true glasses. It's nice. I like the original fit better. Yeah, when people live the Peter stick with the original. These class t-shirts, button-ups, chinos, joggers, sweatshirts, hoodies. They have everything. Their sweat. What is it? Sweat. You got that? Suits. They got sweatsuits. They're making clothing. You want to surprise your lady? Wear one of those super soft sweatsuits and forget it. Yeah, you'll see. So you will. You can get them at this How Big Ryan's got. You can get them at Target, Costco, or head on over to their site, trueclassic.com/fighter. Looked up today, literally the best essentials on the planet. I'm not this muscular. I'm this muscular either, dude. I'm actually 140 pounds. People go, what professional sport do you play for? And I'm like, guys, can you calm down? I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt. It hugs my chest and shoulders. It's loose in the front. it stops just above just below my belt line, and it just creates that feed out look, and everybody goes crazy.
TrueClassic.com/fighter. Alright, here's me stealing Nick's current events, but is anything stick out to you? You steal us for last week. You're making us pick the good bitch. I mean, which one do you think was lucky now, dude? Can you make that bigger so I can read it? Yeah. You don't want us to pick your own guy. Almost. Let's read it. Short fan spills his drink while meeting Libby Dunn. I don't know who that is. Guys, I believe she's our gymnast. Guy almost nerfed at the door because their fits were too fucking hard. Okay. Caller actually calls Judge Honey. That was actually pretty good. I'll show you this one.
Could have been three. Was it pursuit? This could have been three separate.
But it wasn't three separate. Let's go with more to answer the question.
I mean, sure. I'm sorry.
Rewind it, dude. I missed it.
This could have been three separate.
But it wasn't three separate. Let's go with more to answer the question.
I mean, sure. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I apologize.
Okay. Go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I'm just totally my mistake.
Hey, you can take it easy too. It was a slip of the tongue.
Go ahead.
The question here was
This guy's so fucked. Look at her picture. She and the other guy. Is that Charles Manson?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, they take it easy on God.
Also, take it easy on everything. Like, it's fine. You made a mistake.
She was on a little throne.
Yeah,
Called me hot.
I know life is tough. Take it. Talk to Afghani.
Hey, what if he was like, I'm a lot? That's why I talk to bitches. Anyways.
I mean, yeah, fuck it. Everybody's too sensitive.
Have you seen this one, the Cobra Kai guy? Cobra Kai guy, biting his co-actress's arm during like a convention. Like,
He got in trouble, I guess.
let me see. He's like actually biting her. Like takes a chunk out of the ground. Like, yeah, look. Tell you bite her. That's what everyone says. That's why it's happening. Yeah, he looks like a biter. I know a couple biters. Right, looks like a biter. No, man.
Yeah. I bite my kids all the time. I'm cuddling them more.
He bites her hard. Is he in trouble now? She didn't press any charges or anything, but she presses charges. He must have bit the shit out of her. Is there any video of them biting? No, not actual staff. What the fuck are we doing?
Karate Kid movies and also Cobra Kai.
Because they're confronting him afterwards.
That officer. And you're going to hear Mark Cole sort of try to explain what he did. Alicia, yeah. So, what happened?
Why did he bite her? They were at a convention, and I guess he said he was just playfully like messing around with her, just bit her.
Well, she's a little too. She's also like trying. She's kind of an asshole too.
She's like, you're lucky if you were 50. You would do what?
Yeah. Also, like she's kind of a shithead too. It's like he bit her.
She called the cops.
Yeah. This is these women who are raised to believe men hate them. They hate men. And it's like her making a stand and all that stuff. Like
TMZ broke the news. Girls are biting her. She nearly broke skin, but didn't. And then allegedly kissed her arm when she yelled out pain.
she's an asshole.
I think chose not to press I probably can't from the Cowboys much.
He was doing it playfully, and she had to quit jiu-jitsu out of it. So I like her. Also, like, have a little, like, people like this, people like this need attention in any way possible. She wants to be part of it. She seems like such an unforgiving asshole. Like, shut up. It's so narcissistic, though, just for a second. They're going so narcissistic that you have to call God to make this huge thing about it. Like, how dare you? Yeah, like a fucking narcissist. It's like you can date them. She's signed to unleash on your face. He's a good guy, by the way. Sure, she sucks. She's all right. Don't bite. Also, all guys bite. All guys bite. All guys bite. That guy's a biter. Big biter. What you mean? There's different old people. I mean, how dare you? Like, the world are so oppressed, starting with me living in this Western country as an actress. But they're like, shut up. Yeah. I'll bite right now. Hey, I don't know. I'll bite you. Or, you try to bite me, you know what I would do? I would crush your fucking teeth. I need new teeth. Hey. Let's just show what condition my wife, like, you're a piece of shit. Pasadena. You're driven by them, sure. And he took it over for his father, and he was responsible for cremation, right? And he's like, I can only do one body? Like, yeah, it takes about 2 hours to burn the body, and then you have to let it cool for an hour. He's like, well, I'm trying to make money. I'm just going to toss in 15 bodies at a time, and then the ashes, it's never completely 100% someone's ashes. He's like, because nobody in the world can clean it enough, so when you get your ashes, it's time making bank. You went to prison for 25 years to life once people found out. 25 years to life? I believe it's like, I just see a businessman. I don't know. It seems like 25 to life. For 100. $150. I make it. To life, though? Yeah, he got out in 10 for good behavior. 10 a little bit. Like, I give him a year. A year's a long time. They're already dead. He just was making it well enough where there's not other people's ashes in there. So I was like, fuck it, if it's already diluted. Correct. I'm just going to toss 15 bodies in. So here's like the three of us. No, you pay. So if you pay, you lie. But in small breaks, they can't control how many ashes are in there. And some of the majority might be your dad. Right. But you basically lied. I gave. There's some of your dad's ashes in there. Right. He's saying so weird. So that's one charge. Which wouldn't be a jail sentence, actually, typically. But that's also called theft. It's called grammar. But it's also got bodies a bit more in there. It's all that. But also, so that's mishandling a corpse. Yes. That's actually not, in some states, even a felony. But if you're burning the body anyway, right, there's a... It's like, come on. That's what a lot of people would say, bullshit, man. He would say, he was like, do the ashes and then they won. So your dad's body, somebody's dad's body, it's all
bottom of the ocean. Exactly. So they care about that. But also, if you pass away, if you pass away and I burn your ashes, like to me, it's important to your ashes. They gotta give a fuck if it's 100%. I mean, ashes. But you and I aren't the most sentimental people. Of course, Google's attention. I told you couldn't use that shit long time ago. I'm just done. It's not supposed to be mixed with other stuff, but I mean, there's nothing you do. I think this is silly. Here's the lie. That's crazy. You gotta pretend them to be every middle of 10 years. You miss your kid's life. Shut up. So you're doing some shit. But shit is one thing. Let's take a break. Tell us about that wiener again, man. I know it's weak. You want to increase nitric oxide. You want to natural supplements. Specializes in. You want better sex? Fine. You want healthier blood vessels? Terrible. But that's lifestyle. Everyone's trying to drug his weird. Who went after? I think that the idea was we're going to get something on. There's a case here where you get somebody that's payroll, whether it's racketeering. I came out none of that. I told you. I saw lying out with all the baby oil that did. And I was like, when they raided his house and you see the baby, okay? Did I tell you that my friend, who I saw him, I won't say his name, he was Diddy's personal chef for 4 years and was in that house until 4 in the morning. And I said, what did you see? He goes, I'm just telling you. I didn't see anything. I was there for 4 years. And I go, well, where the fuck was it going? He goes, maybe when I left. I was there sometimes till 4 in the morning. I never saw him. Because I cooked for them. I would cook. He was their chef. So if he gets off. I don't think people are mad. He's complicated me no more. Because of what he did to Cassie, and he should be. He's a piece of shit. I think there's a very good chance he gets off too. What German not follow direction? Instructions. Yeah, what if he gets off? So what were they? Is it the main thing? Is what? Sex trafficking? Yes, he going to put on a show. Sexual lifestyle. Everybody was fucking against him. He's right with the mortgage he made. Yeah, she got caught up in some weird role, some crazy fucked up time. Right. Transportation prostitution.
Game related.
You definitely do 12 out of 12, right? I think so. For me, as much as I dislike this fucking guy, piece of shit. I'm still gonna go. Hold on. Was there a gun somebody's had making them? Some people get business. There are, and now all of a sudden he's the worst business. I didn't follow his stupid codes. Where is the personal responsibility for everybody involved? Is what I'm saying. You're the victim. We'll see what happens by being president. Well, let's see. It's going to be deliberated. Today goes down? Yeah. I guess it depends how long the jury takes. Yeah, the only thing that I was going to show you was close. Yeah, so the colors. So it should be today. Well, but you need the jury to decide. Sometimes they take weeks, sometimes they can take hours. It's crazy eyes. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. This is just weird. So we're talking about her. She's a big girl. But anyway, for almost 5 minutes, she's like, right, okay, my neighborhood. She's like, okay, thank you. Okay, 2 minutes. She's like, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
President Trump is upholding freedom by voting. Freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because Mr. President, I'm calling on you, I'm calling you out my every single day of this operation. We are going after those rapists and traffickers and drug dealers, getting them off the streets, getting them out of this country. Joe Biden does talking to some marshals who had their car break with ICE. They said that they had been too cold and all they had was help. And they had been getting off and getting medical attention that are on the streets. And we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so enraged they have to fall here. President Trump is upholding freedom.
Interesting, but it was not the way I kind of
Welcome, Duncan. How are you? Welcome, Duncan. How are you?
Thank you. That's kind of cool though that he's that much time for a family. Yeah. Might be you in Brandon, California. Brandon, California, buddy. When you fly out, I'm getting some there fly out on the 4th. Yeah. Get back on the 6th. There it is. San Diego, light drop, August 22nd and 23rd. Let's go. That should be fun. And then Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th and 20th. All right, kids, Drive Fast All Gas July 4th sale is going on. Get 10 times bonus entries. Got new merch like King Sharks collab that I'm wearing. We got the Kimmy Tech collab. We got a bunch of new merch on there. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win that badass TRX. Get you some and $10,000. Drivefastallgas.com. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is how you root for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. This is how you You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere gets talked about, we never get the thing. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics, we knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy if he wanted the 6 unfunny comics.
Listen, Cat probably his point.
I just started doing testosterone from a company. It's like, it's above board taking it, but like you should make sure you monitor your blood all the time. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. Thank you.
You should just give me testosterone. You should be like, let's.
My plan did. Shut up, men's health.
There's a lot of things you can do where you see a doctor and they're like able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to die.
It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know.
But take shots at The Rock. You think about The Rock, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Well, it started a long time ago, but I was hungover one day waking up in a hotel. I just, looked at Instagram. It's just The Rock
So disrupting in my iron parent effective. Good God. Yeah. And then he posts like cheat day videos. Yeah, and it's like, I earned this. And he just eats the cookies and Fast and Furious movies in the WWF. Shut up, relax on yourself. Wow, could you imagine if Shaquillus actually met The Rock in person? That'd be so awkward, huh? No, you're not imagining things. That's The Rock in the gym with Joe Rogan and his comedy brain buddies and Shaquillus, and it was all part of The Rock's years in the making appearance on JRE. There's been years in the making, man. But there is way too much going on here to just dive into episode 2063 of JRE featuring Dwayne Johnson. So let me give you the backstory. Just quickly though, for all my regular viewers, if you are thinking to yourself, finally an episode of Podcast Creeps that doesn't feature Bert Crusher, I'm so sick of seeing him with no shirt on. Well, here's a photo of Bert posing with actual celebrities at the Netflix cover. Imagine standing next to a Formula One driver and lifting your shirt up. Classic Bert. Oh, and he also tackled the protester at the first team. Oh, classic Bert, huh? Okay, today, let's get back on track. Dwayne Johnson, aka the years in the making appearance on JRE this week, and there were a lot of us who never thought this would happen. Not just because The Rock is clearly scared of Shane Gillis and had to hide behind Rogan at the gym, but also because Rogan and his guests have been talking smack about him for years.
When you look at The Rock's Instagram, I have to say this publicly because I respect this person so much. His cheat day meals really bother me.
They're insane.
They're insane, but they're not indulgent. I'm sorry, they'll be like,
It's like giant pancakes, cookies.
they don't look like regular pancakes. It's never like buttermilk whipped cream. It's like protein, coconut, pineapple with like flavonoid, peanut butter, and then Terramana tequila. Like it's never like the full indulgence. And turkey bacon. That's an indulgence.
Yes, turkey bacon.
Lots of it. I'm just like let loose. Like where's that block of cheese and like an IV of chili?
So this is one of the big criticisms of The Rock. It's the whole toxic thing he has going on where he just one of health and love and why can't we all just get along? You're just the average day trader who jumps on Instagram while you're sitting on the toilet on level 34 of your corporate prison. That is the opposite. Is it possible his whole persona is completely fake? We're going to deep dive on this. Don't worry about that. Move on without pointing out that Schlessenberger is one of the only people in JRE history, including Shane Gillis, to actually bomb on the podcast.
I just like her. Same. I liked her. I like her tenacity. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
Okay, but did you vote for Bernie?
He wasn't available to vote for.
Did you vote for
I didn't vote for him.
Right.
But I had him on my podcast. Very sincere.
Okay, cool. I've had my mom on my podcast. You want to reflect?
I think he's very sincere. I think he, he's I think very idealistic. But give that a chance. Maybe that's better than someone. Bro, how do you bomb on a podcast? I mean, it's just a conversation. Anyway, too many digressions today. I'm in a silly mood. So then let's get serious because, like I said at the beginning, most of us have been following JRE for years and have heard Rogan talk about The Rock. They've blown up on YouTube in the past several years, which I absolutely love. Now, there are so many channels that do this now, but two of my favorites are Leon and, of course, Derek from Flate's One Dates, who appeared on JRE himself exactly a year ago, and take a wild guess what they discussed.
Yeah, Rock said something. He has implied it pretty heavily, but he also doesn't end up in scenarios where he gets asked like for his leverage goes out of this as like a marketing spiel.
The Rock should come clean right now. The video, in response to the Liver King video, I need to talk to you. Because The Rock's been lying.
Yeah.
There's not a chance in hell he's going. Not a chance in hell. As big as The Rock is, at 50.
What was wild is he came out, and again, this is like coincides with the message you would want to, and I don't think it's like disingenuous necessarily, but it's like like the hyper opposite of that lifestyle potentially, but like the exposure to maintain the physique to then do the superhero roles, to do the whatever at his age, like it's clearly not longevity focused. It's very much like how much can I milk this right now with my brand sort of thing.
Isn't it great when Rogan has guests on who know their stuff and aren't afraid to voice an opinion? Kind of like the opposite of The Rock's appearance on JRE this week. But we'll get to that. I just wanted to make sure that I give you guys as much context as possible before we get to that. And you'll see why a little later. But I want to finish off this section here with an explanation from Derek about what The Rock takes to maintain his physique and what the
So what kind of stuff do you think someone would take to achieve that sort of physique?
I don't think very dissimilar from what like literally everything he's doing is pharmacy derived and prescribed. Like there was a reason why the compounds he chose. Some of them are like, for example, Winstrol, not something that has a clinical application generally, but like there are certain medications that are only available through a pharmacy legally. They need prescribed by a doctor and overseen by a doctor. So like I would imagine The Rock is not touching stuff like Trenbolone. That's, you know, like an underground product that is not going to have like pharmaceutical standards for its production, and it's not like a safe compound. Not that any of them are safe, but like generally it's not the most I don't know, risk averse compound.
What are the risks when someone, especially when someone's like 15 and you're doing that? Like, what are the risks?
Significant like heart enlargement and like impeding the actual function of the kernel, kidney stress, depending on if you're using orals. They're not liver toxicity. Neurodegeneration is going to be accelerated from high doses of androgens. Like across the board, it's just like broad spectrum, terrible for you. Of HRT.
So I think that's important for people to see. And if you don't follow Derek from More Plates, More Dates, you should go over and check out his channel because he brings them a lot of male celebrities and what they're probably taking to look the way that they do and prepare for movie roles. And you only have to go down to your local gym and see all the bubble boys walking around juiced out of their brains to understand why this is a problem. I mean, Rogan openly takes the stuff as well. Anyway, so when The Rock appeared on JRE this week, they started out with a little bro stroking session, praising each other after they had a massive workout in Rogan's gym. That's where this photo came from. Joe's been trying to help his comedy brain buddies out by having them over for workouts 3 times per week, and they're into the 3rd week now. So when The Rock came in for the podcast, he did their morning workout with them. And so the first 40 minutes of the podcast ended up being that same old boring workout talk that Joe Rogan has well and truly exhausted. You know, it's the whole ice bath obsession, followed by the sauna obsession, followed by the active mindset and the whole, if you're not doing jiu-jitsu, you're not living life, man. But the worst part is, you know what, guys, I'm just so grateful conversation for Bridge.
There's a lot of people out there who are just lusting their clothes. I'm happy. You and I were both in that place at one time. We were like, I don't like the position of men. I want more. I want something more. Like this idea, but I'm going to try and enjoy it. Really early on in my career, I felt like it's the grind that I love. Just go and get after it. But man, that time it switched in my mind. Like, oh, like exactly what you're enjoying this now. But because I worked hard to get here, whatever this thing is, just like everybody else, with this idea, like let's have fun while we're doing it. And you're right, it has that butterfly effect. It affects other people. It attracts other people. Before you know it, everybody's vibrating in this great place with enthusiasm and excitement and fun.
Did he just say vibrating? No. I'm pretty sure he just said vibrating.
Before you know it, everybody's vibrating in this great place with enthusiasm.
Yeah, he just said vibrating. Okay, I'm going to need a moment here.
A few moments later.
Look, I get that he's trying to spread a positive message and motivate people and all of that. Fantastic, well done. But that's all he does. This whole episode of JRE was one big toxic positivity seminar. He's like the Lex Friedman of Hollywood. You've just got to love one another, respect the hustle, get that grind set going, and keep pushing. And once Rogan smelled what The Rock was cooking, he jumped on the bandwagon as well.
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney when I was, I think I was 25, 26. And I got this development deal. All of a sudden, they gave me like $50, and I had money in the bag. I was like, this is crazy. Because I felt how old are you then? So I was like 26, I think. It was a development deal for a television show, and all of a sudden, I had money. Like my whole life, I was poor. In my whole life, I was like wondering how I was gonna finish when I was on my own. It was like how am I paying the bill? How am I eating? But then the moment I got that check, I remember feeling light. Like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about the food. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. You just gotta not get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. And that means like spend less money. That means like live a more prudent lifestyle. Whatever you have to do. But get to that place where you're not worried about bills, because that hanging over your head causes stress that ruins lives. It ruins people. So then I was like, okay, now the most important thing is keep going. Like, make sure you don't lose any ground here and keep going. Because now you know what it's like to be successful. Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you have to put in, continue that. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to do that.
There you have it, folks. The Joe Rogan approved secret to happiness. Get rich and stay rich. Wow, that's insightful. And I get what Rogan is trying to say there, right? Social studies have shown that happiness doesn't continue to increase in a linear rate over a certain income. So once you're at a point where you can pay all your bills and, go out for some food or see a movie or whatever, without having to worry about how much it is, well, from there it's just cream on top. Ice baths, saunas, and bells. It just ends up feeling like a 3-hour dance wiped out of it. Then we get into the whole social media man.
Social media allows people to break on before mainstream media. It allows people to tell you about fascinating stories that maybe you have never heard of, amazing archaeological and scientific advancements, and it's incredible in that regard. But it's also you're dealing with human beings in a weird form where they're not in front of you, they're not talking to you eye to eye.
Whoa, hang on a second, the cowboy. Let's get that bit again.
So you're dealing with human beings in a weird form. They're not talking to you eye to eye.
So two multi-millionaire celebrities sitting in a podcast studio in Austin, secured like a military facility, are complaining about social media ruining society. Literally, while they broadcast conversation through the Spotify app with no comment section. Joe, you've really outdone yourself with that one, buddy.
Well, it's almost all damaged people. And the problem is, a good percentage of people out there are damaged. And there's a thing about the kind of interaction that people have on social media that just their life worse. Whether they realize it just fills their life with anxiety and this weird need to constantly check, see who responded to what you tweeted and what are the comments on your Facebook post, and reading them all, and you're not living your life. You're just wrapped up in this weird battle of opinions with strangers.
Does Rogan know that The Rock has almost 400 million followers on Instagram? Like, this really gets under my skin. What Rogan just described is exactly what Dwayne Johnson is. He has an unattainable physique, genetic lottery, and years of juicing and promotes health and fitness and well-being, blah, 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 on social media. People don't realize the biggest reasons why The Rock smashes box office numbers at the millions of followers on social media. The big Hollywood studios love him for that. So Rogan going on and on and on and propelled him at The Rock into the celebrity stratosphere. It's the thing that's you can't have it both ways, dude. And this is the hypocrisy of God conversation. He talks about one-way conversations being harmful to the masses because we don't get to hash things out and learn about one another. Basically, hold up in a secured down fortress, having a one-way with celebrities celebrities. That's literally what he's famous for. Oh man, I'll tell you what, it can't get any worse, right?
All the astronauts have said, all the people that have gone to the space station, there's a moment where you are up there, you look down on the Earth, and you see this magical thing that's floating. How insane these cocks we have over territorial lines in the dirt and fighting over resources, and it's so ridiculous. We are one life form. We're this one gigantic group of beings that are trying to live our lives all together on this magical thing that's floating through space. And we unfortunately come from tribal backgrounds, all of us. We evolved in these small groups of hunter-gatherers thousands and thousands of years ago, and we carry that DNA still. We carry that fiercely loyal tribal DNA that allows us to look at people that aren't a part of us as something less than us. What I'm hoping is that as technology allows people to communicate far more freely and to translate languages more freely, and where information is going to be exchanged more freely, and it takes a long time for this to happen, but we'll eventually understand each other to the point where that's way more difficult.
That's right, folks. Why can't we all just get along? And look, just pulled out a few short clips here from a 3-hour conversation, but the whole episode was just like that, just empty platitudes, warm and fuzzy nonsense brought to you straight from Mr. Hollywood himself. And it's episodes like these that really make me think Rogan should retire from podcasting and hang up the mic. I mean, compare this to the most recent episode with Elon Musk that I covered in a video 2 weeks ago, where I said that episode would have made the perfect finale podcast. It was wacky, unpredictable. Rogan got his bow and arrow out, and so many people have been waiting for years when he has these hot shots celebrities on and goes soft. Remember Jack Dorsey's first appearance of instead of having a serious discussion, Joe invited him for a sauna treatment. That minute, the headline will read, playing the Rock Johnson moving to Austin, Texas. That's my salty breakdown of the Rock's years in the making. It's on JRE. Surreal. Ryan, that was a guy who was wrestling at Fleetwood. And then I started to think, again, because that's a right Michael, right? Yeah, and I'm honored to play with like you here in our court, right? But
it's so funny, the comics brain is in a pedestrian brain, and like what, you know, like I can't help. I went to street so funny. No. I said, overuse that.
It's like we are so lucky we can do this both. Any person on the street I respect more than even my favorite. Let's get that out there. It's not like one janitor.
You know, it's a strange thing to observe two aesthetically challenged individuals who have shared success in the same industry, but seem to have two completely different understandings of how and why they got there and what it all means. Bert Kreischer could not have brought up his comedy brain theory to a worse person. Stavros is known and loved by many for his candidness and comfort in his own skin. The outside, it seems like he knows who he is, what he is, and why he does the things he does. But there seems to be a symptom of a cultural problem that regular viewers of this channel will recognize as the Rogan effect. This is basically a derivative of the trigger effect depicted in this graph and evidently just as untreatable. As you can see, victims of the Dunning-Rogan effect display excessive amounts of confidence matched with low levels of knowledge and or competence. Bert Kreischer is going to make a few appearances in this video because he's probably the most delusional famous comedian in the world, and aside from ridiculing him just for fun, I think he offers a deep philosophical insight into the comedy brain that he's now famous for, except it's not for the reasons that he thinks.
You know what we do? We give that person that's going through the hardest day of their life, we give them a moment of pride.
Yeah, we do that, but let's not. Here's the thing, Judgment. It's like, that's not why you do it.
No.
You do it because it's a lot better than being a paralegal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do it because you get rich, get big, and just never have to write a spreadsheet again for the rest of your life.
And no one's gonna drug test you.
Yes, exactly. Sleep in, get up. Let's all relax with them. I just do it to smile on someone. No, you did it. At least for me, I did it because when I was 19, this is how I got my teeth up. And it's been 15 years and I have no other skills. That's why I do it.
You find yourself in that situation often. You speak before you actually think that you promise something. Does that come with being in where it's like you my only goal is to lighten your day?
I'm not you. I'm not gonna prove it. I can't. I'm not gonna prove it.
Let's all relax with them. I just do it to smile on someone. No, you did it. At least for me, I did it because when I was 19, this is how I got my teeth up. And it's been 15 years and I have no other skills. That's why I do it.
So clearly that conversation with Stavros had no lasting impact on Bert, which again is consistent with the Dunning-Rogan effect. Lacking self-awareness is also a symptom of having excessive confidence with low competence. But let's move away from Bert for the moment. Don't worry, we'll come back to him later. Because if you thought this illness was concentrated to Rogan's close inner circle, you'd be sadly mistaken. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how or when this virus traveled abroad, but there's an increasing amount of evidence that it's now a global issue. I think we're going through a normal period, but maybe it's just beginning. Comedy's quite a new medium anyway. We get to be the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, or certainly someone in our generation does. You know, if you think about it like George Carlin and Richard Pryor were John the Baptist, or someone's coming through. It's like that thing of like, it feels like it's getting bigger and bigger. Something is certainly getting bigger and bigger, so he's not entirely wrong. But if you missed my video on Jimmy Carr's appearance on JRE, here's a quick recap of his grand idea for stand-up comedy. My vision is, he gets taught in schools. So we teach music, and we teach drama and art. And I think stand-up comedy is an art. And I think we need to get less magical thinking and more, okay, let's put down a language like music you can write in. Let's come up with I've gone out working on like 50 joke types, but let's come up with a way of analyzing this and teach people how to do it, because what does it give you? Like if your kid does stand-up comedy, okay, well they have to find their voice. They have to look at things from a different angle, a different perspective. It's about pattern recognition. These are all transferable skills, and it's about finding your voice. The reason every stand-up is interesting to watch is because it's individual voices. Yeah, really, what's growing up about? What's school about? Finding your voice, finding out what you're about, finding out who you are. Like, I don't think it's a dumb idea to teach stand-up comedy and to say, well, everyone should give this a go. All right, let's get serious for a second, because I actually think this is really interesting. Have you noticed there's a tendency of successful people to almost reverse engineer their success into clear and concise points that are easy to understand and digest by those of us who are less fortunate? It's like they reach a point where they stop and think, why am I so successful? Why am I so rich? Well, I must be able to explain it, right? Otherwise, it could just be based on luck or being in the right place at the right time. Those clips about the characteristics of the rich, like 5 things all billionaires do every day. And one of the points will be like waking up at 4 a.m. or rich and successful people make the most of their days and wake up early to maximize their productivity. Blah, blah, blah. Now, is it possible that if you're a billionaire, you kind of have to wake up super early to manage? There's so much to do. It actually kind of makes sense that you get up so early. Think about Mark Zuckerberg. From most accounts, he was a lazy slob, but now that he's one of the richest men in the world, he gets up super early. He's disciplined. Every hour of his day is accounted for. He does Brazilian.
Walk is a non-negotiable. As soon as I'm up, I make a beeline for daylight, or as close to daylight as sunlight as I can get. No caffeine for the 90 minutes, salt and water, so I use Element, which is just tastes fantastic. Your adrenal system is what's active for the first 90 minutes of the day. Your adenosine system, the caffeine isn't. Having a morning coffee is literally pointless. You just destroy the afternoon. Correct. That walk, get back, breath work, state app, which is $1.50 a month. It's really great. Programs in progressive overload, really fantastic. 4 pathways, super simple. Then meditate. If I'm doing guided, I'm using waking up by sunrise. If I'm doing unguided, I use Insight Timer, which is just like a meditation timer, and I'll read for about 10 to 15 minutes. And this is usually the same unless I'm traveling or I've got different stuff.
Now, look, let me be clear about something. I'm sure doing most of those things is very healthy and good for your mind, and it'll help you maximize your day, blah, blah, blah. But who's got the time for all of that? He literally just outlined a 2-week routine. Throw in a normal job, a couple of kids, and a mortgage. So these guys didn't start doing these things until they became successful, had the time and money to do them. Having Rogan waxing lyrical about the benefits of having an ice bath and a sauna. The guy's got a personal gym at home and his studio. So, fair enough if you're able to do these things, but oh, you fucking hack. Where's this coming? I don't know. The material. Right now, here we are, balls deep in Rogan's comedy ecosystem. By the way, there's like 10 of us doing arenas. There's never been an arena comic before. It was Dice, it was Dane, it was Steve Moore Comedy Club, and you're going to hit an arena. Sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. One of the other symptoms of the Dunning-Rogan effect is rewriting history to overstate your current success. Let me explain. What is the highest grossing stand-up comedy school according to Bert Kreischer? It's one of his comedies, right? Well, no, he'd be wrong. Have you heard of a guy called Andy Murphy? His 1987 comedy special, Raw, is the highest grossing comedy special in history. It made over $50 million at the box office. Just that for $15 million. Now, I get that it was a different time back then. The media landscape was different, and it's hard to do standing on a stage telling jokes. Today, that doesn't seem so crazy, but 30 5 years ago, that wasn't really something that people did regularly.
Oh, wait, we were talking about our buses, private jets, like what best, like what bids I feel like flying the best. And that's comedy. That's comedy. That's just stand-up comedy. That never happened.
Okay, so now Bert's really delusional darkness. And it's this whole idea that there are these companies making millions of dollars just from their stand-up group. How many of Bert's top tier comedy buddies don't have a regular podcast of their own and also don't have a regular spot on JRE? That's how many. What he's really describing is a comedy ecosystem that has its roots in Rogan's podcast and the enormous.
I was talking to a comic the other day, and he's like, your state would say, what do you have with I travel with 5 tour buses? It's like 1.7 for a month. Is what it's such a huge business that if you're a guy who just wants to laugh, you're the one to go get the open mic scene, which is insane. Just getting out of an open mic scene and getting to the next level is crazy. That's like a better chance making it to the ocean, making it to deep water, out of a comedy scene. Then you have to get into the club. And we haven't got you into Hollywood yet. Now you got to go to Hollywood, try to pitch a show, and see if you're actually likable. I mean, there are so many hurdles to get through that you go. You've got to start flying. You got to have social media presence. You got to have a social media team. You have a producer. It's coming to the world, and I'm checking. Maybe it's really cool that comedy isn't so widely adapted. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, the problem media's face is like, which jets they're gonna fly out? That's kind of Austin or Cinch. All these comics, 10 of the funniest dudes I know in the world went there just to see comedy. And then
last 3 years since the events of 2020, most of us were forced to stay at home and consume more social media than we usually would. That's when many of these guys were discovered and blew up, famous only for your stand-up comedy routine. But I don't think it's that simple. Take Matt Wright, for example, grinding it out at comedy clubs, doing stand-up routines just like most do. But then he blew up on TikTok for his crowd work clips, social media, and of course, podcasting. Especially on podcasts, but maybe not as well. Yeah. You should know. It's a real interesting. It's a lot. I think about what we do. We like to like we change it from everything dopamine. Yes, serotonin. And they feel great on the show. They do. And it's performance, right? They get an audience. 2,000 people on that. I don't think I've ever heard anyone make laughing at a joke sound so complicated. I mean, the mental gymnastics that these guys do to inflate their sense of self-worth is truly entertaining within itself. Now, earlier on in the video, I played a couple of clips from Jimmy Carr's appearance on JRE, and he made YMH in that same week, but we only just got it a few days ago because of YMH's practice of banking episodes. And similar to his JRE appearance, Jimmy Carr continued his desperate analysis of the comedy scene. And it took on an interesting twist when they started modern movies just aren't really, compared to stand-up comedy. But now it really is just people don't really reference like, oh, I had your album. It's about a hit that streams. That's just that most of them show real movie. Goodies and bads. It's a kid's film. Yeah, like it takes you on some type of journey emotionally. It's not a foundation of being profitable in the past. They just and also we're take place complaining about new movies being boring, overly predictable, and lacking depth. But he spent the last year ramming his buddy's machine movie down our throats. You see, everything they do is art, but when it's somebody else doing it, well, it becomes shallow garbage. And speaking of shallow garbage, this next clip actually happened, like in real life. This conversation was actually recorded and released for public viewing.
Looks great. More chips on turkey.
Yeah, sure. This guy can make that thing. He's really got like panic when it's done with your like. This is gonna suck. Yeah, you have like right because you see it on your team. That's one of the things that you kind of go. Is this yeah. Did I go too much? I was thinking actually. Yeah, me too. I wanted to remind somebody different. No, great. Those guys stand out and they look weird, dude.
Are they veneers?
I got everything. My dentist described it as a mouthful.
Yeah.
So because they never know much time. Can I say something on every team? The latest thing he did was not go. Like, those people do it. You see it all the time, and you see it like, but you can't take the cringe out of it. So there's this clash between new school and old school, and never was it on better display than when Dave Chappelle had no idea who Andrew Schultz. So Schultz turned his podcast into a therapy session to cope with the heartbreak. He said, "Can't you stand up?" This isn't stand-up, so I shouldn't stand up like this because audience. So the key. I know what you mean, but for him, he's coming up still. This is a whole different ballpark. He was able to make his hands. I'm like that old guy who was funny. I'm that. In Arizona, we're cool. Chill about cool. And all of a sudden, people start hitting me up. They're like, yo, Chappelle's on. He's hanging on you, bro. He's shaded to it, right? But then when Joe's like, no, he's a stand-up, it's different. I think he's a little dismissive to it. And he was like, that's not my type of comedy. That's not what I do. I guess the only pushback I would get there to Dave is like, Dave is out because of stand-up, but because of a different type of comedy. I think the takeaway from this is, I'm not going to get a Chappelle chain anytime soon. And you know what? I can live with that. I think I'll be okay. You know, and if Dave wants to rethink that, then we can have a discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the brats of comedy, the social media influencers, stand-up us came to know from their appearances on JRE. It's like Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr. Well, I think they're both great examples of almost the need him, and you can see that dynamic when they go on JRE. It seemed like lovesick puppies in front of a Rogan. Chappelle and Bill Burr can basically say whatever they want, and Rogan has no choice but to put on a brave face and laugh hysterically because they're comedians, right? You want people to walk down the street with a mask on? Let's not start this, John. Let's not start this. I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up, better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? No mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck. I don't care. But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating coronavirus patients. The World Health Organization. Yeah, but they didn't say that initially. No, they didn't. They did. And then it gradually, and it went up. And then everybody wore the masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody rollerbladed, and then there was that one homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million rollerblades got thrown into the ocean. We all wore masks. And then all of a sudden, people are sitting there, like, you don't have the body type for it. Your elbows went straight on the ground. Even with an extra 2 inches. I just love how wearing a mask became like this, like, soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. What is this fucking? That was so stupid, man. First of all, oh god, you're so tough with your open Joe and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man. A man doesn't wear a mask. There's probably a handful of people that can go on JRE and speak to him like that. I mean, putting aside the fact that Burr was having a laugh and they're old buddies, he was roasting him plain and simple. He insulted Joe's intelligence, his heights, the way he talks. Man, that's a classic. But this is what it looks like when someone doesn't quite have the same way with Rogan. I've heard many stories of how Rogan has encouraged his friends to take up comedy and start a podcast. There's the failed Brendan Schaub experiment, which is still big payroll. He's got to take care of. Comedy's a big business these days, guys, thanks to Rogan. And even the more talented of the comedy brats, Tom Segura and to an extent Andrew Schultz, over several years. Really cemented their status as guy motivational Andrew Tate light result. The endless podcasts of these guys explaining to us the nuances of their comedy brilliance. It's become cast numbers have fallen off. They're still turning up every week and speaking into the mic. So until we all stop listening and move on to bigger and better things, the comedy brats will still be here loud and proud and full of gas. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the Rogan effect on the comedy world. Drop a comment below, let me know what you guys think about all of this. And if you haven't subscribed, that's it from me. I'll catch you guys in the next one. It's all incredible. The idea that we're literally living off our wits. Yeah. It's how few of us there are. I mean, there's no one doing this. That's why I think it's like virgin territory. Oh my god. I got 2 girls. They're both like 17, 19. Like, I'm married. I'm a regular person. And when you tap into man, it's been 7 years in college. Dude, He is so sick. Let me tell you something. I'm being dead for Joe, and I've got a couple of East Side regulars. So just before we get into the time Bert Cry made Rogan snap, I want to point out a couple of interesting things about Crush's appearance on BS with Paul, as well. If you've been following Bert's social media accounts, you'll know that around a week ago, he just finished his 83-day body transformation. He supposedly stopped drinking and a diet which led to a 40-pound loss. And judging by the photo he posted, I mean, he's almost moved to dad bod territory. So that's why when he said this on Jake Paul's podcast, which was posted the 3rd, it reminded me of something.
Man, what's the secret? Drinking. I've been on a California, so. Yeah, okay. We're not drinking at all. No, I've been drinking like, I don't know, for like 15 days or something. Wow, congrats. And then I've been eating Thursday back drinking. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Using the powers of advanced deductive reasoning, this podcast was recorded well over a month ago. Let me say it again, I've said this before, there's nothing really wrong with that, but for my regulars, we've been following this pattern, particularly with Bert and Tom, seem to be the most notorious for making episodes weeks in advance. If you're wondering why I care, go and check out my recent video titled How Joe Rogan Ruined Podcasting, where I explain the significance of pre-recorded podcasts and so forth. Now, as for Tom Segura, we've all been waiting for him to mention the airport incident, and so on this week's episode of YMA, which dropped on November the MH podcasts, there's an open understanding between all of them that they should have let it slip when they. But I previously said covering Tom Segura weeks before we heard him say anything about it because of the delay in publishing their episodes. So finally we made it up to this second week of October on their recording schedule. Oh yeah, it's like, you know, about some dumb at American Airlines. We're back, and then people kind of figure I'm a good guy. You see that? Yeah, you can do. Yeah. So, the Halloween special with Jimmy video that I'm working on at the moment. So make sure you subscribe to this channel so you don't with Bear versus Gorilla. Take hella melatonin just to fall asleep, but it's still doesn't work. I shoot it off. But once I fall asleep, I'm like, ow. Yeah. I've been sleeping really good lately when I quit drinking. I quit. I'm like that work. When I stopped drinking, I sleep like crazy. Fun. You know, when during the pandemic, when everyone started moving and everyone started doing, like, Schultz moved down to Miami, you guys moved to Puerto Rico or whatever. I'm married with 2 kids. I got really depressed because I was like, I want that. I want the newness. I want the sparkle in life. Like, dude, this is living. I love shots. I love people like out of nowhere when you shoot shots. You're like, but I don't got the other thing either. Andrew Huberman can have 2 drinks. I don't have that. So this is classic delusional Bert, right? We're at the month. He was deep into his health binge, and it's clear how much he was missing his party, like how passionate he is about that lifestyle. You can tell he really needs it to be a defining character of his personality. This is one of the problems we have because he could never imagine being able to back up. But for some reason, he's still
What?
so the biggest party animal.
How are you?
50 years ago.
I'm great. I'm good. I'm great.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
Making awesome digicorn set. I'm making digicorn set.
Okay, what is that?
It's music.
Okay.
Studio, mobile.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
Like, I just found it through, like, I found it through TikTok.
You found it through
I found
you from me.
Discord.
Okay, very well. Well, we're just watching a podcast. Just one moment.
Okay. Slow. That's studio mobile.
And apparently, drug medicine general gives him a free pass.
So you've really been streaming for 3 years?
No, who's that?
It's Mustard City Ketchup Op. Blood.
I love dudes
Okay.
who get out over their skis. I love Dion. I love all that. I love Izzy, man. I love you. Also, I love the Diaz brothers. I love them because of that. That's why I love comics. I love how you name some of the best fighters in the world as examples of guys who are loose-lipped. And how is that? But then quickly realize that just like them, without the world-class fighting and toughness with Joe Rogan, when he's hanging around with his other comedy brain buddies, they don't get any consequences. Remember all that drama instead, so he completely lost his marbles and threw a temper tantrum. And his friends just seem to think it's funny because classic Bird. But that doesn't fly with someone like Rogan. Rogan's built different. You know what? The time that you thought Rogan was going to fight you? I thought he was like livid with me because I was challenging. He did this video. I thought it was funny. He did a video where he was like, "Sober's over. He has Joe. He's all positive. I'm out here. I'm really 2 miles. I got my dog horse with me. What's up, horse hole?" All Rogan heard was you do 2, I do 4, 20 miles of just running on treadmills, and I was like, wow. So these competitions that Rogan does with his buddies are a recipe for disaster, right? When you have someone like Bird in the group whose entire personality is based on being a 50-year-old frat boy, you can see how someone like Rogan would lose patience with him and go into beast mode. I mean, next to Bird, Rogan has the discipline of a monk, and that's why things flare up between them every year during Sober October. Rogan's a black belt in jiu-jitsu and taekwondo, a martial arts experience behind him. Not to mention, he's pretty jacked for a midget. Must be all the AG1 he drinks. But Bert, on the other hand, he's a black belt in self-delusion.
And then he stopped talking to me. And then he was like, and during the day, and then he said, there's videos of like, he's like, yeah, I had to stop doing Serve October because of Bert. Like he just got, I would get in his, I don't know if I would get in his head, I won't say that. It would definitely, you can definitely feel the energy. I have legit great shoulders. Like great. Yeah, no, really don't. They're really good this year.
You say this, you don't really mean it, right? Like, no, when you say things, you know they're not true. I totally just made it. He's kind of right. Like, you say things you know aren't true. Like, you remember that one time you said you could do the split?
One time I said to him I could do a split. I'm never going to do a split. But I like the look in his face when I said I could do it. He goes, no, you can't go past it.
You gotta know that you can't do the splits. Like, why'd you say that?
Because I thought I could pull it out. Same reason I said I could run a marathon without training.
Yeah, but a marathon is like you could run 5 miles. I've seen you run 5 miles. Yeah, so just keep going.
Like, that's the idea of doing the splits is crazy. The best part of that story for me was when you did a split, and then you looked at me and you said, have you ever done a split? I said, no. And then in your eyes, you go, like you're almost trying to talk to an island of people you discovered. You go, what made you think you could do that? And I go, I don't know. And you went, you're like, what? You've never done it? And I said, yeah, I know. And you go, you were willing to hurt yourself? And I said, yeah. Okay, I'm going to see if I can do it. I just thought I could do it. So I started doing it, and he thought for a second I would do it, and that look was hilarious. And then he goes, wait, you can't do a split. And I go, yeah. And he goes, what made you think you could do a split? And I was like, I don't know. I blow out my traps to blow out my quads to do a split.
But it takes a long time to get that flexible. That's not a normal human thing. I like that energy, though. That's the that's Cinderella story. It's that Cinderella story. That's a story. Yeah. But like, I thought my stomach's tight, and it was maybe by the craziest, most delusional pursuit I've ever made this Morphia. The text message you sent the other day, I'm doing more push-ups in this group.
I did cheap push-ups.
I have a cheap push-ups. You know, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. And aside from realizing that I need to get a life and stop thinking about it, I also realize something else. Joe Rogan's stuck with Bert. He can never get rid of it. And a lot of us have been for years as to whether or not Joe realizes what he's created. And I honestly think he's been pushing so many friends into the spotlight for so many years. But he's responsible for a lot of the success that they enjoy. You already know, right? But what happens when one starts to implode? Like, how does he deal with that? I think thinking about Bridge, sure. How many times have you thought to yourself, why does it just cut it off? Surely, Joe stopped having the podcast and
Welcome.
others like individually. Okay, this looked pretty quickly. So imagine having found success without him. The backlash wouldn't be much for him. Eventually, they all start turning on him. I think he knows he's become public and that's why he has no choice but to put up with all of Bert's ways. He's got the comedy club now. He recently, I think we're stuck in Croatia for good. Anyway, a few different things for you. I hope you enjoyed this video. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think about all of this. Also, shout out to any new viewers. I hope you decided to subscribe at the end. And of course, a massive thank you to my regulars for always turning up for me. Love you guys. That's it from me. I'll catch all of you in the next one.
Last night, me and my friend was looking for a movie on Amazon Prime, and the machine, ironically, is in the top 10 top. I watched it, and unfortunately, I fell asleep when it happened. That's okay. I was thinking about it. Interesting, but I'm glad.
Perfect. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Are you not entertained? You'll be so entertained. You're explaining that. So, yeah. We finally reached peak culture. The latest episode of JRE, Rogan dressed up for Halloween as a random guy who looks like him wearing a wig. He shot an arrow at Elon's Cybertruck, and then he ordered a double pineapple double anchovy pizza delivered to the studio. Meanwhile, Crypto Puppy dressed up as a Prime bottle and posted it on Twitter. And speaking of Twitter, Rogan uploaded the first 2 hours of this 2-hour 40-minute episode onto Twitter with the ads embedded in the video, using the hashtag ad, which Elon then retweeted. Meanwhile, Bubba was still dressed as a Prime bottle. But wait, speaking of power bottoms, Elon Musk started taunting Mark Zuckerberg, challenging him to a fight anytime, anywhere, in any style. Well, maybe I'll go into fighting using taunts. It might work. So I'll tell you what, this was easily my favorite episode of JRE in recent memory. It perfectly captured old school JRE mixed with one of his biggest friendships. This represents Rogan's full character arc. I'm telling you, this is peak culture. It's all downhill from here. This would have been the perfect finale episode of JRE. Am I the only one who thinks Joe ordering pizza with Elon Musk on his podcast is straight up outrageous? Maybe I am. So we'll come back to that, because first I want to start with this Cybertruck business. This was so random. Elon drove over to the JRE studio in a Cybertruck and he was telling Joe about all the recent testing they've been doing. Well, maybe that was a little too hard. Hang on, not that testing. So Elon's whole shtick was, if you're going to build a truck, one of the most important things is that it's tough. I mean, you're not going to build a truck that's weak. And as part of this toughness test, Elon tried all kinds of things at the side of the truck to test its penetrability. That's a big word. But with empty to the side of the car, they shot 45 and a 9-volt. Can I try with an arrow? Yeah, no good idea. I think so. I mean, but then I can crossbow light. I have a 90-pound compound bow that shoots 520 grain arrows at 300 feet per second with a big arrow, a razor sharp broadhead. We're trying right now. That's right. So we just shot an arrow into it, and it was great. Kind of hungry, so I wanted pizza.
But good poisoning from tuna.
You can get arsenic from sardines too. Really? Yeah, too many sardines. Yeah, I got my blood work done, and the doctor says you're arsenic in your blood. And I go with some poisoning, and he goes, that's very low.
Exactly. It's like you eat fish.
And I said, yeah, I eat like 3 cans of sardines a night. That's a lot of sardines. Yeah, I love sardines. Okay, I love them. But okay, yeah, I mean, a little sardines once in a while, but not 3 cans a night. Watch a little TV, eat a few cans of milk. I do it every night. And then I stopped doing it, and I got my blood work over. Okay, double pineapple, double anchovies. Wow, it's amazing. It's sweet and salty, and then you get the tomato sauce and the cheese.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, as a kid, I was like very much against Hawaiian pizza. And as an adult, I like it.
Hawaiian's good, but I'm telling you, anchovies and pineapple, yeah, bomb dick.
Okay, now let's do it.
That's a bomb dick.
So anyway, can we order some right now? I'm never good. Okay, try it. That'd be sick.
Yeah. Hang on. Did anyone just say, let's order pizza? Is that feasible?
Can we order some right now? Is that feasible? I'm never good.
Who says that? Oh man, it really needs to spend more time around actual humans and less time building rockets, electric cars, and reading Twitter. He's a strange dude, huh? So finally, this pineapple double anchovy pizza arrives, and well, we got to see rich dudes eat.
That's awesome.
And what's the name of this pizza? Pizza Leon? Shout out to Pizza Leon. Oh yeah.
I really hit spot.
Like JRE with Elon Musk has to be the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. Not only on this podcast, but on any podcast. And then pivot into his fence and topic, followed by actually ordering it to record themselves stuffing their faces. Oh man, this is just so offensive. In fact, it was so offensive that I decided to put together a 60-second peak of the volume or fast forward this bit.
Oh yeah. I really hit spot.
That's legit. I'd like to create this to run Twitter. I don't know why though. This is terrible for sound.
It's like the subtitle trick sounds. The subtitle trick sounds.
We don't know how to deal with it. This is my last piece. They took it away. I don't think I'll ever get over that. That was just simply outrageous. So then, anyway, after we were forced to sit through the exhibition of masculinity, now drove Elon's ego in question that turned into a monologue, actually more of a love letter. And I'm still searching for Elon's answer. Let it juggle these different daily basis. Like, what is life trying to juggle? Tesla, space, all these different things at the same time. And something like that, though, does your computer need more problem solving than the average one? I mean, is this something like, if you only had one thing to work in juggling, because you didn't pick three easy ones. You picked three of the hardest things you could ever get into. You're in detail how difficult manufacturing is. Rockets, duh. It's one of the craziest things. Like, not only that, but it's completely innovative rockets that land. Like, that never happened before. So you're doing that, right? And then you said, you know what? We've got to save humanity. Let me go spend $44 billion on Twitter. That was expensive. What's it worth? What do you think it was actually worth? Everything. Yeah, not for the market. Right? I mean, like, for humans, yes, I agree with you. I mean, I really genuinely do think this, and I've said this many times publicly. I think you did humanity an immense service. And if that didn't happen, the narrative of this country would have gone to normal here and speak. After watching it with you guys, I think I just found the answer I was looking for. Do you think it was actually worth everything? See, this is the thing he'll sit there stroking a gift. This episode had all of Joe's signature names in it. I really enjoy his reading the tweets. I guess you still have to call them reading this is right? We're not a good word for it, but yeah, kids are the X's. All my X's look like X's. I would enjoy reading the words of people who proclaimed that they were leaving and going over to Threads. Oh, come on, Joe, that was funny. The NPC made a joke. Honestly, that was a missed opportunity. But let's put jokes aside for a moment, because Elon, the tough guy billionaire, was trying to pick a fight with another NPC. And Joe switched straight into fight for mode. This is pretty good. So I'm excited we've kind of, well, maybe I'm so excited. I'll go into fighting using taunts. It might work. I mean, somehow or another, you got him on front Koreans in the first place. Surely you will respond to a taunt like that. Yeah, surely. What if there was like real consequences on the line? Like, what if you guys had a real bet? Okay, like the book if you win, no problem. And if he wins, vice versa, there's a fight for civilization. Yeah, a literal fight for civilization. You know? Try a little bit. Does look full self-driving testing. So I'm like, well, got to be the best station. Press the button. To Zug's house. Yeah. So far, it's like, yeah.
I look at it, I'm going to kind of put over your house. It's even more funny when it's massively overestimating his skill level. Sure, he's done some training over the years, but the guy's in terrible shape. Zuckerberg grinding many hours of Clash of the Titans, but then Elon pulled out this story, and I'm not going to lie, it has to be one of the creepiest things I ever heard. I get what he was trying to say, but I don't know, it just didn't sound right to me. You know, I think that's a friend of mine who is pretty good at playing. She read about half of what I do, and that's let me show you what it is, where categories. And they were from the Walrus, and you're just position myself so I just want to line cross with you and you try to get away. Yeah, that's still weird. Sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. And this is where Rogan and Elon had a bit of not 260, only 240, and he can pretty much beat down Zuckerberg easily because of their weight difference. For those of you who don't know, Zuckerberg's probably like half his size. But saying if a smaller guy has a much higher skill level, then it's not uncommon for them to dominate the bigger guy, especially in things like grappling. By the way, I don't think this fight will ever happen. They both have too much to lose because this would easily break the record for the biggest PvP in history. MMA fight between these two tech titans. It would be having a laugh today. There's nothing too serious to see here, guys. This will go down as an episode of JRE. I really enjoyed it, so go check it out if you have time. Like I said, you get the first 2 hours of Twitter as well as Spotify, which is pretty cool. I still listen to it on Spotify because I didn't want to have to keep Twitter while I was listening. That's a major problem. I mean, who wants to keep Twitter open for 2 hours just to listen? Push Twitter Spaces or whatever it's called now. But I've been hosting a podcast for a while, but I just canned it because it wasn't really popular. Twitter's the same. People go there to scroll and read a few posts or look for breaking news or whatever. For Rogan to risk the biggest podcast in the world to move over to his buddy's platform, it just seems like a bad move at this point with too much risk. So yeah, I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about that. I wonder why Joe posted this episode on Twitter and what that conversation with Spotify would have been like and how that went down with making an agreement and so on and so forth. Maybe you'll explain it. Anyway, that's it from me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. Shout out to any new viewers. I hope you decide to subscribe. And of course, thank you to my regulars for me. You guys are awesome. I'm out for now, so I'll catch you in the next one. So, yeah, I'm just excited. Sure. All right. You're back. Do it. Like the Super Bowl wrestling?
Yo, what's up?
I only like the stage.
What's up?
Okay. What do you want to play for? If I win, I do the programming.
There's no chance. Yeah, we can't play rock, paper, scissors. Interesting. Anyway. Talking about podcasting is really profitable. I mean, if you're some hotshot YouTuber with millions of subscribers, take a seat because I'm talking real big money. Yeah. Our podcast week. So that's 9 to 12 hours of content every single week. Compare that to the average YouTube channel. They put out that much content over a year. So when it comes to time, no plan B. What? There. Somebody crashed. Maybe that window failed.
Yo, buddy, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
It seems like the banging is just it's banging up against something. Or maybe the banging is something else. Maybe it's the ship shape. I mean, the Titanic's down.
Take care, champ.
Who knows what? Who knows? So first things first, credit to Brian Simpson for being pretty much 100% correct in all of his predictions. Analysis of that whole situation. It makes that much better when someone has a well-informed opinion, just watching them sit there googling stuff and having Joe read out all the articles. Here's the thing, right? You know, said they had that conversation on the 21st of June. Well, we only got to hear it on the 11th of July, 3 weeks later. So we're talking about an event that brought the world's attention. People everywhere around the world were counting down the hours until these guys oxygen. And then they learned that the submersible had imploded several days later. And then we have Rogan and Brian Simpson almost a month later speculating about how they died, sorts of weird. Don't you think that's weird? I remember listening to it at the time. I'm thinking, why am I listening to this? We all know what happened now. It's just awkward listening to these guys talking about it. Now that it doesn't really have as much relevance anymore. And it wasn't like they just mentioned it in passing. They brought it up several times. They compared it to getting eaten by a shark. They even showed a little shark attack video. I mean, it was definitely the theme. So why did this happen? Like, why is there such a delay between recording and podcasts? Welcome to the world of banking. And we had this thing where we had to bank episodes for a podcast. Because we're going into the studio and I'm getting there. And I knew that like, we gotta know kids, we gotta do dinner, get ready. So I was like, I'm just gonna get up. So every day, I just got up earlier. Cold was first. So it's like that was cough is the first thing I did, which right there, and then right to the chest. And so then I would arrive at the studio. So this practice of making episodes is pretty common with these guys, and it's only when there's some massive world event that makes you realize, oh, they recorded this like a month ago. And Tom Segura and YMH Studios, they're one of the worst at this. They'll record an episode and drop it like 2 to 3 months later. Take, for example, the whole situation at the airport recently. I think it was a couple of weeks ago when Tom Segura went on this Twitter rant after his agent made podcast yet. It's currently just getting the August recordings. It'll take a few weeks, even a couple of months, before we actually hear him talking about what happened at the airport. So listen out for it. And hey, there isn't necessarily anything wrong with making episodes. I mean, if it's a good podcast, it's a good podcast. But a lot of these podcasts rely on commentary, words, months later, and it becomes old news. But that's only part of the story. This is really one term of the real problem. A much, much bigger problem. I would like a self-help. Based on stand-up comedy. Really? Yeah, basically, in the lockdown, okay, we had choices. Our managers all called us and they said, sell a podcast, or you can write a book. And I took the chance. I wrote a book. Good luck with this. Let's see if it works out. You see, podcasting used to be about being informative or even educational. Another piece of the puzzle for celebrities to market themselves, another income stream. And like Jimmy Carr just said, pushing this agenda and have a get why, because they obviously get paid too. Now, I think they feel like a little anti for suggesting you take over JRE's programming for a week if you want a game of rock, paper, scissors, or is it scissors, paper, rock? What all these managers and agents have realized is that if they get their clients into podcasting and it takes off, they can hook up brand deals and ad reads for their podcast and take a slice of the pie for themselves. So what started out as just a few dudes sitting around talking smack has turned into this big business where everybody's profiting from ad revenue and basically whatever else they can sell. That's my toy trailer. Oh, I got a trailer with a special? No, why is the machine, that movie that we're not supposed to talk about? We're just your trailers. Put a teaser. I'm not technically allowed to show this. So what's happening? Am I in trouble? No, you won't be in trouble. If we hear this, hold on a second. If we hear this, am I giving up some intellectual property that is not legal for me to disseminate to millions of people? There are. Those are that. You want to solve lawyers from the going. These are your options. No, I said that I got this teaser a while back and I said it was a podcast. I thought maybe get views. That's right. JRE gets all the views. It's the place to play the latest gig or book or even your latest movie like Bert Kreischer. It just sucks that it bombed in the box office even though you plugged it on JRE. And look, as much as I'm a fan of Rogan and his podcast, I personally blame him for all of this. He's the one who discovered the path and monetized the hell out of it, and then got all his buddies on and convinced them to start their own podcasts. Rogan's the one who started this whole business. Now we've got networks like Tom Segura's YMH Studios, which puts out several podcasts per week under different brands. Crush has got a few podcasts going. His wife's got a podcast. Everyone who's anyone has at least one podcast. But it's not just about ad revenue. It's also about saving careers. Remember when Shane Gillis got cancelled by SNL?
I can find it whenever I'll just go to Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No. What? I was like, I literally thought this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it'd be funny. Well, it could have been funny. Yeah, I was bugged up though. No, that's fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? In Lorne Michael's office in the middle of it. That's hilarious.
Oh man, that's another one that went over Joe's head. But hey, I enjoy a lot of these podcasts. I'm not suggesting they stop or they should. If you don't like them, don't listen to them. My point here is corporate media hijacked by the same suits in LA and New York that ruined radio and television. It's all the same thing now. That's why these guys all bank episodes in advance. They've all signed contracts with advertisers that say they have to produce a certain amount of podcasts per week or every month. Even Rogan would have a contractual obligation with Spotify to release a certain amount of episodes every single month, so they can use their ad revenue targets and pay themselves back bonuses. Podcasting has become one of the biggest con jobs in the show business. That's why we get all this out-of-date content. These guys don't care anymore. They're just booking in guests and pushing out episodes because it says that that's what they have to do. They put out this image as if they're anti-authority, anti-establishment. They're the boss. No one tells them what to do. Like the whole tortured artist, contrarian comedian they have going on. But they've become the exact same thing that they used to make fun of. They are the establishment now, and I think it's important for people to know about the whole podcasting business and how it works. As those guys like to trash Hollywood. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. What you guys think in the comments below, and I'll pick the best one. Don't forget to subscribe to videos in your feed, and I'll catch you in the next one. There's nothing that you can give me that would be worth all. What are you going to give me? You have to give a particular amount of money. If you're late as a stand-up comic, congratulations, you made it. We are literally living off our wits. Yeah. How few of us. I mean, there's no one doing this. That's why things like Virgin Terror. Oh my god. I guess Jimmy Savile guys got pulled down. Seems like we're circuit breaker. Interesting. This is fun. Stick 5. What is I think it's the deep step back. I think the deep state are talking to it. Joe Rogan is many things, but one thing he is not is except he is, but it's not very funny. So he got a comedy. But his biggest achievement in life isn't doing a comedy club, it's pretending he's a comedian. One thing most people can agree on, though, is that Joe's a great podcaster. There's no pretending there. And my favorite episodes of JRE are the ones with comedians where they sit around for 3 hours, sometimes 5, telling us how smart, funny, and quick-witted they are.
Sounds good.
Successful within the rat race is this seemingly desire to package up their success and sell it on to the neck, from masterclasses in acting, screenwriting, and directing, to short courses on day trading and investing. They're dedicated to helping you become the next Mr. Beast. Do is like, subscribe, donate, and watch every single minute of their videos full of flowcharts and pie charts and whatever else they decided you need to know. So you haven't really made it until you've written a book, sold a shirt, and taught a few classes. Even Tom Segura is shifting away from stand-up comedy and becoming a self-help guru and motivational speaker. Sorry, but it was when I sat down to listen to the latest episode of JRE with Brittany Carr that I realized buddies have well and truly lost their marbles. The thing I'm working on, I'll be honest, I saw the clubs. It's quite sad to do. To set up a club as that community, and it's great. And I think that I'm working at the moment on whether it's I think it might be an online. Feels like it's getting bigger and bigger. Wow, these guys are onto something. I mean, it's not like the art of comedy has for thousands of years dating back to the Roman Empire through to the Middle Ages in the English Rome. We have today. No, Roman and his buddies are the pioneers of comedy with their nations and stuff. A way of analyzing this and teach people how to do it. Because what does it give? A kid does stand-up comedy. Okay, well, they have to find their voice. And they have to look at things from a different angle, a different perspective. It's about pattern recognition. These are all transferable skills. And it's about finding your voice. The reason every stand-up is interesting to watch is because it's individual voices. Yeah. What's growing up about? What's finding your voice? Like, I don't think it's a dumb idea to teach stand-up comedy and to say, look, everyone should give this a go. It was only a matter of time before this happened, folks. The forces of social media and podcasting have propelled a whole bunch of comedians to wealth and fame. And now we have to listen to them try to explain to us why they're rich and famous. They've affected the art form down to the next generation through structured lessons and a theoretical bridge designed to hone in your stand-up comedy skills before you become an adult and experience the ironies and contradictions around you. That's right. You can just teach someone how to. Many times putting together a course, and we thought about doing it maybe at the club, and just having professional comics that are on their way up, that are just starting, and having like a workshop where we can talk to them about material, about the thing to the point quickly, and how it would be great, because how many comics, guys that do this for a living and do it right to you that do have magical things. One, it just comes to me. Yeah, and understanding it has never damaged anyone's creativity. So I think the idea of like treating it like a job, and how do you sit down and go, well, I don't sit down and write, it just occurs to me. Hey, but so neither should you. I mean, seriously, I made a video last week called Is Joe Rogan Funny? which I documented Roman's Craig and Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. And I guarantee you, if you ask them, stand-up comedy can be taught, they'd spit out their red wine all over your $2 tea. Many college degrees and courses that many experts in those fields don't believe should exist. Film school or acting school, art school, fashion design, music, communications, the list goes on. Engineering degrees are overrated. And here we have all a Jimmy trying to convince us that stand up comedy should be taught in school. A recent live discussion on man, this one really kills me. There's nothing telling everybody else to just take a risk. One of the beautiful things about stand-up and one of the things I love about the club is all these young risk takers around people that are the same and that are maybe 10 years ahead of them. And we talk all the time. You know, I ask them, like, you do how you do it? Like, how do you see us? Always that they come off and you right. I always think that thing of going to young comics. We only show it's like because it's like airline pilots. It's not really about how many years you can do comedy. Right. Yeah. That's the thing. I'm like 250 on the year. Yeah. And I feel like I'm in a group. Like it's that thing. Like you're mentioned. Okay, did he just comedy to a plane? Like actually flying a plane in the sky is somehow standing on a stage with a mic telling jokes. Oh god. Cast most of this episode 3-hour podcast. I went to Cambridge University in the UK and went on to work in the marketing department for a large oil company until he was 25 years old. It was then that he decided to quit his dream of being I had kids pretty late in life, but I do feel like it makes every other status game look competitive. I thought, wow, I'm risking everything, leave me. Right. I never had any skin in the game, it was only me. Right. But now I got my girl, I got my kids. I go, oh, now I've got stuff that's right. You know, so I thought I kind of gained the system. These days, all these comics act like they've lived in abject poverty on their way up in this surviving of beans and rice. Because they can't afford rent, all in the search of fame or the attention. Here's the first problem I have. You know, work is more fun than fun. More fun than anything. What are you doing on a night out? Yeah. We went there dinner. Okay. Thousand people play. The cradle to the grave, never kill. What a sad thing. Never have a group of these so desperately try to justify their pursuit of some endless quantification by comedians trying to convince themselves that their fame and fortune has some deeper philosophical significance to the world. It makes me want to vomit in my mouth and swallow it again. They're just entertainers, and yeah, some of them are very good at it, but then we need to start teaching it in school. Heck, they're teaching enough useless in schools these days. The last thing we need is a bunch of middle schoolers learning how to hum songs with a mic in their hands. And this is the confusing part, because apparently stand-up comedy is an older man's game. I made like a list years ago. And it's like, he's not race. Like most comics. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I find it very comforting to watch stuff you watch. Oh, that's great. That's a great bit. If everything goes well, your perspective will be enhanced whenever on this planet, and every life experience that you have and that you learn from. And that will enhance your ability as an artist to express yourself. Really, put their skills in, but make sure you've got plenty of money before you take the plunge into stand-up comedy as an adult, because you'll need to wait until you're in your 50s to get a real feeling for it and become successful. I'll tell you what, if you listen to a company contradict themselves and prove that they're simply talented entertainers with the approval and attention of others, there's anything wrong with that. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Shout out to any new viewers, and of course, I leave my videos in your feed. Also, drop a comment below and I'll pick the best one. And here's Joe Rogan, Rabbbi, a store. Have you ever seen that video for when they first started telling people they have no? See if you can find that video, Jamie.
Seatbelt when you're driving. Is it for the economist case?
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Today we've got Rogan on with Alex Parents. So shout out to my 1,000 subscribers. Thanks for tuning in, and a very special mention to my ground level crew for carrying this channel on their shoulders. If you like this style of commentary and analysis, make sure you subscribe to get my daily.
Let's talk about that because you came on for your book that I've referenced many times, and it's called Target. I think it's important.
So the first note about Alex is that him and Rogan have opposed views on drug use and legalization. More on that in a little bit. A New York Times reporter for just over 10 years, and he left in random, I know. I haven't read any of them to tell you if they're good or shit. So that's over the last few years. And he became sort of this alternative media personality. He's pretty. Berenson was involved in that whole Twitter file, and he was actually one of the reasons that all of that came out in the first place. He sued Twitter before anyone bought it, after he was banned for medical misinformation, and he won. Twitter settled with him for a confidential sum of money and reinstated his account at period, which, for those of you who don't know, is when both parties have to share emails and documents and anything else. So in this instance, Twitter had to give Berenson any correspondence that mentioned his name, and that's when he found the emails from the Biden administration telling Twitter executives that he should be banned, which, as you can imagine, is potentially an adverse amendment rights because it's coming from the government, and I'm pretty sure he's in the process of the federal government for exactly that. And finally, he wrote a book in 2019 called Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence, where he basically says that weed contributes to psychotic disorders and violent crime, which is super controversial. And that brings me to Rogan and Berenson. Like I said, they have opposing views on drug use and legalization, which I have to get into, but I've got to say, I get strange. There's something about him that seems off. He's obviously a pretty smart guy, which is fine, but he comes off as a bit of a nutty professor, kind of like a crazy scientist, except he's not a scientist. I do agree with a lot of what he says, but I thought I'd just throw that in there in case any of you listening felt the same way. And so with all of that in mind, let's see how they got cast.
But another thing that we just wrote about, people do, the traffic fatalities regarding marijuana have skyrocketed.
Cool, because that's a nonsense.
Drunk driving arrests have dropped. What do you mean? First of all, I read about what the sources of the original studies.
Just because someone gets in an accident and they're high.
See, hold on, stop. No, you interrupt way too much. You stop. You're talking. Hold on a second. No. I don't talk about paragraphs. I make full points.
Sorry, I don't know who that was. Some fucking tough guy. Here's the clip I meant to play.
I think when we talk about these things that some people like to use recreationally, like even gambling, we have to be aware that there's consequences to these things too. It's not an even ride. It's not like a person is going to handle every situation well.
So they start off by talking before they move into drugs and they basically make the point that when you legalize these things, they have different effects on different to the mainstream. You get like a wider take-up of these products, and they have varying effects on people.
Look, there's only legalizers, whether it's drug legalizers or gambling, they say, oh, no, it's insane. Well, you can't really stop people from doing it. And so you got to make it safe. But here's the problem with that. Here's the flip side of that. Why is it a legalizing? Why not doing it immediately? Otherwise, it wouldn't do it. True. And let me work together because I think it's a little bit less emotionally charged. Once upon a time, if you wanted to gamble legally, you could basically, or maybe Atlantic City, 3 states, we have lotteries on every corner, and just the last 5 years we have sports betting on your phones. So it couldn't be easier. It's going to rent people. It would never
I think I probably agree with Alex here. For those who only join here and there to make it gambling companies reach out to me to they've got this little ecosystem going where gambling is everywhere. Anyway, now we get into the heart of the disagreement between Rogan and Berenson. Rogan based on his ideas of freedom, which I'll discuss more towards the end, like I said, and Berenson basically hard disagreement with Rogan. It's pretty respectful though, they both lay out the pros and cons.
One of the things that you consider when you're doing
sort of allowed slash encourage slash when I was 20, if heroin was would I be like if cocaine was legal? And you say now all of these drugs are illegal. We're going to regulate them, and the way to stop fentanyl coming in these tainted cocaine is to sell pure cocaine, and it'd actually be better for everybody. I don't believe it. I truly don't believe it. I don't think the problem is the tainted drugs. The problem is the drugs just eat people. And I think there's both of those things. But what I was about to say is, if you didn't do that, you would undeniably have a certain amount of people that are going to get addicted that never would. A certain amount of people that are going to lose their lives that never would. A certain amount of violent acts, car accidents, people on meth and heroin and drugs and coke, and they're going to do wild shit. And, you know, people are super unpredictable when they're fucked up on drugs. And you're going to have real problems. And that's also true. But, you know, would more people do it if it was legal? I think you're right. I think more people would try it. But eventually not. So we just have to sacrifice a whole generation to be alert?
Yeah, I think the number of users would definitely increase if more drugs were legalized. I know a few people who like smoking weed but just hate dealing with drug dealers. So if it was more readily available through legal or mainstream sources, they'd definitely be smoking it up more often. And I think that's probably one of the more important points for me. Legalizing drugs would eliminate a lot of organized crime. Most organized crime is centered around drugs. I'm a big fan of that Netflix series called Top Boy that Drake revived. And whenever I'm watching shows like that, there are heaps of them, there's many more examples. You see all the death and destruction that follows the innocent life all go away if this shit was just legalized. But then you have the issue of the government taxing the absolute shit out of it.
Eyes and they're gone. You know those guys? Yes, of course. Those are real people. That, and it's a good question, but it's a question. There's so many pros and cons of both sides, and the con of both sides is crazy because you're empowering a gigantic criminal enterprise. That's crazy, and that was the prohibition. That was the thing that's going on in America. It didn't stop people from drinking whiskey. It stopped them from drinking good whiskey. They were making moonshine. You know, that was what NASCAR was created for. Yeah. They were trying to run away from cops. They developed hot rod cars to run away from cops.
Okay. So here's the thing. This is a great discussion, and there are good points on both sides, blah, 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 all that woman. Like when Rogan discusses stuff. First of all, his threshold for crisis is much than the average person. People can take it, you know, something, and it's not a problem for them, and can't. They become fun attitude. You know, he's got fuck you money, so he can do whatever he wants. But for most people, if they did drugs and couldn't pay the bills, also he's probably able to get away with much more than you or me when it comes to his family. And he brings in so much fucking cash that the people around him probably let heaps of shit slide. is having a drink. And then you got fired from your job and then start supporting your job. But for most people who aren't in his privileged position, it's just not a viable way of life. It's like when he says, why can't people just love each other and get along? There's too much hate in the world, yada, yada, yada. I'm so fucking sick of rich and famous people telling everyone to just love each other and get along. What they're really trying to say is that now I'm on top. Don't criticize me, don't take away my money and fame. Just listen to what I say and keep giving me your money. Otherwise, shut up and go away. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. It's just not possible for everyone to love each other and get along. It's easy for him to say in his position of privilege, everything's fine and dandy. But for most people, every day is a struggle. People are living week to week. Loving others and getting along nicely just isn't a priority for them. And finally, Rogan definitely picks his battles. That clip that I played earlier as a joke from episode 917 with Stephen Crowder, Rogan was drunk and high as fuck and completely roasted Crowder when they were having a similar conversation to the one that he just had with Berenson. But when it comes to conversation, Rogan is able to have a simple conversation with him, which is good. That's the way everyone should just get along. Hey, but when it comes to other freedoms that he doesn't care about, he just says, yeah, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But I guess that's what most of us are like. We care about what we care about. The difference is he's got an audience of tens of millions of people that really just can't relate to his lifestyle. Anyway, that's enough from me. I'm interested to hear what you guys think. Drop a comment below and I'll pin it as usual. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that like button and leave a subscriber so you can keep up to date with my latest videos. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
There are absolutely people who have lobbied, as we talked about, how the prison guard union has lobbied to keep marijuana illegal. There's absolutely pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. It was revealed in WikiLeaks memos. I was saying, let's go here. So, Jay, this just popped up on the New York Times. I was just reading through it. He claims he's found the bullet in the car.
Okay, sitting around minding my own business, I've got a few of the guys over to watch UFC 293. We've got the JRE fight companion going on in the back, and Jamie out of nowhere pulls up this completely article about the last surviving witness of the JFK assassination. And straight away, Brian Callen starts stirring up Joe. He reckons he's not convinced about these conspiracies. He says he only believes in one conspiracy theory. And you can see Joe exercising as much self-control as he doesn't last very long, and he ends up to prove why Callen's full of shit. It was pretty funny. So I'm going to take you through exactly how it went down, but first, a quick shout out to my ground level crew. We're almost at 10,000 subs, baby. Come on, let's go. If you haven't already subscribed, sort that shit out and get on board. We're the fastest growing rebellion. Just a quick reminder that all the clips used in this video are protected by safeguarded by Title 17 of the United States. Back to Callen shit-stirring Rogan. While we're trying to watch this fucking fight, it actually really bothered me because one of the things in life, this is how sad I watch UFC with JRE Fight Companion and just chill the fuck out after a week of grinding out sick videos for my ground level crew. And here we have Jamie for some unknown reason randomly bringing up the JFK assassination. I think they said they were talking about conspiracy theories or something over dinner. Maybe that's why. But anyway, Callen isn't convinced by all conspiracy talk, so Bumper pipes up, God bless him, and calls out Callen for not getting on board the the conspiracy there just escalated from there.
Educate Brian, hold off. And he's like, what if what? And the car took that a different route. It's not a real. That's a real video. Yeah. With him the entire time and had away from him. They were a different route. Because all his trip, he's surrounded like the Beatles. And then at this one to this starts questioning some of the details at the opening of the podcast when they were saying cheers and having a drink. Joe was already giving Callan shit for spouting CIA being a long-ass conversation about conspiracy theories while I watched the fucking fight. Didn't he say, or what was it? He said he didn't around. I think he said. I never heard that out. I heard that. You know, because it was in Chicago, we could CIA talking. What the fuck? I heard he wanted to go into that conversation. Basically, that conversation, as soon as assassination happened, they rushed that computer. Wiped it down. Oh, bro, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. We're still talking about it. What's interesting is he was talking about personal names, guys. It's not surprising that the CIA deep mafia roots in Dallas.
So up until this point, it was just fun and games. Joe and Callan was talking shit, just trying to beat him on one out like he always does. But then Callan said something that got Joe's attention, and Joe started to get serious.
The only conspiracy theory that does make some sense to me is the only one ever? Yeah. What about Enron? What about the pandemic? What about Gulf of Tonkin? Enron was a conspiracy they did tie up the Gulf of Tonkin. Operation North. Yeah, but that's the craziest one. Operation Northwoods was hold on. Here we go. This is Operation Northwoods was the Joint Chiefs of Staff up with a bunch of different suggestions for the president. Brian, they signed that. The Joint Chiefs of Staff signed off on Operation Northwoods, which means they were gung-ho to blow up a jetliner, to blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies, attack Guantanamo Bay. So they wanted to give us motivation to go to Cuba.
Meanwhile, there are some epic fights going on. I'm sitting there Googling fucking Operation Northwoods. My mates are all yelling at the TV. I'm sitting there trying to listen to Rogan propose the plan by the US Department of Defense way back in the early 60s to stage false flag attacks and deception against Cuba. We're talking like faking terrorist attacks, hijacking planes, creating fake casualty lists, and all of that. So the US government had a reason and excuse during the Cold War. The plan was never executed. President Kennedy rejected it. They know about all of this because it was declassified back in the 90s. So Callan was way off. This actually it was a legit proposal by the Department of Defense. Basically, rejected. But still true. It was still an official proposal, but full of details, right? Leads into it. And Joe is an advocate.
When the president says to his joint chiefs, he says to his military brass, he says, come up with different scenarios of what we do with this problem. Everything is on the table. You get 1,000 suggestions. You get 1,000 suggestions. That's a conspiracy. And Kennedy said, no. Yeah, conspiracy. That's a conspiracy. 100% conspiracy to the American people through blowing up the budget. It is a plan to lie to the American people. Conspire to create a scenario that did not exist. Cuban friendlies, they're going to kill. That's so again, guys, do you think that's not accurate? Right? Do you think they just took those plans and threw them out? Oh, he doesn't like them.
Just what happens when your military comes to your civilian here are the complete reverse. The military trying to trick the American people into a more they want them they want what nobody else wants. It's on ABC News. It's ABC News. That is the most mainstream.
Was responsible for car accidents and all that shit. So Joe and Jamie started pulling up all these article studies. They even found an article from Crowder's website of his writers had claimed that people who get high are morons. So Joe basically verbally manhandled Crowder. And even though Joe was mostly out of line and probably went too far, Crowder's a fucking bitch, so he kind of deserved it in a way. Prepaid karma. Crowder threatening his pregnant wife recently. Shit. You gotta love these plastic creatures, hey? Watch it. Anyway, so Joe gets riled up over the silliest podcast, not when we're all in fight. It was pretty chaotic for a bit, following the fights on TV at the same time. They missed some pretty big hits because they were distracted, and I personally really enjoy Joe's UFC commentary, especially when he's just chilling in his studio. It's like more laid back and he speaks more loosely. But who knows why he still gets Cal and Bubba in for these podcasts. They seriously offer directing Bubba's shit taste, and you can tell Cal is just there to shit stir and fish for viral clips. Seriously, there's a massive line of ex-fighters and commentators who would be better suited for these fight companions. I don't know. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll pin the best comment. And all you guys had a sick weekend. Shout out to the new champ. It's an absolute
pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. Was Rothschild WikiLeaks now? This is where I would say was. Mind control really fast. Why is that? Well, it's like Vietnam. So Asians are about the most fearless killers there are. And then making a cringe video offering your journalistic take on the phenomenon of Joe Rogan. Johnny Harris is a journalist armed with a Bachelor of Arts. He
makes videos on YouTube and does pieces for the New York Times and previously produced content for Fox. He usually does videos full of misinformation and half-assed journalism on international affairs, history, and geography. But a couple of weeks ago, for reasons still unknown, he decided to do that. It was initially titled The Rise of Joe Rogan with this piece of shit thumbnail, so his team decided to change it to this thumbnail and retitled it Why You're Wrong About Joe Rogan. So provocative. He's scrolled through the comment section and it's full of hate from his mostly liberal audience. Upset at Johnny for not exposing Joe Rogan for the evil conspiracy theorist they seem to think he is. But while everyone was stuck arguing Johnny Harris's application to go on JRE, something even more obvious stood out for me, and the trend when the establishment mainstream media attempts to talk about Joe Rogan more than anything else. It's almost like Adam Smith's invisible hand turns into the invisible hand of Rogan, and bitch slaps these journalists in the face without him actually doing it himself. It truly is Joe Rogan's biggest achievement. It's almost like he wins by default, being Harris's own goal, and showed you how Rogan exposes these puppets just by his shits. Just quickly though, big shout out to my ground level crew. If you want to get on board and join the rebellion against podcast cringe, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss out on any Joe Rogan listeners as well. It wasn't before. Now I am, because me and my team have listened to Joe Rogan, but I've dedicated a significant amount of my time, several months, to watching it. And even still, I'm just scratching the surface. These episodes are long. They're like 2.5 hours on average, and there are almost 2,000 of them. We're talking thousands and thousands of hours. Luckily for this story, I help from our storytellers around. Let's listen to a lot of this stuff. I also spoke with some time Joe Rogan listeners for some insight. And here in the office, we actually have pretty nice. And so, Johnny Harris and his committee of style is rare, and I think goes to great lengths to seek himself out as this anti-authority, anti-establishment platform where you come into. If you're in one camp, you're supposed to all the opinions that one camp has. You find yourself cast out of the group. No mainstream media bias, no corporate deception. Echo Chambers also covers his brand is the anti-establishment place where. So listen, Joe was absolutely right. I agree with him. It is a vital right. It is an unnatural and precarious. People should be able to speak, and we must protect that. I believe that. And Joe should absolutely legally be allowed We discovered Joe Rogan and gave us the most mid-take on why he's popular. Joe Rogan's cool because he's chill and doesn't give a fuck about political correctness, and he should be allowed to talk to whoever he wants. That's some great journalism right there. But Johnny didn't stop there, and brave revelation in the middle of which for me was when the real fun started.
Oh, wait, no. Then I remembered that job is to do journalism, buddy. I sit around and fact check things all day.
And it was a point where Johnny lost all sense of self-awareness and copped a massive debate and journalism from a teleprompter. Johnny inadvertently revealed the real reason why Joe Rogan is so big. It's not so much because of anything just like Johnny. You know, the truth police, the fact checkers, the arbiters of truth. Reason. The ones who make the rules.
To give voice to opportunistic characters. And so, in the end, I'm not really sure if this modeling of an open mind outweighs the proliferation of seductive acts. Especially in a time where truth and ready, scarce, and under siege.
Making a video about Joe Rogan's rise, and then a video explaining JRE exists on accident, truly is a beautiful thing. Even about whether you think Rogan is right or wrong, or if he's, this is about those who effectively created Rogan. Remember when CNN did that here during the pandemic? They filmed it to make him look more young and twisted his words to make it look like a basket case. They're the reason why Rogan exists. And Johnny, God bless him, was on the right track to start off with. It looked like he seemed to get it. Rogan wears whatever he wants, says whatever he wants, and talks to whoever he wants for hours and hours and hours. When the conversation is over, they stop talking. Not because there's an ad break or they have to move on to cover other talking points. He simply lets the conversation come to a natural end. Johnny Harris's video was produced by 7 people. JRE is produced by Rogan and Jamie. And then if you compare it to CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, my videos are produced by me. And that seems to be what people want. They're sick of those committee-based corporate-run media. Authenticity is more important to people nowadays than production value. That authenticity flies out the window when people like Johnny Harris claim to be of truth and fact checkers that media or the government have. The difference is Joe isn't trying to silence anyone. He exists for a reason. Journalism is dead. So then, let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll hit the like button and become a subscriber to date with all my latest uploads. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
But they are. They're making them hermaphrodites. They're making them switch sexes. I mean, atrazine is a very potent disruptor. And it's or is it a pesticide? There's a lot of
Oh, come on, Joe. Give the kid a laugh. Let's try again.
I went to with my buddy the other day. I went to change my oil at his house before we drove to North Carolina. I left the empty jug or the dirty oil sitting in his garage. I was like, I'll get it whenever he said, "Oh, man, you pay." I'll overhead Use motor oil on this truck. $20 for that.
Ouch. Tough crowd, huh? Well, lucky he's Edward Singer. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't heard Oliver Anthony's song Richmond, North of Richmond, go check it out. Hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I did. We're not here to review songs. There's actually a much deeper point here that I want to share with all of you. And it involves Tom Segura and a random story he told from his recent appearance on JRE.
We had this thing where we had to bank episodes of our podcast. So we were going into the studio at like 9 or 10 and then spending the day there. Right? And I knew that when I got home, we got to go with the kids and we got to do dinner and get away from it. So I was like, I'm just going to get up. So every day, I just got up a little earlier, cold plunge first. So it's like that was my workout was the first thing I did, which right the fuck up, and then right to the gym. And so then I would arrive. And I would zip through the day, and I mean, they were like, wow, you're like nice. Like this, dude, it's like if you could take that in a pill form, it would be the most popular pill in the world. 100%. No question. Yeah.
So what on earth does this story have to do with Oliver Anthony's rise to fame and his recent appearance on JRE? Stick around, this could get interesting. But just before I lay it all out for you, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss out on any of my videos. We're the fastest growing rebellion against podcast cringe on YouTube. As always, shout out to my ground level crew. We're on our way to 10,000 subscribers. So jump on board to join the rebellion. Now, back to Oliver Anthony. He's been uploading his own songs to his YouTube channel since May of last year, and recently one of his songs went viral, due in part to Joe Rogan reposting it on his own socials. And then he found himself in the hot seat, sitting right opposite the little man. And what a breath of fresh air. This kid is authentic, he's raw, and he's got talent. And he wants to do all of it on his own.
You had a song just about love that resonated like that. It would be almost impossible to hate. But you have a song where you're talking about how people are fed up with shit. And obviously resonated. I mean, I've seen songs go viral, but that's pretty bananas. So your shit went to the boom right away. And God, I'm not sure who sent it to me. I'll have to find out who sent it to me. Because it's one of those things where, like, once one person sent it to me, then it was like dozens of people.
Yeah, it's funny because originally that song wasn't really even in my top 5. Like, it's not normally the type of song. I've written songs with similar messages, sort of like, I guess, anthem format is what people are calling it. It's like an anthem. Like, it's not something I would normally write, but
it's an unlikely anthem.
Yeah,
insane times. It would be an unlikely anthem.
I had no idea that song would react the way it did.
So the themes of his song Richmond, North of Richmond are centered around the everyday man. The shit paddy, nothing to eat, each dollar is taxed to it. But he also sings about child trafficking, minors on an island, the obese, milk and welfare, and the elite. They want to have total control, and I think it's fucking brilliant. But what's even is today?
Like when I decided I was in it to win it, I really wanted to make this thing happen. It was probably probably May of last year when I uploaded $8 Got a Dollar. His goal was the first one I uploaded on YouTube, but that's when I decided, all right, I'm doing this thing. But
yeah, you were just smoking too much weed.
Yeah, anxiety is definitely something that's underestimated. You know, I used to laugh about, but I used to just not really understand about mental health and anxiety because everyone gets stressed out over stuff. And so you think of anxiety as being just like this normal phenomenon everyone deals with, but your mind mind can really place to where that thing just holds on to you constantly, just having what felt like it's a knot right here, just wrenching it.
Well, it's especially true for people that are pursuing life, that doesn't have any guarantees. It's a wild life to try and just to choose to that are safely pay attention to you. Like, do you know how many fucking people are saying? How many people can say? How many people are recording things and the like? How many people are putting stuff up on the internet for the people that enjoy it? It's a lot. Well, now that you understand that, filled with anxiety, just because of that, because this future is uncertain. I'm dealing with it quite well. Julian Hodges' high levels of self-awareness. On the subject matter, probably haven't. I've waited for this opportunity to have a real conversation with somebody about whatever it is I am. Some people are just trying to find who's this. And who did he vote for? So I'm just letting them run. I think it's great. I just think it's great. Like that, at least the last couple of weeks, I've been able to entertain everyone. Like all the other horrible stuff that's going on in the world right now. Like at least everybody can have a good laugh. And finally, now that he is well known delusion about his self-importance, he seems to be have passion for music and doesn't seem with all the trivial bells and whistles that come with money and fame.
As busy as things get, I don't know that I'd ever let anybody even manage my social. That's just something that I'd like to have the hand on. And then if well, I think like this with your show in general, the reason people watch it isn't, you can add more people in and have more special effects and lights and figuratively speaking, like you can make this into you would just take away. Like sometimes the more you add, the more you take away. It's the fact that you have conversations with people that you're genuinely
Stroking his dick now, but you have to admit, dick stroking aside, does seem like a genuine dude. At the beginning of this video, I showed you a story from Tom Segura that he told recently. About how he dealt with 9 or 10, and then just getting to be there, right? And I knew that when I got home, I was like, I'm just gonna get on so every day. I just got up and you were cold first. I was like, that was my come on, I was like, fuck. Right the fuck up, and then wait to the gym. And so I would arrive at this really the great.
Yeah, and I was
Tom Segura just described there is having a job, like most of us do. He literally just described rocking up to his studio at 9 or 10 a.m. where he has staff who work for him to record some podcasts and then finishing up after them to dinner and get them to bed and all that for a couple of weeks or so. What actual fuck? Most people do that for years and years. But when Segura has to do a normal day's work like most of us do, he's unbearable unless he has his cold plunge and hits the gym. Now, I don't care if he's rich and hadn't give a fuck good luck to him. It's not about that. It's his brain-dead realization that because he experiences what most people do on a daily basis, he has to create some wanky narrative that he needs a very particular routine to get through it. Why? Because he's special. He needs a little more to cope with daily stresses, even only for weeks. This is why Oliver Anthony resonated with me so well. Because I'm so fucking sick and tired of having to listen to these wannabe divas constantly telling us how great they are. And now we should do the thing that he loves. Music about real big, for real big. When he gets it right. You guys know how he seems to be somewhat grounded and not too full of himself from his leeches in the Joe Rogan universe aren't funny anymore. They don't produce good content. Their number one goal is to sit back and cash in on material they wrote 20 years ago. At least this kid has something to offer and has the drive, talent, and ambition to see it through himself. Let's hope he can keep it up. I wish him nothing but the best. Anyway, that's enough cock-riding for today. I'm starting to feel salty at the best comment. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the like button and become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with all my latest videos. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
it's good that we did this interview and that we got to get on here and talk. But I don't want to talk a whole lot anymore. I don't think I'm a writer, and so I hope moving forward, music and not worry so much about doing interviews and stuff like that. But hey, brother, thank you very much for coming in here. Congratulations on everything. Enjoy the ride. All right. Yeah, no, it's fun. We'll do it again in a couple of years. Yeah, that sounds good. I don't want to talk a whole lot more. I don't think I'm not a talker. We'll do it again. Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it's going to take a minute. So I want to give you a good year. I think one of them may make it on competition, but you got like 100 pieces sitting on. That's not on the wall. Okay. So we'll see what's going to happen first. So Joe Rogan had fucking said, covered them up in the background and you're thinking, what the fuck's coming up in the background? Patrick said that David knew exactly what he was doing. He knows that these long-ass podcasts have breaks. So he came up with a good idea to force idiots like me to way through to the end. And at first I thought he was just being a massive fucking simp, which seems to be his signature move these days. But I didn't give him credit. Here's the real reason Patrick Griff David brought a sack of kids to JRE. That's amazing. Yeah. There you go. My book is coming out in December. But they sent me the first copy of the title, Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And it's not an easy thing to choose your enemies wisely. Most people choose the wrong enemies. Portfolio sent us the first copy of Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And my first copy that you do, I'm giving to you, brother. Again, people can't wait till December to get some runs to you. Don't look like Aaron was thinking that boy just came for a chat in a three-piece suit in the middle of fucking summer. I gotta say though, that first gift is the original mic from 1959. Yeah, that's a fucking cool. David kept going on and on about how Joe should interview Trump, and he straight up asked if that's the reason why he came on the podcast. I would say if you don't do the podcast with him, you are helping the establishment and Joseph Biden. That's kind of weird. Your mind, Joseph Biden win. Right on into Trump. You come on this it seems like you did. I think you did until after Trump's interview. Pat told me don't do it, and then they released this. Even if it's 3 months from now, I wouldn't care if you did that. You're guys who I respect all of them. You're doing. I'm talking to you as if the camera's not on right now. It's 3:12 until after Trump. I don't care. Well, I'm gonna go out. I'm just saying to you, from my perspective, to think that there is a, my purpose of being here in Austin. I've been working on a gift for you for God knows how long. Which at the end of the podcast, when you said we're done, I'll show you, companies. One of them took us a while to get. I came here because, as a middleman, you open up a comedy club, talk, dream, the way you build it, everybody, if you give that you said, if you're here, I said, no problem, let's do the podcast. So now, no one's here with a moment. The moment, a friend, as a guy came, and you're a Michael, or a Brady of space, I'm encouraging Michael and Brady to consider this. That's it. Okay. Now consider about to have Trump on his podcast to Joe. He was clearly just for viral clip for clout. He calls out Joe Rogan for not interviewing Trump. The clips have already started, so just go take a look for yourself. Anyway. Through the comments, and there's so much fucking for spouting his anti-entitled Alex Jones talking points. People have blinded by his job. This guy has to be the biggest podcast grifter out there. He's the Cambridge. I started to see him for what it's a slimy grifter who loves the sound of his own voice. If you didn't know, BBD managed through a multi-level marketing insurance company, also known as a pyramid scheme. And the guys at Rothschild make all the money off the hard work. CoffeeZilla just breakdown and investigation of PBD's company called PHP. So here's a real quick summary for those of you who don't already know about this to get you up to speed.
Wow, we got it all, guys. We got people smoking cigars, back down. It's a lot like the airway thing. It's like a younger airway. It's nice. Lunch, they have the top compensation plan. So, we're going to go through a little bit. First thing you have to know is a measure of the average of January, December 31st, 20. So I wanted to make sure to get 2019 to come as close. I know COVID shook things up. I didn't want to, get that in the mix. This is that, and it's for agents that got their license. So I wanted to make sure we measured the licensed agents. Let's check out the numbers. $800,000 of income. That's pretty good. Well, how many people get that? Drop that 0.14%. Now going on from that, like basically have 1% of people making a really good investment. Because 0.75% make $148,000. That's great living. You're gonna do it very well with that. Well, now we drop into the middle class, right? 1%. Now here, we see that 64% of paid agents getting paid. The vast only thing that they said made money barely paid off their enrollment of $200. They all were happy. Now, 20% of them made $2,000 in a single year. Terrible. Let's just be honest. 7,000, same thing. 6% of people made that. Meaning that about 90% of PHP's employees also number one compensation plan in MLM. The thing changing every world of debt. Starting salary. These people will tell you, well, of course. Yeah, of course, Stephen. You know, people have, just like a business where most of us succeed, except there's a problem. You don't have to go and base your success on getting suckers in the program. This is the problem. They get involved. The majority of their work is, hey, you got to go recruit. So in order for you to succeed, this is what makes MLMs completely unique. You have to make other people go blue. You get that? To succeed, you have to recruit. And to recruit, you have to knowingly bring people into a sit-up where 90% of the people make it last week. Where, it's not more than that, right? Yeah, actually it is. Actually, it's 95%. 4.8% and $50,000 a year. I think with a minimum wage at McDonald's makes a little bit of it. How do they get away with this stuff, man? It's mind-blowing.
So here's the thing. If you realized it yet, this guy's a slime ball. He stands for everything Joe Rogan stands against. For me, JRE used to be an unfiltered podcast where Joe talks shit with his mates, gets some experts on here and there to talk about wacky shit, and a place for funny and unpredictable conversations, away from curated, scripted talking points on establishment networks and mainstream media. So why is Joe platforming this guy? By the way, this isn't the first time PBD's been on JRE, so let me break down PBD's grift, because aside from all the cringe, this is actually pretty important. I feel like people need to know about this. Basically, he fled Iran with his family when he was 10 years old. He joined the army after high school, and then he became a get-rich guru. He started a media company called Valuetainment, which is the brand he channels all of his bullshit through. It's actually pretty big. It's got around 4.5 million subscribers just on YouTube. But he runs the PBD podcast through its own separate channel, which had massive growth during the pandemic due to him basically calling out the establishment and asking a lot of the right questions. That's when I personally caught on to him and became a regular listener. But like I said before, once I looked into how he made his money through that dodgy as fuck pyramid insurance scheme, everything quickly fell into place. Now he just recycles right-wing that don't always make sense. But here's the punchline. When he's had the chance to stick it to the establishment figures in real time, starstruck, and he sims out of them. Perfect example is an interview with Frio that I covered, also known as Chris Cuomo, the Sigmund hack that got sacked for helping his dream of a brother out behind the scenes while he was meant to be a journalist at CNN. PBD had been trashing CNN and the establishment policies for 3 years, only to go to his knees and suck on Frito's nutsack live on him.
As Adam earlier said, hey, Chris, are you getting nervous with the light? I know it's not the first time. I'm totally getting nervous. Chris has been in front of the camera for a long time, and he shines. He's a star. And his latest show right now, airs weeknights at 8 on News Nation. He's got a YouTube channel. My favorite. You got your 100,000 flag up with the Chris Cuomo Project. I'm going to put all his accounts below. Go subscribe, go follow the show. With that being said, we have the one and only Chris Cuomo in the house. How you doing, man? Of course. Chris, let's get after it.
So that's the thing with these guys. They talk the talk in their studios, build a big following off of recycling these talking points, but then when it comes down to it, they pussy out and suck from the teat. Even Joe Rogan went soft when he had Twitter founder Jack Dorsey on JRE, and then had him on again, but brought his attack dog Tim Pool on to do the heavy lifting. These guys trashed the establishment, but now they've basically become part of it. Have a listen to PBD challenging the power of large corporations from this clip that JRE posted on YouTube.
How much, Joe, have you looked at Larry Fink, Soto, State Street, Guard, BlackRock? How much have you looked at what they're doing and what their ties are? Yeah. They're running everything. Yeah. S&P 500, 88% of on S&P 500, 88% of them. The largest shareholder of those companies is at the State Street. And then you see their influence in defense contracts. So we'll do it again. Let me see if these guys, this ESG and everything, if they have any influence on military contracts, defense contracts. If you Google the largest shareholder, how do you feel about the kind of power they have right now to fight against them? Because this is something billionaires can come out and say, I'm going to go up against these guys. They don't have billionaires to these guys is nothing. They got the certainly have massive amounts of influence. What do you think? The question is, how do you find it?
Talking about how he did research and tried to draw inspiration from some of the most notoriously in the world I said, so I studied. I got 4 kids now. We're going, we've done the same times, but now I just sold the insurance company, so I have to sit there and see what am I going to be doing with some of this money that came out of Goldman, Oregon. Estate planning, do we do this, do we do that? Let's go study it. We put our research team, go find out who did it right out of all the families. Okay. The Medici family, 7 generations, they took the road. What did the family? What did they do? Great. Vanderbilt family, the money lasted 1 generation, maybe 2. Like when Anderson Cooper's mom's like, look, we're Vanderbilts. Well, you got your own money, right? Okay. The Rockefeller family, they're at 3 or 4. Okay. We can go through these families. Most of them that get a lot of money, the kid becomes a drug addict, but they are spoiled, they don't work, they're not this, they're not that. Okay. This was from the same fucking podcast. The guy has absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever. It's all just one big game team. He got reached by screwing over the little guy, and he preached to the little guy as if he cared about the mainstream struggle, only to sink into the establishment as soon as he became successful enough for them to kill him. Grifting like he has mad Dylan vibes. It's the same shit recycled over and over and over us until they're not. It sounds like Joe is overturning a blind eye to the obvious. It doesn't give a fuck. Let me know if you agree or disagree in the comments, or if you have it set me straight. It's all right. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that like and become a subscriber so you can stay up to date with all my latest uploads. I'll catch you guys soon. If you're gay right now, Joe, would you care about coming up? I do have friends that are my age that do care, and it's sad. Okay, it's how their family is going to perceive it. The family's going to be treated about it. I'm not trying to convert you. We'll do this right now to make an announcement, public announcement right now. Joe will get in touch with you. It came out that we're both getting married. We take to his last name. So, but I see a dude with a hyphenated name. I'm like, yo, bro, I got a hyphenated last name. Hyphenated.
This documentary, The Most Hated Man on the Internet.
Who is the most hated man on the internet?
His name is Hunter Moore. I don't know. You want to get coffee from you want to be close to this. Damn it. There was a trailer.
Joe Rogan's relationship with Ted Shaw has to be one of the most confusing ones. Safety from that embarrassment to help you create one of the worst comedians in Britain. But at this point, Shaw's basically become himself. He's like saturated now within a being. And to make matters worse, he went on the cast last week and attempted to rewrite history yet again. My family was really mad at Joe. Really mad. I told Joe, I said, my dad was pissed. My brother was pissed. See, it's a little embarrassing. But my brother and my dad didn't know. I was like, before I even walked out for that last UFC fight, I told him with them with you before they were like, you're up, dude. 42, I'll go to my last one. I didn't want to do it. So I knew it was the last one, but then the fighter in me, when Joe brought that up, that was embarrassing. He's changed his story so many times now that it's hard to take anything Shaw says seriously. But before I take you through the most recent iteration of the world, according to Brendan Shaw, let's take a quick look at where all of this started. In December 2014, after Shaw's embarrassing first-round TKO loss to Travis Brown, him and Brian Callen went on the Joe Rogan Experience experience. This is where Joe Rogan hit short with some truth bombs that were so deep and personal. It seems like he still hasn't recovered. And just a light and short fed, I'd probably recommend going to a safe space right now before watching it. It could be really triggering for you.
I don't know, man. It was just, critiquing the fight. I felt like I was doing good, mixing some things up. I was loading up on my punches. He used his reach better than he's done before in earlier fights. He's more patient, not flying in.
Had a nice wide stance, too.
Yeah, we wanted to come in the wide stance. Once you stall, I started to throw inside leg kicks. Should throw a little more head kick. And then some of the critique I've been getting is how on the ground you let get them out and stuff. What do you mean with the uppercut? I was out of it. And my initial reaction was that I guess look at the replay to go, it looks like my friend came down and kind of threw me to the ground. I came to him on top of me. I came to as he punched me, that woke me up. I went for a heel hook out of mount, and my body just wasn't responding. You can see like kind of half-ass attempt. I like go real slow, just kind of gets out of it. So then I turn over Anthony again. Then I'm fully I'm back to normal. I'm cool. Yamasaki, not me for bringing that up. That's on me. I should have been in that position. However, under those circumstances, I was talking to Mari and stopped the fight. He's hit me in the back. Don't stop the fight. I'm fine. I'm looking at him warning this. Do not stop the fight. There's 10 seconds left, too. I hear he had to stop the fight. Flattened out. When there's no damage, I think you have to kids like it is my homeboys talking to me while defending himself. He's This is the reality of it. I'm worried about you giving your all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking. You disagree? I think you're looking. I think that's a very dangerous place to be in. But I've seen it with a lot of guys. In the early career, they're invulnerable. They're beasts. They're monsters. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit strategy? If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how would you do? I think he fucked you up. I say that of you. I think it's just on another level. It's just different kind of accent. Yeah, and that's not the fight there either. It's a different thing. Well, it's just
If you look at your performances in the octagon, not what you think you're capable of, not what you know you're capable of at best, but if you have to judge it just by your performances inside the octagon, you know, you can go all the way back to your fight with Roy Nelson, you go to your fight with Nogueira, you go to your fight with Rothschild. Well, you knocked out Krokop, but the reality of Krokop is how much you get way too much fucking damage. For sure. Way too much damage. Gonzaga, it was a good fight. Yeah, it was a good fight. Look, you've had good fights. You know, the Chris Tucker fight was very impressive. But you're a very good fighter. That's not what the issue is. The issue is, can you become a champion? If you can't become a champion, are you comfortable getting knocked out 3 or 4 more times over the next 5 or 6 years? You know, that is a possibility. It's a possibility. It might not happen. You might be okay, but it also might happen. It might happen 2 fights in a row. It might happen. You know, I mean, if you have to have a rematch for some, if Travis Brown loses his fight, you win your next fight, you have a rematch with Travis Brown by some strange circumstance. It's a fucking tough fight for you. Again, you know, and it very well could happen the same way. Again, it always could happen the other way, for sure. It could, but he's more fluid on his feet. He's more lethal.
So he did him a massive favor. He was open and honest with someone who he considered to be a really good friend, even if Sean didn't realise that at the time. And around a year later, back on JRE, Sean showed signs of growth and maturity. He officially announced his retirement from the UFC. At the time, it seemed like a positive move, considering all the points that Joe made in intervention. But unfortunately for the rest of us, it meant we had to endure Sean's transition into stand-up comedy and podcasting, which is unfortunately still going.
For me, you know, and I talked to my family and close friends, and you were one of them, and Cal, and, you know, my dad, and going through it, man, do I want one more? Fuck, yes, man, but it doesn't make sense. I can't see myself, and when it comes down to this, I can't see myself in a fucking Reebok kid walking out to the locker. I can't see myself being like, you know what, cool, man. Yeah. That's what I'm worth on. What 10 grand, you guys? I'm gonna do opportunities and everything I have, and I owe it to the UFC. I'll always be indebted to the UFC. And I did that. Dude, I thought Callan and already were, how do you think this thing's selling out? I got on stage that mic, and now they want to do this tour. Things are selling out. It'd be tough for me to say, no, you know what? Let me go fight some. I'm not telling dick jokes. And you know what I'm saying? And selling brown shirts full time. I want to do the game a disservice. You know what I'm saying? I want to do that. So unless I can sign full time, there's just no way in signing this Reebok deal. It's not going to happen, man.
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I completely understand the idea that if you're not 100% focused on fighting, it's just not something you should do. At least Joe thought it would move. Around 3 years ago on JRE, they addressed the intervention thing. And it seemed like Joe was pretty emotional about all of it. To me, it looked like he was all the tears. His voice was kind of croaky in parts, which just goes to show you a friend and someone that he cares about.
I'm so happy you're not fighting. You know, and what we're saying is, I know that I was a dick to you, and you stop doing it, but I felt like no other way that you were gonna win. I felt scared. I see people that are just there's a moment where it changes, where they stop being that person and they keep fighting, and you see it. You see the deterioration, and no one steps in, and no one stops them. And then you'll talk to them, oh man, maybe run into them in Vegas, maybe you both have drinks, you see each other at the bar, and you're like, hey, how's things? And you have these conversations, and then the reality sets in. Things are not good for a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys that are taking punishment for too long, there's no bringing them back, man. They get to this spot, and there's something wrong, and no one says anything to them. I was real scared that was going to happen to you. I was real scared. You know, like I didn't anticipate that there would be this like intervention. didn't even know I was going to do it. But while it was happening, I was you gotta stop. That's all I was thinking is why? There's something has to be done. Like now, you had so many other possibilities that there's it's like most guys that are thank God or whoever's up there made a video project. So you would have thought that basically embellished the engine and the details contradict things that he previously claimed he was good to keep fighting. The original intervention said he disagreed with Joe. He thought he still had what it took to keep going a champion, to be the best. Now, almost 10 years later, he's trying to rewrite history again. Do you think that conversation with Joe Rogan, intervention, how much do you think that influenced you? You're like, man, I maybe need to think of my career, focus more on life after fighting. That's all the credit. That's my brother. You know, we talk about major influence on but I think it should be noted, I said before, like, I thought before the fight, I said last week, but, you know, I think he was coming from a good place. You know, he's coming from a really important place trying to protect me. I think in hindsight, it's like, that was the move. Like, look at me right now, it's like, yeah, that was the move. Now, if I'm working at UFC gym, it's like, man, Joe fuck. Joe knows his stuff. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met. So, he knows his stuff. So, you know, not to, and my family was really mad at Joe. Really, man, I told Joe, it's like, my dad was pissed. My brother was pissed. See, you know, it's a little embarrassing. Like, you know, before I even walked out for that last UFC fight, I looked at my team before they were like, you're out, dude. Like, what do you do? I was going to do it last one. I didn't want to ever do this again. So I knew it was the last one, but then no fight. When Joe brought that up, was embarrassing. Yeah, you know, when that happened, we were supposed to fight the kid, and the last second I called him, okay, Joe wants to do it with us. I was like, yeah. He's like, no, we'll do it on kids. It was actually 5 kids on your feet. Yeah, and also, but, you know, whenever you get 50,000 people watching live, but the numbers come from like it's uploaded. And after we got done, Roe goes, dude, like, I didn't want to have I didn't think we were going to go that route. Who knows? But he goes, I didn't think we were going to go that deep. Let's not post that. We don't want to post it. Right? It's a guy, let's not post that. Let's post it. It's like, why? Because there's a lot of guys that feel bad. This might help somebody else. It's also real. Like, I never believe in like editing and all that stuff. Like, if you're gonna say something, right with it, man. Unless there's like a huge beer or something like that.
If I'm Joe listening to that, I'd be pretty pissed off. It seemed like the issue had already been put to bed, and Shaw was grateful for the intervention, but this just goes to show how damaged he was from the whole situation. He's going around in circles, and you can tell he is still getting the better of him. It's a pretty petty thing to do to bring up the whole situation and add in new details, which clearly contradicted the state line from back in 2014. He definitely thought he was still in his prime after losing to Travis Brown in the first round. So to make it out like he was in control of his decisions back then and had a clear vision for his future is just straight up bullshit. I used to feel kind of bad for Brendan Shaw. He cops a lot of hate, and most of it's personal. But I'm starting to see why there's so much hate for him. He clearly brings it upon himself, burning bridges with people who care about him. I also think he's a compulsive liar. He's been caught out so many times making up stories for clout. And if you want to be taken seriously as an entertainer, you have to have integrity for people to take you seriously, even if you're a comedian. Theo Von and Bobby Lee are examples of how to build a career talking shit, but still be taken seriously. Everyone knows they're talking shit, but at least they're open about it. Whereas Brendan Shaw's ego is front and center for him. He'd rather feed his own narcissism. He jumps in the back of trends, but it ends up just being cringe as fuck. I shouldn't complain too much though. Watching his continuous is kind of funny, which is ironic, seeing as he's trying to be a comedian, but isn't actually funny. Let me be clear, I don't wish him any harm or anything. I hope you enjoyed this video. Hit that like button and become up to date with all my uploads. I'll catch you guys soon. See you in the next one.
You do that History Channel show.
Yeah, so he died. And
How you root for you guys? You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan Skirgers talk, we never get the thing. Wait, Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics.
We knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy if he wanted the 6 unfunny comics. But this is Cat probably his point.
I just started doing testosterone from the company. It's like, it's above board taking it, but like you should make sure you honor your blood.
I can't talk right now. No, why not? You don't know where it's going. It's a SJW. Special Justice Warrior. Oh. Remember we were on a podcast talking about this when they were talking about Andrew Tate? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, whatever happened. Working on it. There was a holiday. You got a little fun. It's been pushed out a little bit. Pushed out. But the way I went a few days where I ate barely anything. I lost like 3 days. I barely ate anything. So then we got I mean, it's the thing, and I know.
Experience.
Nice to meet you. You always wear sunglasses. Your identity still? Yeah, actually, it's.
Yeah.
experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You always wear sunglasses. Is that to hide your identity still?
Yeah, you see, number one. But where I reside now, my neighbors have no idea that living next to Donnie Brasco, so
Well, you have a very distinct voice.
yeah, I know.
I don't want to ask where you live. But, yeah. What a wild life you've had, sir.
Pretty much, yeah. And never expected to go like that, but it took off.
So when you first was with the FBI, right?
I was with Naval Intelligence for 3 years. I always wanted to be in law enforcement. And I was working in Philadelphia, actually. And you do a lot of work with the FBI, government installations, government. I became friendly with some FBI agents, and then, when I finish this tour with NIS, I'm going to go into law enforcement, so I'm going to try it for the best, FBI.
And so how does that lead to you infiltrating the mob?
Well, I didn't get with the neighborhood. The wise guys, whatever, wise guys are hang out at they let you hang out at the because you're good kid, they know it. So I go to streets. These guys, yeah, later on after the case, so it wasn't where they were facing, 15, 20 years,
Issue with you being discovered and then getting found. Where your safety afterwards.
Well, not too much with these cases, not too much with those cases, and then I
Learned being undercover.
probably 4 years, yeah.
So you slowly sort of got acclimated with being undercover, you do a bunch of cases, and then how do they approach you?
Well, what happened was is that there's a big case in Tampa, Florida. They have a case going on guys that were stealing automobiles, high-priced automobiles. Okay, well, come here. All right. They grabbed one of the guys. They grabbed his son and cut your son a break. He said, okay. This crew, they operated all up and down Florida. And the guy who was running it was what we call a half-ass white out of Baltimore. So he says, hey, and that's the car thief. But before he introduced me, I said, look, I got to know how to steal cars. So he gave me about a week's lesson on how to steal cars, how to hook cars. The hot wire, this is like, what year was this? This was in 1970, maybe 73, 74.
So you essentially just pop in the ignition,
crossing wires. And some cars had alarm systems, told me how to get under the car. Disarm the alarm system, how to use a slip check to get in the door, and then how to and once I learned, I figured I didn't do that. This crew with the and I did that for a year and a half. So cars, stole tractor trailers. I knew how to drive it. I knew how to drive a tractor trailer.
So you take the cars, load them on a tractor trailer.
No, we just stole the cars and I bring it to you. Oh, but I mean, we stole because we were dealing with companies too. Got it.
This guy to get you inside, right? You have to trust this guy to not fuck this up and say, hey, this
Exactly. That's got to be everything. Well, it is because, the guy's an informant. But it was the basic reason for getting me in was he wanted to get his son out of trouble. The short hairs there that, just go, your son's free. We're gonna son free. So that's what happened. So I did that for a year and a half. That case was in Florida. It was Florida Heritage. So we had I hooked a Mercedes and delivered to this guy. And he wasn't home, but his wife was there. So I said, hey, deliver this car for your keys. Because he had already paid. So me and the other guy would leave. Fast forward now to the court. I'm going there. I'm sitting in the outside the court, getting ready to testify. And there's this lady. She looked familiar. Two ladies. And so she walks up to me. She says, aren't you Donnie? I said, yeah. She said, you delivered a car to my house, right? I said, yeah. She said, wait, no, my husband's on trial now. I said, yeah, I know. I'm going in and testifying. She says, after he goes in jail, you want to go to dinner? Dirty lady. I said, no thanks.
I can't remember Joe so well. I would remember her. She was. I would have been. So I get back to New York and I had a real good supervisor. Guy from Italian guy from the Bronx, and he was a supervisor of truck hijackers. Back in the day, they were all these hijackers orchestrated by the mafia, and they were probably doing, 8 to 10, which was big time money. Circles, high value food items like lobster. You're talking about the 40-something foot trailer, so you're talking a lot of money, but they're all run by the mob. So I get back to New York. I get to New York, and he says, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this undercover operation. Seeing if we can get something going with these truck hijackers." So the idea was, nobody had ever infiltrated the mob before. Actually, the mafia had some informants in with them, but nobody had actually gotten in. So the idea was, let's try to hit the fences. The fences are the hoods. So you need to have a profession. I mean, nobody's going to do anything with you without a profession, and it has to be one that's attractive to all. And plus, in the government, if you're going to go undercover, your profession can't be one of violence. So, jewel thief would think, okay, I'll go in as a jewel thief. Well, if you're going to go in as a jewel thief, what do you have to know? You got to know diamonds and precious gems, right? All right, so I went to school. I went to diamond school, diamond and precious gem school. The conversation, without even how long is this school? I went there, I think, for a couple months until I got, where I was comfortable. Now, I went out, and on this operation, we didn't do anything with contracts. That was everything I did. I rented an apartment. I bought a car. Utilities, phone, everything. As a citizen, in quotes, Donnie Brasco.
They gave you a social security number, the whole deal?
Social security, everything. I don't want to get into how they do that, but nothing can be. At that time, they could uncover anything. So once I got my apartment, I bought a car, had all that set up. And again, you have to know the mafia, you have to know New York City. You don't just walk into a place, and say, hey, I'm a Jew. Doesn't work that way. You gotta get seen. You gotta be. I moved out of my residence. Work anyway. But I had to move into my apartment. And serve bars and restaurants every
these fences and wise guys. And the idea was just go in, get my face seen, and hopefully get into conversation with somebody.
Is that suspicious though? A guy shows up by himself, not from the neighborhood.
No, well, that's the thing. Yeah, you see, because I couldn't say, hey, I'm from Brooklyn, I'm from Manhattan, I'm from the Bronx, because these guys had the contacts everywhere. Right. The story was, okay, the enemy was the mafia. You have to know about the mafia. You have to know. You do get into conversation with the guys, and they're trying to check you out. What's your backstory? Where are you from? My background was I was an orphan. Okay. And I moved between Florida and California. Why an orphan? I wouldn't have to produce a mother and a father, because again, where your parents at? I couldn't have any siblings that I knew of. I couldn't have been married, so I couldn't have an ex-wife or anything, because I would have had to produce somebody. So an orphanage that had burned down, and all the records were destroyed, so they couldn't check that. I mean, these are all things that if you're going to send somebody into an undercover operation that is deep cover, and remember, I had no informant bringing me in. It had to be a call. 5-6 months. That's all I did. And that's another thing too. It's a 7-day-a-week job. Because if they see you Monday to Friday, and then they don't see you Saturday, Saturday and Sunday. 7 days a week. 7 days a week.
Did you have a family at the time?
I did, yeah. But they lived across country at the time.
That would be crazy difficult for them.
Very difficult. It was, yeah.
So you just kind of just hang around restaurants, bars.
Yeah, my only conversation with Eddie was I'll have to drink and we'll have to eat. And I'm not a drinker. I never was a drinker. So, and you don't have to be a drinker. You don't have to do shit that, they think gangsters do. My extent of drink, and it still is a half a bottle of beer and maybe a glass of red wine. That's it. And I never went outside those boundaries because that's me. I didn't do it. So I used to go to this one place, and actually this place wasn't too far from my apartment up in Yorkville. And wise guys would come in there. I don't remember if it was Wednesdays or Thursdays. I don't remember, with their girlfriends for dinner. And I always was sitting at the bar, never talked to the bartender other than, what do you want? What do you want to eat? What do you want to drink? So one night I go in there, and the wise guys are there. One of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing. But the girl that he was always with was there. So I'm at the bar, and I guess she gets up, she goes to the ladies' room, she goes by, she's hello. Now I'm ready to know how they operate. So the first thing I do is I call the bartender over there, right? Now, I know his name, but I don't call him by his name because I was never introduced to him. So I just said, sir, would you, I said, I want to go. That's a mob term. Say hello. Well, fast forward to Saturday. And they're in there.
she's in there, he's not there. On the fourth time, the same thing, she would come over and I'd call bye-bye. I had Joe. They whacked him. So I said, no, I don't have any interest. So now what does this guy know? He knows that I'm a street guy. All right? And so now he comes over to me and I know I would call there, he's not I'm the same. So I just said, sir, would you, I said, what do you want to drink? So one night I go in there and they operate. So the first thing I do is I go to the bartender over. Right? Now, I know his name. Now, one of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing. These rooms she comes by and she says hello. Hello. Now, again, know when you're ready, know how they operate. The first thing I do. just said, sir, would you, I said, I want to go on record. That's a mock term. He just nods. Well, fast forward, this happens like 3 or 4 days. And this guy knows that I'm a straight guy, right? Now he comes over, and now we start talking. Right, talking about baseball, talking about how screwed up New York City is at the time. Like, or hey, my name, a couple of weeks maybe go by, and then one night he says, hey, you like to gamble? I said, sure, why not? So we close up the joint with him, and takes me to a game, and doesn't introduce me to anybody, but I'm okay with him. Right. So now, this is a few weeks maybe. So now I figured, now, and you don't have to speak of what I do, and I don't say anything about jewelry. But now I figured, and I say, Chili, I need X amount of money for this envelope. I don't tell him what's in it. I just say, I need X amount of money. I give him a street price where he can make. So he says, okay, what's up there? A couple of weeks go by. Puts an envelope on the bar, and he said, now he's somebody. Okay, and put it in my sport coat pocket. Right. So now what does he know? He knows I'm giving him diamonds. I'm not asking him. And now we get to the game, and he introduces me as Don the Jeweler. So he introduces me to this combo guy. Guy's name was Chili. Hung around some in Florida, around, California. Just around. Why don't you come out to my place? Get some stuff with that. Because you got to do something otherwise. Right. If you ain't producing, you ain't worth it. What's the first thing that killed them? Well, they had
is some hijacking and drugs war and different things. So that went on with the Columbos, and I was getting good information with these guys. That went on for a couple months, and that to me is Frankie and Patsy. Said, okay. As it turns out, they just got out of hand. They were part of Joey's crew. One of the guys was a main guy. He's a guy that's with an associate. Right? Got out of the camp. So they're looking to set up scores because they've been away from it. So, Joey tells them, hey, Donnie's in those alarms, So they had a couple so we go out. I tell them, hey, I can't bypass the line. Because, what do you do if I can't defeat that line? Okay. A few days later, they got another one set up. And this is safe. I said, you gotta blow this safe. You wake up the whole neighborhood. A couple of days later, I get to the club, and Julie, he said, honey, let's take a walk. I said, okay. So we're talking. That's when I walked into the FBI or anybody would hear you. He said, I told him that. And Patsy would, put in great deep yards. And they're pissed off because, Patsy's pissed off because she turned down wrong. He turned down the woman Italian Joey. Bypass the car, but honestly, I don't want to blow her safety. So he said, well, have a shoot. Okay, so we go back, and then they had the back. So we go to the back row, sit down, and Patsy pulls out 38. I said, Donnie, if you don't convince me that push your heads up in the rug, I said, I'm going to smoke a Persian. We're going to go out of here with around $50,000 rug. So we're in there, and where you from, Donnie? Now, situations you want to be on the defense, but I can't really disrespect him because he's the main guy. And, if you know anything about the no disrespect, but I'm not giving you any names. So, I said, why would I do that? Why would I do that? That I did scores with. They did. So this goes on and on and on. Donnie's been with us for a while, but we know what we can do.
it's over. I said, okay. Now I got a problem. Just called me out. So, world, I can't go shake their hand because it pissed off. Right. My understanding is some kind of physical. I can't do anything to Patsy because he's the main guy. I can't touch him. That's one of the rules. You don't lay your hands on a main guy. He'll get you killed. He'll get you killed. So, the only guy can hit is Frankie. And he's not a big. Start to walk out. And I call Cod Frank and but that's the only thing that because otherwise it's why is it not pissed off? Right. So now I'm with the Frank. He's punch out. I can't hit him back. I can just protect myself. I hit Frankie twice. So it went out on. So there's so after everything settled down, I said, Jilly, let's take a walk. So we get outside. No disrespect to you, I said, because you know how it's gonna end. He says, yeah, Daddy, I know. Downtown. I said, yeah, okay. So, and that's where he hung out. He had a bus stop lunch at. But he was psycho. So I started hanging out with him. And my first Bonanno guy that brings me around. So we're up there. And I was helping. I was with him, shakedown owners and nightclubs and stuff. So it's about 3 or 4 in the morning, one morning, and the eggs come out cold. Waitress. And just, we were with the nice and stuff. So I said, Tony, I said, she's only doing it this way. Why you take it out on her? So he tore the shit out of me. He tore into me in front of everybody. But I can't go back at him. But I have to let him know that I'm not a pushover, Now this guy, as I had gotten to know him, like I had seen him. So I think I told him, Bills is around, so it's my word on his. I said, you'll never talk to me like
that again in front of people. I said, because I'll call me those names in front of other people. So, but he me to kept introducing me to, and he introduced me
after that.
Yeah, after that.
So after that, you get his respect by saying yes down. I don't think it is. Experts say that data brokers have estimated 1,000 data points on every person with an online presence. That includes your name, credit history, medical history, education. Imagine if we're just some guy in his mom's basement collecting all this info. But there's a way to stop these creepy data brokers from invading your privacy, and that's what the product called Express. ExpressVPN is an app that hides your IP address and reroutes all your online activity, trying to harvest your information. Go kick rocks. ExpressVPN the world. There are titles that streaming services like Netflix aren't shown to you just because of where you live. With ExpressVPN, you can change your location up to thousands of extra times. And right now, you can get 4 extra months if you tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's ExpressVPN. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your funds by scanning the QR code on screen or by the description. Yeah. I mean, he just beat me down. Not physically, but, just called me nothing. So, I just got out of the can. Now they send him back. Alright, so he goes back to the can, but he had violated his parole, so they sent it back. So I started hanging out with Ruggiero, but Mira never did. And what his captain was a guy by the name of Mike Sabella. And once Ruggiero we wrote a letter, he brings me to Mike Sabella, who's the captain. And Mike on record that Donnie's with me, and that's what you do. You go record. So now nobody else can fuck with you. Nobody else can take you. Mira never did that, even though I spent a lot of time with Mira. I never went. He was captain. He said, I'm going on record that Donnie's with me. So I get to know Ruggiero pretty, start doing stuff with him. So all told, how many undercover now? Now this is probably over a year. Now you were reporting anybody during this time? Do you have to go back to the FBI? Never. Once I stepped into that office, I never went back to the office. We had as a contact agent Joe and somebody that he called him. And he helps you. So you're totally. I had no surveillance because you're in New York City, right? You're working. My day go from maybe 11 o'clock in the morning to maybe 3, 4 o'clock the next morning.
So, you always phone to your contact agent. And so I'm doing a lot of stuff like that. And I'm gaining all intelligence, though, identifying main guys, identifying guys in other families. Are you writing this stuff down? Just keep on yelling your head. So I would regurgitate it over the telephone to my contact guy. Because these guys would come to my apartment. I couldn't take a shot at it. I just printed my snorkel. Yeah, but at least nobody's tampering them. Because if you get in with these guys, when you meet them for the day, they all know that you're going to be there. Body recordings, because you're always in. They're very touchy-feely guys. He said, hey, pull over, Donnie. And there's my card. Does he suspect you or suspecting somebody else? Well, I'm new. Nobody can go that they knew someone that they knew died. But, check you out. Because they had no other way of checking me out. So I know where Jerry O doing stuff with him. And now we come to a point where I'm really in with the Bananas. I mean, they're starting to talk. They would talk business with me there, and they felt comfortable with me because, again, reverting back to my early years growing up, hanging out at the social clubs in the neighborhood, I knew that if you don't have any interest in the conversation, walk away from it. And that's what I did with these guys. Is if they started to talk about something, I would get up and walk away because in their mind, not really interested in. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to get into business. That made them trust me more. That made them trust me. Protocol. Yeah, I knew the protocol. So, now what happens is that the FBI had an operation going in Milwaukee, undercover operation against the Milwaukee family, right? The Ballesteri family, who's connected to Chicago. It's a pretty little heavy out of my works.
reach out to me and they say, hey, we got an operation going.
It is the worst fucking pressure something. Whatever you want to do. I'm not
Tell the guy to call me. He said, you tell what's going on. So, you know, I'm going to restaurant. Take my it's all the bots machines. I said,
said, let me say. We were Jeremy one day. I just, I dropped it. You know, I got a call the other day from a guy that Bobby Bernhardt now in Chicago. Right. And John hey, we got a guy that's been with us for 10 years. He's settled down. He'd like to have a sit down with Belichick in Boston. If he wants to have the sit down. A week or so goes by, Chicago calls back and said, okay. He'll have it with you guys. You know who's coming out? Well, we left it. So I said, okay, come on out, check into this hotel and wait for a phone call. Just hotel. And we waited about 3 or 4 days. Phone call was okay. Come to, restaurant. Now, if you know the mob, you don't get this sit down with a boss. His underboss is signaling his 2 sons, who are both lawyers. Tony's been with us for 10 years, you know.
put together. Stuff. They both know what it is. And Tony. If you know the world of the mafia, gives us the address. Me, Lefty, and Tony. Lefty's like, you gotta know wise guys, but Lefty's like, we're going to the dinner at a mob boss's house. You know, I mean, we know it's a big deal. To a wise guy, it's a big bucket. So we go to his house, and he's right on the lake. He has a table, you know, like you see in the movies. And got the base. Partners were 50-50 partners. Tony does all the work. You know, the go to put machines in, they'll take machines. So, what do we just do? We just married two families together in a house. Missionaries to Chicago. Married to my families that do business together. All right. After a few what do you do? And somehow they found there was a week somewhere. But they don't tell this to Lefty, which saved my ass, because I vouch for Tony. Right. So, we're getting in touch with Chicago. Chicago's not, Chicago's like, why they stuck, we don't have any idea. So that goes down, that's, I got that hanging on me. Right? So, Lefty sends me to Milwaukee, go find out, go searching, blah, 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 blah. And, I come up with a story, I found him on, he's in the, airport. It's all bullshit, of course, but I gotta cover, what happened to this guy. Some will tell weeks ago, our captain, because, our money source dried up. So, right.
What's that?
He was ripped. Party.
Because you introduced him to the company.
Right. Because the operation, so the money wasn't coming in anymore.
Right.
And so I said, well, that's the best thing could happen at a Christmas party. Because we just, they have their own party. I'm saying to myself, like, this is what I was expecting you at all. How expect you? How are they not questioning? Well, I have been with it for 2 years now.
Right.
And, so, but I'm always on edge because I know why aren't the Balestrieri Ruggiero, right? Unless they're too embarrassed.
Right.
I don't know. Well, I mean, to this day, I tell them,
And whatever happens to
we just shut the operation down. They just shut it down. So I'm going on again. We're going on next cup. Thank you. I got some swag coming for you. Yeah.
I got swag too.
Jerry, but I got a lot of Donnie Brasco swag that I'm going to mail to you. Right. It was supposed to be at the hotel. It never made it. So this has to be airing. It is because now I'm like, and then like they said, well, now he's grilling me again about my relationship with Tony. Right. But I got to stick to the story, So. So I kind of squared things around with him. At the time, Carmen Galante was the boss of all right. And they killed him. They whacked him. Right. Because there's kind of a beef. One side, like Galante, side of Mike Sabella now was associated with Galante. So they tell Mike, we're gonna whack you. So there's when I say originators, instigators, whatever. There's a guy by the name of Napolitano. He was out in Brooklyn. So they put me in. Remember, we were with Mike Sabella. So they put me in lefty. Now, Sonny Black. They make Sonny Black. You have to check in with your captain every day. So every day, they left him a report out the Motion Lounge. That Graham with a street. So I'm rocking out there. said, I don't know, man. I said, if I do it, number one, who's the undercovers? I'll see what I can do. But I don't know how long it's going to be. Okay, here's what we'll do. We used to go to Miami a lot. When I said we, I'm talking about we'd fly to Miami for a long weekend. We had a hotel down there that put us down in the yard. Right? Beach and stuff. Stay for the next time. Right? You go down there. It's not like so that's what we did. We set that deal up. She goes over, Donnie, hey, I haven't seen you in years. At a nightclub there. It's outside of Tampa, up in Tampa, Florida. No kidding. How long you been down there? I don't know. 3, 4 years, you know. Club, you know. So everything is dollar sign. So if you want to take a ride up one day, he said, yeah. So at 9 o'clock, he said, a nice place. He said, we have to tell son about go back to Brooklyn. Okay. So I go back to Brooklyn and hey, we ran into one of Donnie's old friends. They went to a nice club. Yeah, I had. Man, go down the same. So we go down and they see a lot of potential. So now we got to go through the same routine. Right. And say, hey, we got, you know, one of our guys has a club down there. This takes a while to go overnight. So we go through the routine. And he says, Santo Sunset Hotel, Florida. Fishing building, have drawn a blank. But at any rate, we meet him in a restaurant. And so I had never met him before. But Drew looked nice at these.
Funny because I'm a believer.
Sonny tells him, we got a nightclub and want to start running gambling out of it. So I cut off the benefit next week and next couple of weeks we meet him again. Comes to Sonny's hotel room. Sent like two guys up. Okay. Later, two guys come up from Miami. Card sharks. I sat at a hotel with these room guys. Joe. And they were marking all the ticks. The car. And I could not have it done. I had no idea how they mark these cards. Black jacket. Right. I set the club up. Advertise it. A casino night for the bettors of 4 or we even had a certificate and everything. Right. We're paying off some more. And we doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. And
Into the tape.
place is jammed. All of a sudden, everybody's outside. Get on the phone. I can't get our contact to the sheriff's department. Not answering his phone. And they just paid him that day. So, tables and put chips back on the table. And they made it.
Gonna be a fake.
Because we had the certificate, we had everything. And what we had done was the money that we stashed it in the furnace room. The thing had to be 100 years old. We never put money in it. It was just there. So they committed. Money. One of the deputies. Right, they arrested us. Oh, because they won, because they won, and they said that that was gambling. That was gambling. Nobody knew there was any money in it or anything. It was
just there was decoration. Oh boy. You know, it was an antique. So they just use those excuses. Yeah, just use that excuse because we were the modern guineas. And the one back. They never find the money. We did it, but somebody did. Somebody did.
Don't hit the vein.
There was only 30. Probably somebody did. Yeah. So we had Trevor Kennedy's lawyer, but he gave us I don't know who it was. So we called the lawyer, and he gets us out of the camp the next day.
No, he's rubbing and jacking himself off.
And now I'm in another fucking lie because now we got busted.
You know, I'm not.
That's what he did. Real
You know,
when he got us subpoenaed. He knew they were coming for him. Yeah.
it's so much better. The headaches are red, swinging. Wood is white. In my RV. We're in my RV. It was only a couple years ago. Yeah, they sit down. Why you guys so fucking homophobic shit? No, come on. Don't follow the fucking people. Anyway. How funny would it be to go in Larry's RV with a black light? Actually, I have a so listen to this. So we go there and we're hanging.
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Senate has passed President Trump's big beautiful bill. Vote is tight. Vice President
Hey, 35. Yes.
decided to vote to give back.
All this. I want to get into how the fuck these days are. Like that.
Awesome.
So, you know, they were just as doing business. As a mom, you know, when we got back to the club, like I said, the statue was gone with the money. Somebody that Margaret gets thrust to your stomach, and there gets sunny in the other camel. There's more friction.
I ejaculate.
All this, they
Sunny Black, and the guys on his side, called us sit down for the other three cows. This out. So supposed to be in on that, but they cut me out at the last minute. I was supposed to be in on the hit, but they cut me out the last minute. And then I was supposed to be on the cleanup crew, but at this minute, I don't know, because I wasn't told until after, So they whacked these three guys, and the next day Sonny calls me into the club, and he said, Bruno never showed up. That was the fourth guy that was one of the capos, Delicano, his son, was supposed to come and eat it. So he gave me a contract to kill him. So he said, we think he's in Florida. Find him. I'd call it FBI. Find him. And he was patch. Which stage you had? Or they found. So, did you see guys get killed? Red light. No. So, So we we're in a club trying to recruit him, but because I can't find him, you can't find him. Yeah. So what happens is we're in a club one day. Emotional. I hate to say, but Bruno Bun's a dead man. And, well, how could you say that? Well, because with your contract, it's your responsibility that guy gets killed. And if you refuse the contract, you're going to get whacked. So would you have had to do it? Well, if you found it, I could get it to something to one of the guys to do it, but it's responsibility. And my whole look said undercover is I'm not dying for a gangster. I die for a citizen. I'll take it. But not for a gangster. He's going to go either way. So I'm not taking my shot with the government. It's a lot of people can't deal with that. But I get it. That's right on the cover.
Oh my God.
I mean, I had half a bottle of beer. That's all I could drink. Or, you know, you never have more than one glass of wine. That's all I can ingest is one glass. We get the cover stick, all bad drinkers, all that. I never do drugs. The coke is a real problem. You know, they think they do. I was in a nightclub in Miami, and the guy offers me coke, and I slapped his hand. You know, coke is all over the place. And I said, don't ever offer me that shit. I said, I make money off of that. I don't put that stuff in my pipe. I go to the gym every day. Why would I do that shit? I said, to me, it's a money thing. The covers think, oh, you know, I gotta drink, do this, I gotta do that. I gotta act tough. All you do is you have to talk up. Just gotta back up. What you say, and that's it. Never say anything that you can't back up. You know, I never promised anything that I could, and I never got to anybody. To make myself look tough, you know, and that's where a lot of young undercover think. You know, there's too much television. The only time I screwed up, I tell you, and did undercover work overseas. I did undercover work for Scotland Yard. Oh, really? Yeah. What'd you do over there? They had one case. And so they had two Scotland Yard detectives who I knew. I did a lot of work. So they were into the Chinese triads. And there's stuff I can't disclose, but they were manufacturing credit cards. And I won't say which companies were which covered. They had the numbers. Yeah, I know. They had the legit numbers. In another country. So they said, I don't do it. Or how do you the money man? What's his name? Sit down with him. He said, okay. So I fly over to London. And I knew this Scotland Yard guys were there. Done other stuff with them. So they ended to the supervisor of the serious crimes. He was the guy that was running this case. So brings his jobs. You can't. They don't carry guns, right? Even the undercover stuff, they don't carry guns. So I'm sitting down with him. I said, I might come, but I didn't bring any bullets. The guy was ape shit. Can't camera. I said, calm down. Your job's running. So he says to me, what are you wearing this meeting? I said, I'm wearing slacks, sport coat, and a shirt. He said, no, you gotta wear a suit. I said, why do I have to wear a suit? He said, because all these triad guys wear suits all the time. I said, what's that got to do with anything? He said, no, you gotta wear a suit. I said, well, I don't have a suit. I said, I'm telling you, I got slacks, a sport coat, dress shirts, that's what I'm wearing. So he turns to the undercover guy from Scotland Yard and turns around, opens his safe, pulls out money, he says, go buy him a suit. You're gonna buy me a suit? He said, yeah. So we go to the meeting and I'm wearing his suit. So there's me and two Scotland Yard guy on the cover guys at the triad. So now before we go to the meeting, the supervisors tell me, look, you can't insult this guy. You gotta be nice to him because he's a number two guy. So So I says, hey, look, I said, I don't tell you how to run your serious crime squad. Don't tell me how to work undercover. I says, whatever you need, I'll get. I said, well, don't tell me how to do it. So he's nervous. So we're in a suite, and they're next door. So they got the suite where we are. They got it wired, audio, video.
Yeah.
Right? So we're sitting there. We get to a nice place with and he looks at me. And you can hear this dead silence, right? And then he says, oh, Mr. Joe. I was going by Joe Marino at the time. He said, oh, Mr. Joe, I apologize. I'm sorry. Graham tells me, he says, when you said that, he thought the supervisor was going to have a heart attack. He said, you just blew it. It's over. After that, the guy gave us everything. The location of the factory, the whole deal.
Do you feel like you have to have his respect?
Of course. I'm a mob guy. What do I know about the triads?
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. So if I would have let him keep stepping on me,
Right. He's been out of character.
yeah. Right. So, yeah. That would be fucking scary. Yeah, well, the triads are scary. Yeah, they are. I give these guys credit. I mean, you know, you go at it when you have to. And if you don't, you know, if you don't, it probably seems off. Yeah, you know, but that's gonna be just fucking nerve-wracking. You know, it is because what's nerve-wracking is you always have to be on. Right. You know, you can never be off. Never relax. No, I mean,
First of all, I don't.
not many guys. This guy. 5, 6, 10, 15 hits on the gun. And, I mean, he grabbed the beer bottle. Broken on the flat out meat. I mean, he was just a mean guy. The other gangsters, they like him. After the incident, I told you when I had to go around with him, I always made sure I was an arm's length away from him. What was his name? Tony Barry. Okay, he knows it. Now, they found out who I was and they killed me. It's only that you killed him, actually. Wow. Yeah, Lefty was on his way to get killed. But the FBI picked it up on the wiretap. So they snatched him. No surveillance team snatched him.
Everybody.
So all the people that have laid him, thing on Sunny Black, right? When it came out, on the cover, it was trying to turn me. Because we picked it up on the wiretaps and the informants. Once the lawyers told him he really is an undercover agent. So, Sonny Black walks into the motion lounge. Takes one of his diamonds. Takes his money out of his pocket. Takes his car keys. Puts him on the counter. Sit there. Called to a sit down. I'm probably coming back. Is that a gangster? Wow. Calls his girlfriend. This is how we found this out. Calls and tells her the same thing. Said, after they find his body and everything, his girlfriend calls the FBI and she says, I like to have a Donnie Brasco. And I said, why? So I got something to tell him that Sonny Black, she called him Sonny, she didn't call him Sonny Black. She said that, Sonny won't give him a message. I said, oh, okay. So fly her down to D.C. I got called to sit down. I'm probably not coming back. And then he calls me. And he says her name. Well, it kind of threw me for a loop. I mean, I had a good relationship with him. And like I said, I didn't want to see anybody get killed. Even me or Rabbbi, but, that's not my job. Job is to gather evidence, bring it to trial, and hopefully get convicted. But it's just like we're having a gangster.
we break chops. We break. The jury was 24/7 gangster. I couldn't like him because he was a great cook. He was, man. Go out and tell you how to cook. But you always, there was always something. You know, it was the main couple in the family, one of the two main couples in the family's apartment. He'd get up in the morning, I sleep on his couch. We'd get up in the morning, he'd go, yeah, here's a guy that's running a goddamn Panano family. He'd go out to get coffee and hard rolls and butter and bring it back, and me and him would sit there in our shorts and watch cartoons on television. Left to the guys at the FBI, and they say, no, I'm telling you this, you know. And he had a weight bench in his apartment. And back in the day, I used to live Britain. Now you can't tell me now. Of course, I'm old now. Hand wrestler. I'm arm wrestling. Right? He could never beat me. He was built like you. I mean, he was built. Right? He's right on your side. Like you. He spits in my eye. I told you I'd meet you. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was. Right. You know, he yelled at him, right? You know, but with Lefty, you couldn't joke around like that. Right. You know, I mean, he was something else, man. He couldn't stand air conditioning. Really, never. We'd be in the car in Miami. The windows would be up, and he'd be smoking English ovals with no air conditioning. And I'm dying. I'm dying. I put the window down. Donnie, put that window up. I turn the air conditioner. He couldn't stand it. I don't know. Maybe it was, I don't know. Now, he had cancer at the time when he was smoking with those windows rolled up? Yeah, but he had been cured of that. You know, he had testicle cancer years before. He had eventually died of lung cancer. He used to smoke English ovals. Turn the air off. So, you know, you have to do things to keep your sanity sometimes, right? So, we're down in Miami. So I figured, I'm going to get you today, right? So I said, I got to go to the head. I'm going up to the room. I go up. I take the cover off the air conditioner. I crank where you can hang meat in there, right? And I put the cover back on. And I put the thing, you know, if you move the thing back, games. After a while, did you call it? I said, yeah, you saw me call it again. And I do the same thing. And now he's called. You know, every name in the book, it's your fault. You did it. So, finally, what's up? And then see it in a movie. Like, what do you like to see a guy like Johnny Depp play you in a movie? Oh, that's me so weird. I thought that he's a great guy. I have time. What he said in my face. Genuinely, I've hung out with him a few times in the comedy store. He just flew away. Genuinely. I swear my whole family. So fucking bad. My grandkids. I didn't think it. I don't do that. Oh, the band out there. I can see you were skateboarding. It's odd for a movie star. Yeah, I meet movie stars and I always have this wall up because I always feel like, okay, I'm just gonna talk to some bullshit person. You know what I mean? I've met a bunch of them, but they're not exactly. You know, like you realize, oh, they're just human beings who are in this very unusual position where they're incredibly famous. And, you know, they're famous in a very weird way. They're famous for pretending to be other people and acting in films. You know them so well as, you know, fucking pirate or whatever. Or you. We met in 96. He had stayed friends with my girls. My grandkids that he knew since they were. I learned a lot. And that was in college. Before his trial was going on, I had a cover half an hour on the phone in Hawaii. I was in Hawaii, drinking margaritas, couch chair. My friend Doug, Stanhope, called us down tonight.
Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
Uh-uh.
How are you?
Hold on, I can't hear you. Hello.
Thank you. Just one moment.
Hi.
Perfect.
Yes, yeah.
Very nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
You're welcome.
You can get that.
Invisible pin.
Not that one there.
Yes, it should have it. Wow, what a strike. She's on fire. I met it. There you go.
Yes, what's up? Yeah.
Get another strike.
Well, okay. When I look at it, Rabbi, you got this. Okay, you gonna get it too. Nope, you got this. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
For
Come
sure.
on, Rabbi, you got this. Come
No
on.
doubt, Mr. Aquarius.
Get it.
I'll take it. Got him. All right, Mr. Aquarius. Get it. Get these two.
Let's see. Okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
What's going on? Come on, son. Come on, Rabbi.
Strike.
Let's go.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Good job.
87.
You went out, man.
That's right, Mr. Aquarius.
You almost there.
Yes, ma'am. I've got watch what I do. Let's see if this. Oh, well, never mind. It's your shot.
No, you wasn't to me. You did that.
Like basically, letting go further behind the line seems to make it go a lot faster. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but get it.
No, I don't know. I don't even know. There we go. Roll it. Hit it.
Well, you've had some tough splits. No easy for you.
No. Oh, okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, but no matter what strategy, if you're not going to hit the pin, then it doesn't matter. Get it. Oh, beautiful. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There you go.
Yes, good job.
Thank you. Oh,
It's all right.
41. That's good. 41's really good. Get it. I don't know how you didn't get it. Oh, no. Not good. Look at these. Get them. Okay, I got 2. I'll take it. All right, it all comes down to this. So you're going to get these 2, and you're going to win. And if not, you still win. Get it. Okay, you got that. Now get a strike.
Nope. Okay. You got this. Come on.
Oh, get it. I got it. What a spare. What a spare, Miss Aquarius.
Good job. Good job. Yay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you won.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want to do one more time?
Let's do it.
Bye.
Oh, look at this split. I don't even know what to do. Just get 1. I guess that's all I could do.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi.
Out, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, come on. You got this one.
Easy peasy. Oh, no, Miss Aquarius.
That's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
You got it.
They should just give it to me. Strike. We're going for our 200th win. Big time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I read it. And I have three. It's okay. All right, Rabbi. You got this. Come on.
Get it. Get it. Invisible.
Yay! Great, that's excellent.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, Mr.
Yeah,
Query.
yay! Okay, see you tomorrow.
Excellent. God willing, we'll see you.
See ya.
I'll tell you a funny story is that, do you know Vanessa? No. This is what Kate was. One day he calls me, I'm going to be in Miami. He said, he just said Joe Stonecraft. It's okay. So, me and my wife go down there, and there's Johnny, his father, great guy too. Really good guy. And I had met his father during the shooting of the movie and everything, right? We hung out. So, he introduced us to Vanessa. You know, right? Is that? What's Vanessa? Paradisi, the French singer. That's the one who kids are by. Yes. Is that? Yeah. So now my wife when she ate, she would not touch anything. She had eaten a real Madagascar, right? Irish. So you're at Joe Stonecraft. What are you gonna eat? You're not gonna touch him. So Vanessa said, like, he said, oh, I like him, but I don't like to touch him. All the claws and everything took all the meat out. So my wife could eat him. I said, okay, you could do that. Only you could get somebody to, But how long did you know him before he played you in the movie? I didn't. You didn't know him at all? No, before he played you? I mean, oh yeah, we met. I guess we met maybe 3 or 4 months before we started shooting. Talked to you? Oh yeah. Yeah, I spent time with him. What's amazing about him, Joe, was that he has the same rhythms. He's clear as walking. We were on second day. I'm a mother on the outset. And Johnny's walking away, and she's calling me. Wow. Because the way you are, the way, just amazing, And he doesn't like, he just absorbs it. Yeah. He's something. But I've stayed in touch. I've stayed for Chrissy, his sister. I've stayed the whole family, basically. House. watch this version of your life, of your story.
Yeah, it was. And what now? Francis, I just want you to know in that movie. Oh shit.
Yeah.
When I and you know it's funny because Johnny used to pick me up every morning to go to work. But a bodega, and then get the coffee and hard rolls. I said, I go, no, I go, I mean, you know, to get to just the regular guy.
Yeah.
And that day was kind of like, wasn't himself on the ride in. And then I saw them rehearsing that scene. I went ballistic, man. I went ballistic. But, you know, the director's the captain of that ship, you know.
It wasn't me. It drives me nuts.
Yeah. So, what are you gonna do?
So, how, after the case is closed, what is life like for you? Like, how do you, I mean, you have to be worried about your life.
Yeah, well, what happened? And I went to every boss. Told them they better not think of trying to cash in on that. You know, I was working out of Washington, out of Quantico, and families moved. I think we got like 5 or 6 moves since then. You know, you try to back everything.
Right.
The Bureau was good about that. But you know, what's in the back of your mind is not a legit. You know, it's some cowboy that thinks, hey, you know,
Yeah.
there's not
Gentlemen concern.
there's not Nebraska around, but and I don't think anybody was going to pay anybody 500,000. You think the mob? Because there's always somebody that thinks they're, you know, they're going to be famous about doing something.
Right.
You know that.
Right.
So, but it was more prevalent back in the day. You know, most of my guys now are, I don't know any of them that are alive actually.
Did you keep in touch with any of those guys?
No. My whole thing in Undercover Joe was I never worked against him. My whole thing was I did the undercover. You make the arrest, I'll see him in court. Yeah. Funny way. You know, you always sit down with them after the case is on. Now, one of my guys, when I say my guys, never became an informant.
Really?
Yeah. One of the prosecutors, I think we should go talk to her, Jerry. You're fucking crazy. I said, you walk in here and mention my name, you'll go crazy. He said, exactly what happened. What happened.
cancer or whatever. And then he had one lung taken out at like 3 or 4 months to live. So he was such a pain in the ass and for the Department of Corrections that they let him out. He died at home. Yeah. Wow. But he didn't cry. Poor Sonny. Sonny had a shot. He said none of them. They tried to turn all of them. Yeah. They all went to the camp. They all did like 15, 20 years. Wild is right. I mean, now, as soon as they put the last click on the handcuffs, they all want to talk. Right now. Yeah, now. Yeah. I mean, they all did their belt, but as soon as they put those cuffs on them, some of the guys, they do their time. Everything happened to them. It's the culture of the mob when these guys started saying they didn't want to do the time. I mean, some of them did time, some 7, 8 years, But then I think when they kept getting bad, they figured what good is it? You know what? I found near the end, these guys said to the old timers, this was like their life. They were really committed to it. It was the younger guys. It's a me generation, just like normal citizens. They want it. They don't want it. I mean, I don't know. They could cultivate politicians. They could cultivate law guys today. Can't cultivate politicians and judges like the old timers did. Trucks is a big cell phones, internet, and I think you do surveil every phone call you on camera all day long. I read somewhere or heard where the average individual is on the camera over 500 times a day. Because of all today, and that's what's saying is building your legend because it's hard to do 100% backstopping. Right. How can you with the internet? Right. Also, Google image search. Bam. Put your face up there. Oh, that's not got it. Exactly. Yeah. So how much of the mob even exists now? In fact, when I was in it, they still had the scam out of Vegas and Bellish Prairie. With Lefty, he had wow, yeah. That was before the thing went south. That's so crazy. And then did anybody ever infiltrate the mob? Yeah. And
insane.
Well, sometimes I think, I can't believe I did that.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
And then other times I think that's deep inside God. I could have done more. Well, I mean, if I
Wish they had gotten you made.
only because I had spent so much time. I spent 6 years. And then the capital, I'd think of the feather in the cap of the FBI.
Right.
Did one of our own. I mean, that would really kick their ass.
Yeah.
But,
It's funny that you think back and that's the thing that you wish. It's kind of crazy.
yeah, but still. It's like,
The ultimate fuck you.
yeah, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of a chokehold that the mob had. And then it's
Nothing in this country without them getting the cut of it. Wow, it's crazy, guys.
they really get those during most of this country.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because that's exactly what's happening right now with the cartels. The same fucking thing. It's like we never learn.
No. Yeah, it's history repeats itself.
Yeah.
Is we don't study our enemy. Number 4. Anybody I went against, I always knew who they were. I wanted to know your structure.
He should have
I
been
wanted
free.
to know how you treated each other. How violent. If your influence is against, history, I mean, I'm talking about as a whole.
Contra. What did we do? Why did they come to this?
Serving today.
Yeah.
And, like I mean, it's changed undercover. It's built like a legend because of the internet.
Right.
Nothing else is possible. You would appreciate something the same way.
Yeah. Well, especially if someone had it. Yeah, you got it with your I mean, everybody's kind of ratting on themselves.
Yeah. Nuts.
Yeah.
Wow. Mention my grandkids set me up with it. I just about to turn my phone on, to be honest with you. The real Donnie Brasco. And then a cameo page.
You have a cameo page where you send people cameos?
Joker Snow. dinner. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, well, kind of right now, I don't know, right now, in the house. Spend time with California Gang Conference I mentioned. It's the conference gets between 7 and 800 at each conference. And like I say, it's held once a year. So it's in Diego, but it's the Southern California Gang Conference. Corrections. Their email is scgc.inquiry@gmail.com. About it. Or if they want to, that's how you some of my versions. You can see I have a shirt here. So Southern California Gang Conference, not Nebraska. We sell these shirts. I give 100% to the organization. I don't keep any. The mugs we sell and stuff. I donate my books. I sign books there, and I give all the money to the organization. I don't take anything. Police officers don't take anything. Their time is donated. So, but anyway, it's who's there to help you when you're sick? One or the other dies in life. So that all that money gets donated to the spouses of people who were killed or yes, sir. Help get started after. That's awesome. Yeah. And it's a great conference. Like I said, you can make it between 7 and 800. Either police officer or the Department of Corrections, anybody that's in law enforcement. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. What a crazy life you've had. Thank you. I'm really excited to get the invite. And my grandkids were like, whoa, you're going on a show. They all love you, man.
I've heard like 2,000. Really? Why? Joe, shut the fuck up and just let this motherfucker talking. It was fascinating. You didn't have to hear about cold plunges and bullshit. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So you're saying Gage's fully hooked? Oh, fully hooked. It's crazy. I don't know. Do you know what Fanatics Fest is? No. So Fanatics Fest is, I was just at it on Sunday, but it's just like it's like kind of like Comic-Con but for athletes. And Gagey got to do like the Fanatics game, which is like a celebrity thing. There's like 50 pro athletes do it, 50 normal people, and they compete in a bunch of sports or whatever. He said he won because he was good at golf, so the fucking guy won a Ferrari. Because he got second place. Tom Brady got first, he got $1 million. And then like a normal like professional athlete got third place. He got like 200K. Whoa. It's a fucking Ferrari? Yeah, dude, golf got him. Shit. Golf got him for this fucking Ferrari. I think he took shit. Yeah. So that kind of just enforced his addiction more than. Damn, he's that good. Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, I don't know shit about golf, but Daniel told me, DC told me that he started off, he was just kind of okay, but over the time between the Holloway fight and the fight with Izzy, he didn't do anything but play golf for a year. He played like 100. So yeah, he's a unique dude for sure. I really liked him because I started like and then not too long ago. I really enjoyed it. That was the best fucking MMA gloves that have ever been made, and the UFC should have bought them out a long time ago. I think he wanted some crazy amount of money or something. I think it was like some nutty deal. Unfortunate. They should just like and made some sort of a deal. Yeah, just give the athletes the best glove. The following is really good. The shoot is better. The protection of your hands is better. Yeah, Trevor's one of those guys where kind of similar to like most things aren't stimulating. They're not like TV. My phone is really super stimulating to me, so he's always like doing something. So he's always like making shit. When I was going to Honest, he'd just be in the back like with a smile, like working on the glove. Like every single morning. The style that they have is real cool. He asked me what to do with them, and I think it's getting close. So I just really wish that it was because they just spend so much time and money to gloves, and then they throw them out. Yeah, I hate that too. I like to do it. I have really put my hands on it. Like some of these guys, the old ones are better for like if you have like a really thick hand. The old ones are way better, but I have a thin hand perfectly. It's just the old ones when I would make a fist, they would stick out like this much. But the new ones, they would be like perfect. So I can make a fist and then I have this like really awkward big space right there. But once the shape gets close, like what do they not like about them? I honestly don't know. I think some people just complained probably because they were just guys. There's a reason that it was. I think the leather was different. I think the whole idea was your hands. That's what I mean. They were in that sense, maybe. I mean, even if you bring it down like 10% inches, I don't want it. I think that was a while ago. So, Brendan Schaub also they probably ran a number that was from like all of the years of the UFC, and then they just when they started using the new ones, it started like just last year. That was an amazing jump. Actually, it's working out. Like you can actually feel like you hit the person and not be like, thank you, sorry. That's a good reason. You get like a stiff pair of gloves, and you have to hit someone, and you're just like, right, man, I know that. You're so he's looking. How is that? Yeah. So now, how important is that?
having training partners that are conscientious aren't going to put them last you. The morale of the guys take off the clock when they're training is so big.
I mean, we spark pretty hard still. I know that right now, a lot of people are crazy about that, but
That's just like it's gonna take some slick. Yeah, that's like a third guy, just like a fucking face first. There's styles that enhance longevity, and other styles that enhance longevity. Because not only do you not get hell up, you're also like you're a puzzle. You're not. It's not like very. It's like we're looking at a tree. There's a lot of things that are interacting. You have so much, so fans, so many sand switches, and some style. I love watching 60. It's so see that the fighters, they don't even, by the way, they're probably not used to training someone like him because there's not a lot of guys. You can see with all these adjustments that they have to make live that makes you I mean, I always really look up to all of the defensive guys that I would watch. Like, I know that if defensive, just winning the defensive battle is a big piece of honesty. The judges almost even score a little bit for it, but in MMA, it's just all on like offense scores. So that's the way that I grew up thinking was some of my favorite guys were Mayweather, Whitaker, and you know, to have like a lot of these really awesome movers that did it for themselves. But now, man, people, I feel like even more so now, people so the second goes man, offense. Like whenever someone like is it to separate people and people up, really hard to actually get out of the it's like super program. What's going on? It's like hidden. Conversation between the two guys. So kind of just was obviously like he did such a good job. You're definitely right. And they said the same thing happened to Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart. He shut the smear campaign down, even though it's just an IMDb. But still, I hate feeling like these fucking schmucks are winning. Then they gotta respond by, hear me out on this. By, hey, baby. Especially our Tigers bottoms get pretty crap. They love the very high mountain. All sheeple, people will always be yelling up and who's on top. Let me develop a strategy and plan while I'm finishing this. Like, in other words, get this weight, I'm a busy right now. Yes. I'm going to go on a log runner. Have service. Yes, I'm going to go here today because I'm doing cardio. We'll have service where I'm running. I got you, brother. We will put together a 5-star ranking ninja team together. Wow. Yeah, it's embarrassing to even invest. It affects me. I couldn't sleep. What's going to happen? I can sleep now because I had shitty special. Canceling over the campaign. You can sleep with his family. Figured you had an idea and not judge me. Great position to be in.
My other friends who are in comedy TV just say don't pay attention to any of it. And by the way, I've seen Joe Rogan tell him this specifically. Joe Rogan's like, I don't read the comments. Just don't read it. And it's a good product. The competitive side comes out. This guy's not learned anything. He thinks that Rico Bobby is a good product. People don't like it because they were told to. Wow. All right. So this lawsuit gets more nuts. But I guess we're explain. Absolutely funnel. The lawsuit spills out. There is every single social media post that's keeping score at home. That's 88 out of 88 is this right here. Integrated plus 5 answer is so easy. Fuck that part. Any support owner. Sounds like you want me to switch to Sassy. I mean, doesn't make any sense. How lazy are you? This, they still managed to collect over $370 grand in commissions from pure Spectrum. That's right. Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less promo. And that chick does research. That's impressive in its own way. Like everyone, because as Cricket Puppy started taking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. And by creative, desperate. This also contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a late 1992 to send as eating Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help first ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's database because they want CBD products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and allegedly tries to hijack the database. Pretend he was retiring from stand-up, which is not something that successful stand-ups ever do. Well, stand-ups for the children. It's like baseball. Yeah, leads from college. Brisket? Motherfucker. Hold on. You mean the alarm goes off? You know, that's
I get some fear. Just a little tip. That's it. The cat. We were at an event here. It was a shitty one. Liquid death. This is a first. And you'll get your Sally. Sally. So you did. Oh, I swear to God. Yeah, what do you think about what is your change is I think and also for hundreds of thousands of years, way up, way down. Freezing cold temperature where fucking inside. So there's been crazy history throughout. Politics industry. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have to a quote that is from our couch phone. That's real. Burps. How burps. Yeah. I don't know how much it means, but I know it definitely. I could. So I don't know what's And I don't know where it might be to you. I agree with you. Now I'm working for fucking what's up? They just raised the rates. Why is that? Recycled flour. You know, of the 40 million tons of plastic waste generated in the U.S., 5 to 6% are about recycled. The recycle, what happens to it after it's recycled? You know, all of that stuff, like, you know, obviously, what did they throw that back up again? What's the cost? 40 million tons generated waste. There you go. Why not read 36% of all plastic. So 85% plastic ends up in a fucking landfill. See, don't start with the plastic. You know, everything's amazing. You know, this is about batteries. Fucking, you know, we got to evolve past fossil. You know, you can do all you want, but you know, you know how you make batteries? Batteries fucking just as that, right? And what do you so like nuclear? The next big thing. Nuclear. He'll not. Sit on TV today. Yeah, United States. A big break. I like him and I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I like not hate science. The history. commentary on that? Did you wear a mask? When I had to. I don't. I do. I had to, of course. Sometimes I go to the grocery store, like in the middle of the pandemic. Like, I didn't want to be the one guy that was sick. Like, I didn't want to be the one to go. Really? I refuse to go to any business that's mandatory, especially now. I always said, I'm very I dislike myself lying. But DA goes to prison in Miami, and you'll see. They are the head of people think sheriff. The head law enforcement officer in any area is the head that's why attorney general. Yeah, well, everyone no, yeah. Somebody better Miami to charge the driver conspiracy. Put the agent goes to jail. Like his DEA goes to prison. Yeah, put a drug war traveling for free. Drug war. Obviously, recently there's been great about how they actually put 50 people tax. Put out of business. You know, we are the only person we have more people who live in China. Actually, India. But neither of us now people all they cut their hands off. That's United States. Motherfucker. You know, where do you get this? I'll tell you why I got over death swap. I got Uber execution. You want to hit the fucking watch too much fucking. It's true. Okay, listen. You know it's a death penalty to do financial fraud, any white collar fraud. should make that let me explain. Any kind of fraud in China is people like that. Wow, then. I got Rico is conspiracy, right? Rico is you take this. Here's what it means. You being on a nice spot to get water. So you know, I'm out. I do bullshit anyway. Gave him the minimum guidelines. He said, you don't know anything. You set up a state with that. And you know what that is correct. If you go by the state, it shows shit. I got 5 years. Why did you get 5 and a half? Because the guy who did the Rabbbi had to be so the guy who did F for the guy came from the floor and got taken down. He didn't pay him down. He gets arrested. Wait, what? He was a house arrest. That's all. Arrested. He got arrested. Yeah, he was a house arrest. Is that fed? What was the case? Sounds like it was the case. What was the case about? It was about he was so effort and Dave. AK-47 to our government in Iraq, and they were so they sourced it from Albania in a sort of transaction with China regarding ammunition. Right, that's it. Just like Cuba, so they were buying it, and they found out process. Nothing wrong with the ammo. It was originally sold from China, brought from China to Albania decades ago in another conflict. And so they thought, fuck it, we're just going to repackage it, but no one knows it's from China. We're going to build a contract. And they were fucking selling all this weapons, they were selling all this ammo to Iraq. All the ammo was firing perfectly, there was nothing going wrong with it. And an investigator in Tampa, I forget the name of the agency I worked for. Now I'm kind of like came out and kind of like saying like look, fucking $100 million contract. They weren't hurting anybody. The guys from there's nothing wrong with this ammo. We found not one round. I know, but I can go over there, shake his hand, and go to whoever and hang out. Like shorty, just here, 5 minutes down the street. Pelican Golf Club, 5 minutes down the street from here. Tiger and Rory and all those guys. And I used to be a big Rory fan. I'm a big fan. You know, I was just reading it. And I got the golf for a lot of players. I got for Hogan. I got for and I'll tell you what, I got so mad at this shit. Here's where I got mad. Every fucking survivors of 9/11. He enlisted them right inside his team. Should work with you should. Survivors of 9/11, not overlooked. You know, and he got their commissioner to do it. And listen how wrong that is. Whatever Virginia said about it, and the protesters were there, and they asked Trump, and Trump was like, well, you know, still haven't gotten to the bottom of 9/11. No, and it got me so mad because every one of us are doing something with fucking Saudi Arabia with your 401k or whatever the fuck you do. There's companies that are invested there, that are wrong. So stop the fucking hypocrisy. I see it kill people in prison. I see it all the time. I meant that. I mean, for real shit. I tell these players make more money. And so they sign, I give them they sign. But fucking this commission, $1 billion, the next fucking, next year they get a price fund. Oh, you just found 52 million? You fucking steal it. Rory was I was a big Rory fan. I see him at golf. I was in an event right behind him in Jupiter. And the general manager was my book. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's now they have more competition or they're trying harder now. But they just did a fucking big PGA event right down the street from Pelican. And they did it at night. Really? So it was at nighttime. They had fucking stadium lighting for other. I didn't go. It was like fucking. How do you bounce it? Like 10 grand. But it was at night, and they're 10 grand to take stop. You can't go by that quick. You can't say that. It was in the thousands. Okay? Thousands of dollars for a fucking golf ticket to go watch an event. Watch these guys. Yeah. They better be giving me blowjobs every hole. So they no blowjobs. So they ain't no fucking. They're miking up the golfers, and it's at night. It was fucking cool. It was entertaining. And I got, the Big Brady and after, because you see how fucking. Well, I wonder if they're doing that now because it's like they have after the first of all, better competition better. You don't live with that too.
Did you want this? Yes.
I loved it. And I wanted to read it. I got so man. I did not watch it on TV or I watched Vegas and non-TV. And I'm glad though.
Did you want this? Yes. Wow, what is that?
I get where they don't.
It's very small. Can I eat it? Is it? Right.
Actually.
Oh.
Actually, says commune.
Wait, it didn't say consume.
It's a commune.
Dustin Johnson, Liv Ernie. Look at it. Dustin Johnson, 35 hit. 35. Did you know what every player is saying? To find out how much Liv offers Tiger fans. The best one was this signal. Oh, Harold Vaughn. Harold Vaughn is amazing. Listen. They talk about it. I know Jack Nicklaus stay off of that. Jack. And you know, Jack Nicklaus. See, that's the thing. I wonder oh yeah, you mean like yeah. I'd like to can't say no gay shit. No, I don't think so. Dress like this, can't be have your shirt off. Like they have not weird. They had shorts on. They wear shorts and live. Yeah, they change that rule, and that's the smartest rule they ever made. Why don't you know what? They probably can't speak on it. Obviously, we can't speak on it for Saudi Arabian government. They already does that anyway. No, see, don't see. Maybe you believe in too much in government. I don't know. Right? Oh, we're fucking less open. No way, Jay Monahan. Told anybody. Yeah, secret. No, yes. The ship, Jarvis, Clancy. Well, our job, your water, you check it, you do it, they fish, they make the water fish, fine, all this shit. So we used to do that. We used to go Russian. I was sitting drinking vodka on a boat, heavyweight champion, and the propaganda that we heard about them, and evil, fucking Darth Vader, yeah, they have assholes like he had assholes like yeah, whoever they are. I break that too. I mean, how sad is our country we can't get to fucking other than these guys who run the fucking. I actually like the gay guy. I thought he would have just been the best fucking country. Really? 7 languages. Amazing. He was the only fucking that ran anything. All these fucking congressmen and shit don't shit. He ran the city, the mayor. He talks about what it is. Anyway, propaganda is very so I at that point I started questioning a little bit. I mean, I love it. But I don't believe that I've watched too much shit. You know, when you see I don't adore hate. Actually, I have some people say that. I didn't. in sport. He made $7.9 million. You know what Steph Curry made? $40 million. Whatever it is, if you take the highest paid of every sport, and you look at John Ronald West, best year, number one money list, most wins, $7.9 million. Now, don't get me wrong, they had a guy today, last year, the guy made about $18 million. That's how much I don't want. He was a good young guy. He came out of nowhere. Not young. Yeah. My point is, they were so underpaid. They were so underpaid. And now you gotta remember, for the guy that's on trying to get it, when you take $1 billion, it's fucking like less. You know what I mean? He's fucking gonna make, if you pay 30% taxes, you get $700,000. Now, how much is going for a manager, a trainer, and a fucking swing coach? Another fucking 20%, 30% on top of that. Okay, makes $500,000 a year. A lot of people make $500,000 a year. That guy's got no family life. A little bit of fucking he's fucking. I know, I know a lot of guys. Martin lived that with me. You know, and I know a lot of those guys. And PJ Tour would change. Like Liv changed the shorts. Every single sport changes. You look at baseball, and you're coming with a clock. You know, a pitch clock. Football changes all the fucking time. Baseball's one. Well, it's just a slow game, and that's what they're trying to get across. Because you know, you go from football or fucking basketball, or hockey, right? I mean, you know, going from those things to this talking head show. Really? It's show. You're talking about that baseball show? Maybe it's like for like the big shows like Undisputed or First Take. Never. No, they just, but they're only from that sport. Like don't get me wrong. I think baseball's cool. I love baseball. I like watching baseball. I don't watch every game. I like taking. Yeah, it's fun. I used to back in the day. It's really fun watching the person, but like it just seems like it's not American pastime. I don't know. My brother and I were first civilians on the Yankees school. We jumped over the right field wall. And we're nominally just nominal to the flex school. Jump on a train. I overlooked the flex school. We have fucking city buses. And fucking, we would travel the train. Fucking train. I remember 1970. I think you can look at 77 blackouts. I got fucking 76. I would get into the fucking I saw a cab. And you know, I look at that. I know he's like 77. Oh, Larry's right on, man. I've never even heard about that. The whole city went down. I mean, look at me. The New York City blackout of 1977 was July 13th, 2 days, right? You know, like New York City blackout, 1977 building a electricity blackout that affected most of New York City on July 13th to the 14th of 2 days. Yeah. The only unaffected neighborhoods in the city were Southern Queens. Yep, and the neighborhoods of Rothschild. Wow. And also, you could look at city. What kind of fuckery happened there? Oh, go look at, scroll down. I think Co-op City. Co-op City. When I was young, after Co-op City was blacked out. Co-op City blacked out during sure. Nope. They said they only. No. I think it's wrong. That's it. Co-op City. Yeah, they were generating. We were watching them. Not generate their own outside the city. It's called Co-op City. Co-op City, New York was it blacked out. But I'm saying no. you're saying. I see. It did. It lit up like a fucking Christmas. Did you put that? Are you putting that in? Oh, I just want to see that. I think I might. I said, I tried it. I'll show it on. I'll show it on your. All right. Okay. Oh. Holy shit! Line all the way from your ass to the top of your back. That was the mic. You probably can get mine. I can get on my phone. But don't worry, we just did 3 hours. Oh, what? Wrap it up. 3 hours and 15 minutes. What time did I get you? 1:30. We started right away. What time do you normally do? Okay, on air, you just do the thing. I'm going to get you some good guests. I got some food. Okay. And then we think I would think of it. Sunday, I sent you a picture. Oh yeah, you did. You gave me a corn up shirt. Let me tell you what it's for. Let me tell you what happened. Larry Lawton. Oh yeah. He goes, Larry Lawton. Yeah. Huh? Is that a note? Yeah. Holy shit. That's why I took the picture. You know, they notice shit like that. Yeah. People do. And I usually do that. All right. Yeah. All right. You want to clean this up here? Yeah. Let's wrap. I got some. Plug your cigars, your podcast. Plug it. If you got to check out any of my videos, first of all, my podcast is a real deal. But here's a better note. We do something that we literally never ever done. I have to tell people, you come in here, you want to get canceled, you want to say some bullshit, say it. That's what's going to happen. Friend comes in, I fuck up. We Rothschild, we made a star, he goes on his rap. Oh, you're on Larry's show. Shit like that. We have and I guys been ran our YouTube channel is still plugging. And I got obviously my program, and I speak all over the country with the cigars. The cigars are my website. You got a website? Yes, crookeddiamond.com. Crookeddiamond.com. Is it Crooked Diamond? Yeah. Crooked Diamond Cigar. CrookedDiamondCigar.com. Yeah, we can show. Is that a great bar right here? Look at it. Yeah, that's my cigar. We have 3 sizes. We have 4 sizes. The Churchill, which is a 7 by 50. Then we got a 6 by 50. We got a 5 by 50 and a 6 by 60. And the Larry special, the 7 by 7. 7 by 6. 7 by 6. 7 by 6 with a smiley face on the tip. Oh, you know, nobody knows that. Oh, now you want me to cut out my podcast? You can do it. You don't want to know my dick is everywhere anyway. I'm sure if anybody moves my fucking dick, it'll be somewhere. I guarantee. I'm gonna put this right next to the grill. Dude, I have assholes. Take a couple. Yeah, come. I got them on my thing. I got the fucking ear. Oh, I like the corn. Of course I do. Yeah, corn's the best. All right. once again, man. And thank you. I want to say thank you again. And yeah, let's do it. Come over. Next time there's surf, I'll come over there. I'll surf. Yeah. Okay, good. I'll let you surf. I know a lot of surfers too. And they know. Have a great day. All right. Goodbye, world. Last time you were here, for like the opening acts after the headline show you with them.
Yeah, man.
Come up, son.
Life changing with you, bro. Definitely.
I was telling Johnny last year,
Shut up.
Johnny, that he said, you're, to me at least, when I watch you and I listen to you talk to people, especially when you go to people, I feel like the main difference is a lot of other guys, I can tell they're trying really, really hard. Like, I can tell that it's obvious that they work hard on like the shit they're talking about or whatever. But you, I feel like it feels like you're not even trying. It feels like it just comes natural.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, it's not too long, but that's good. That's good. Everybody does. Like somebody actually
Yeah. Being able to combine like the discipline and like there's 10,000 hours. Yeah. Oh, it's the fucking AC.
Oh,
Yeah, I dumb it out.
oh,
It's not super. I mean, you can think, right?
yeah.
Okay.
saying something. I'm like, if this, like, it's not gonna make me better. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if this is the
Like, gonna dumb you down.
yeah, because I'm like, if this, because if I follow a killer, you might have to
Gotta be ready.
follow a DO line. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna bring my A game. If you fucking here, you're like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? Right. So, Rogan started doing a residency. I do it a lot with well, mostly with two days.
What is that?
Just showing up. Okay. Yeah, so he does a residency at the place like that's why when he opens his stuff, he'll be the best nationwide. Because I don't feel like any comedy club has ever opened a comedy club. Every comedy club has opened out of the
Right, he doesn't have to worry
like every guy has. It could be true.
Game, right?
That's the game. Like
Life.
every guy, takes a bitch out for drinks and hoping go home and fuck. Is that wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's a big difference in you taking drinks.
Crazy thing about that whole N-word thing with Joe, that it had been over a year ago before the whole thing happened.
Yeah, when
He was doing his stand-up routine, and he actually brought it up. He's like, "There's a video out there of me saying the N-word compilation a bunch of times." Yeah. Like, even I thought I sounded. Even I thought I was racist for a second.
like, bro, before it came out,
Yeah. Yeah.
There's judges that don't drink and never have a drink, which is to me fucking. I know they don't understand it. They understand when someone's on top. Oh, he's on, but there's so many like near submission attempts that I think should count. Like I'd always get the Oliveira Armand Sarukian fight because I think Oliveira won that fight because Oliveira came close to finishing him twice. And Sarukian stayed on top of control. It was a very close fight, but I think those fucking moments where a guy near subs.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take, for example, too, like even like a me and a TJ fight, like TJ was limping out of that cage, and I was kind of, like, oh, cool, and I don't think that should be but like you're saying, like the reason out of that cage is because I popped the knee really bad. Like he wants making his knee better so that he could fight again. And I was able to fight pretty shortly afterwards. So yeah, there's not down and around. It's automatically. They do if you get knocked out.
I do, but if a guy is tuning you up for like the entire round and you flip them and drop it, and he gets back up and he's going to make should be a completely different scoring system than a 10-point must system. Because I think we just stole this boxing system, and you only have your hands. You don't have elbows, right? So think about who landed more kicks, who landed more punches, and then four judges or two out of the three judges rather give like 8 out of 5 rounds, and the other person gives them the whole 5 rounds.
this is too much variability. There's too much weird. 3 more judges. Like you have 6 judges. 6 judges would balance it out. 6 good judges. So the one they'll be canceled out by the better judges.
We could do because then you definitely was win about one.
What would you think about no time limit?
Yeah, no time limit, submission, or knockout.
That would be wild.
That'd be fun. Yeah, it wouldn't really pay off things though. I mean, weight classes in order for you.
Career would be good. Yeah, weight class is short, but within the weight class.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
That would be pretty wild.
Yeah, that'd be
Because
pretty
you know, like 2 guys are facing rescue every 5 minutes
and knocked out or submitted. Right. Doing that to the others.
Oh, that would be real. But again, the casuals would have a hard time because it would probably be a much moderate pace.
Oh, really?
Or just tries to go for it right off the bat.
Yeah. That could be a strategy.
Sure. I mean, it does work.
I didn't watch those ones. I watched Curtis's fight team, but I didn't watch the other one.
Who was it? And the other guy from Azerbaijan. See if you can find his name. Salikov?
Vaccination.
I hadn't seen him fight before.
What weight class was it?
I think it was 45.
They were actually like
Yeah, no, it was lightweight. Yeah. Sadikov and Nicholas Mota. Nazim Sadikov and Nicholas Mota. Fucking crazy fight, man. It was so good that Dana White gave him double bonuses. But Mota landed a 75-punch combination. Like, I'm not kidding. He landed like, and then Sadikov came back and stopped him.
Oh, shit.
It was wild. Like, it was a wild fight. A fight like that. Guys just fucking Mota basically emptied out the tank. But Sadikov had fantastic defense, just getting close to stop. He could just taking a big deep breath. It was wild. Yeah.
It works, but when it doesn't,
That's the problem. Yeah, the blitz sprint and very few guys. You know, we were talking about Gaethje and golf, and I was saying that I'm scared of golf and I'm time for golf. The thing that happens with golf is it takes so much time and it's so addictive that you look at it, like I always point to Rob because the day after he beat Sean the first fight, DC went to his house to go talk to him and he was out running. The day after, like that's the guy that does not stop. That extreme physicality, that extreme endurance, because the thing that I was thinking about with John Jones. John Jones said he needed 6 months to prepare for Aspinall if he's going to fight Aspinall. So trying to make a deal and then decided to retire. But it's he used to get a lot when he was younger too. I always thought it was crazy.
that is crazy. Yeah, I always watch these really big fighters just not train unless it was camp time. I'd be like, fuck that, I'll never be in that way. That's like a really weird one to me, but I don't want to bash it too bad because I do that.
How did he do that?
I really don't. I wanted to make sense in my head. I'm like, but then you have like these weird outlier guys who figured out the game that I not figured out or whatever, but I mean, that to me is like completely unacceptable in my head. Like, I think that I really hate when people say that they want to be something and they don't do any of the actions to like actually do that thing that they're saying. So I don't get to walk around being like, yeah, I'm gonna be a world champion. I'm gonna be a world champion real bad, and then not do any of the fucking actions. You know, right? Then I'm just a sinner. It's like he was just so good. He was so good. He can do it. He can party. So fuck guys like when he said to Cormier at the press conference for the second fight, I beat you
when I was on. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Sometimes you feel like you're caring for guys, especially you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider to keep it. It's a great way to learn more positive coping skills, like how to manage stress, and it's a great place to start that conversation. Judging by the millions of reviews, 4.9 rating in the App Store, it's helped across the globe. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off the first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's better. Like they're playing with their food, essentially, until, like I always point to with John, the first Gustafson fight, which by all accounts he didn't train. Oh, really? Yeah, by all accounts. Barely trained, just partied. Yeah. And beat Gustafson and pulled it off in the last rounds, which was really crazy. Then comes back in the second fight and is like, okay, motherfucker, now we're training. And just destroys him, just runs right through him. Which God does it worship? I know, right, man? Let's start going to that church. Well, I think it's just talent, man. It's also genetics. Like, both of his brothers are super athletes. He's just a phenomenal specimen. And then he's got a great mind for fighting. You can't discount his in-cage IQ. It's fucking phenomenal.
I do think two people have different wired brains, too, where some people need, like, cool down time in order for them to, I don't know, man. I don't know how it works. I spend a lot of time thinking about it. I'm more on the other end where it's like, I give every inch of myself to this thing. I would hope that I get it one day. But then I know a lot of guys, man, that are really successful that are just like, nah, man, I need my off time. Yeah, that to me is really uncomfortable, but I kind of got a little bit. I don't like chilling, like me and my wife were just in Maui a couple weeks ago. It's like the first vacation for 7 days I've ever taken, like, since I was a kid, probably. Did she get stir crazy? I got a little stir crazy. I kind of liked it, though, but, like, a piece of me liked just completely being like, oh, my home, my life doesn't exist back there. So I liked it a little bit in that, but I didn't like the feeling of being completely, like, turning my nervous system off completely. That was, like, weird to me. I like being, like, a little stressed and having something going a little bit all the time. It kind of just makes me feel, like, alive or something. I don't know, but I didn't really like that feeling. I was kind of ready to come. I didn't like that. I liked it. It'd be like if I started playing golf. And I was like, oh, shit, this is fun. And then I got to, like, do that more and more. I don't really want to get addicted to relaxing either. Well, the golf thing is a 6-hour plus thing. That's your day. Yeah, when you're going to James, your mind really James goes sitting out there, so you're whacking balls every day. Gets in your blood. Relaxing. One thing that I do on vacations is that at the end, I'm ready to go to work. Like, when I'm done, when it's like if I'm on an 8-day vacation, it's day 7, I'm like, I can't fucking wait to get back to work. I can't wait to get shit going. I don't get that. When I was out there, I was like, I can stay here forever. I was like, fuck home. I was like, wait, can we afford this? I was like, let's just stay here.
It's a weird thing about momentum, right? Like, when you're training really hard all the time, you have this, like, constant momentum in your head of improvement. You're on the path. You're in the process, and you're feeling that. And when that gets disrupted, when guys get injured and they have to come back, or they get sick and they have to come back, there's like, you gotta like rebuild that momentum. And get it going again. So it's like a part of your mind. You wake up like, time to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with like the process of like having to get back into camp, and I do realize that
this is my normal life again, you know, which is why I really like training camp and I really like fighting more than real life is what I say, just because it's like organized. I know what I'm doing. I don't got to think about stuff. I'm not traveling places. People like traveling. I hate traveling. It makes me feel like my life is moving on fast forward, which I don't really like. I like feeling, I feel most alive when I'm in a routine and I have time to myself and I can sit and kind of reflect and all of that shit. But yeah,
What is the difference between your training, like regular training, and then training once you get into camp? I want, like, what is a normal day when you're not for you?
it's all the exact same competitive when I'm outside camp. And I won't miss a practice. But that's really the only time that I'll miss practice. In camp, I won't miss. Unless I like a 2-week rule where if I'm like dragging really bad, I'll make myself go for another week and a half, 2 weeks until I'm like, okay, I do actually need rest. You know, and that's how I do that. But yeah, but outside of camp is pretty much the exact same. I've been traveling all I don't like doing. Just because again, like I don't really feel like I'm alive. I feel like I'm like fast forwarding through a bunch of stuff. But it's been like useful stuff, like seeing family and then like me and my wife on our honeymoon or whatever. So it's like normal life shit that I guess I gotta check in and do every. If it were up to me, it would just be like training camp life. I go to the gym, I do my hard workouts, I'm competitive as fuck. I get to get that out of me. And I just hang with my friends for an hour afterwards.
When you say you're less competitive when you're just normal training, like, is that conscious? Like, do you decide to be less competitive, and why do you do that?
I do that because it's right technique or doing anything like that. It's just win.
Just doing whatever it takes to win that round.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because that's an important skill.
when you're less competitive, when you're just training and you're not more playful, trying to like sort stuff, try to do new skills,
And I'm definitely not smart. That outside camp, unless I got a guy that's big rounds in my camp. It's not as so I don't do as much. I more so go off of feel a little bit more now, where I'll be like, okay, I need to do this today because I know that I really don't want to do it. Or I'll be like, okay, this day, for whatever reason, I'm really distracted. I'll do a little bit more visualization, mindful stuff, or whatever, because every day is different in sport. As you know, where some days you're good to go right after that, and other days you're dragging. It's those days that you're dragging that I make sure that I'm like, those ones I'll be like, okay, fucking visualize because I want to do this right now. And I'll put myself in that state twice a week, which is has helped a lot.
I know for a while you were organizing your whole camp, right? Are you still doing that?
No, I don't do that anymore. That has actually been like a super significant better than two. I think that I think it's going to transfer over really well into my next few fights. For a really long time, for a lot of reasons, I was like really micromanaging over my stuff. I don't like when people do things for me. I kind of like live in a way where everything
responsibility and overdoing it from insecurity a little bit. That was my first camp with Trevor too. And Trevor's a phenomenal coach. He has a lot of champions. Like, there's no reason to doubt any of what he has going on, or my other coach, Carrington Banks, or anyone. Really. But it feels like a lot more responsibility. And I realized what was happening when I was trying to help these couple guys that I was trying to help is that they are too close to it. The same way that I'm sure you get too close to your art as well, like in comedy. You're too close to it sometimes where you can't see things from a perspective that is like true and real. You're so locked into what it is that you're doing. I really big time realized that was a thing. Other guys, so when I would try to help them, and they'd be like, "Hey man, like, I don't know, like they keep doing that, but I'm 1,000% sure that I'm right about this, but do your own thing." And I started to realize, like, oh fuck, that's what I do all the time. It's like, fuck, dude, I got something argumentative and just shut the fuck up. Listen, if I really trust these guys. Right. And so I started doing that big time. This is all Ryan Hall stuff, where if he doesn't know what you're doing and he tries to get out of it, he's going to blow his knee. Yep. Essentially. I like 50-50 a lot because, one, I get to learn the guy who essentially is the best at it in the world. I feel like to beat me at 50-50 are guys that try. And so it's kind of like what it feels like 50-50, the position, and just kind of leg locks in general. If you really don't have to do that. Or else you can pull people. Because they're the thing. What do I do now? You're already moving. It's super niche. Understanding the position is super niche. It's like judo. Wrestling, where it's like, okay, cool, if this guy's gonna wrestle with me, great. But if this guy is good for throws, that changes a lot of the way that I have to do things. I can pull people into these really niche spots where I know that I'm gonna win them. So 50-50 is one of those. It's kind of like what jiu-jitsu used to be a little bit before people started to understand jiu-jitsu. But now people fully understand jiu-jitsu. So you don't really get smart. The dude that says the analysis of jiu-jitsu and the way he's different positions. It's really exciting to watch. Is he 9 surgery? Yeah, he's had crazy, right? It's not closer to the 1,000, but yeah, he's doing good. He says he wants to fight again. I hope that he does. Why is he having all these surgeries? Like, what's going on? I think it's just one of those things where, like, you let one thing go and then another. One day you wake up and you're like, shit, I gotta, like, take care of this. What are the surgeries that he had? I'm not sure specifically, but I think that he's probably had it. Like, they're hurting. There's a couple knee ones, a couple shoulder ones.
honestly, I quit asking after a certain point. But yeah, I think that he's kind of coming back. Ryan went and
Tearing his ACL the following year, as many surgeries. Jiu-jitsu specialist wasn't out of the woods just yet. That's his foot. Scott ropes a lot of other people have had. I don't know what that one is. Do you know what that is? The tight rope is actually allergic to the hardware they put in me. Oh my god. So you had to have that reason. Boy, came to injuries, he said completely bullet ones where, oops, we screwed up, let's do that again. And 6 elbow surgeries and 5 knee surgeries. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't like taking any type of medication ever. So that would probably really bother me having to be under that much.
Ready partner of the UFC, Topuria takes on Oliveira to fill the fake men's lightweight title, and Alexandre Pantoja defends his flyweight event. Who are you taking? First time betting on UFC at DraftKings? Just pick something simple, like a fighter new to DraftKings. Check this out. Customers who bet $5 will get $150. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings, the crown is yours. Connecticut help is available for home gambling. Call 888-99-7777 or visit ccpg. Please play responsibly on behalf of Moodle. Only customer issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources. See dkng.co/audio. General anesthesia is not very bad. It's kind of scary. Yeah, it makes it fucking scary. I've only had a couple surgeries. 3 knee surgeries under the knife. I think those are the only general anesthesia ones that I've had.
It's kind of, I've only had to do it alone, right? But I did still in the fight. That was like a whole fucking thing, though. I got bursitis in that elbow because I got a bunch of loose bones and shit in there. So then it just swelled up really bad. Every time I got bursitis, I got really bad staph infection in it.
Transplant. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he had, I think they call it necrotic pneumonia. So essentially, it was rotting holes in his lung tissue. So they had to put him on a ventilator, and apparently one of his lungs is just gone. And they have to replace it, which is... That's so crazy. Then you have to be on medication. It's very compromised. Yeah, that's his life. Oh, he's still in a medically induced coma, I believe. I think he's out of the coma now. Like, he looks at people. But, I mean, this is all going on for many, many weeks now. And I think what happened was he was feeling like shit, and he didn't know how bad it was. And he went to a Bitcoin conference, he traveled, and then it got real bad. Can you see where you find that? If it was a staph infection,
That's how they would really hurt. Staph infections by themselves hurt really bad. I couldn't imagine having it in your lungs where you're breathing into.
I don't think enough people pay attention to staph. I mean, how many guys like fight and they're on antibiotics? It happens all the time. Like when
unfortunately, but the reason I for my tricep was because that antibiotic made my ligaments super shitty. Because, dude, like, I should never. I'm pretty sure it happened when he was. But it makes your ligaments just really not good. No, that's terrible. You have to fight. Dude, I was so happy. I didn't get sick. How many times? Not too many times, but man. So this time with my own really bad. I was on one round of antibiotics for 7 days or something, and then so I was essentially on it for like a month, which sucks. And then against Umar, I got it really bad in my knee, like super bad, where my knee it hurt really bad. Couldn't put weight on my leg. This was probably like a month before the fight, maybe a little bit before that, 5 weeks or so. I got a really bad knee infection. I started taking the antibiotics, but they told me, like, hey, man, if this doesn't get better, like, if you start taking these antibiotics, that's where it's not better. We need you to come in, we're going to cut your knee open and clean it, because that's how they take care of it. And I was like, sure. I was like, I'm not coming back here, you know, like, I'm going to take these antibiotics. Otherwise, I can't fight. Then I can't fight. So, yes, that was a shitty situation, but just pretty much really bad, maybe 3 times. 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. Maybe like pretty bad. Yeah, it's such a scary thing because it fucking kills stuff. I remember laying in bed and being like, I called my wife and just set the phone next to me. Can you just be on the phone? About to die a little bit. Yeah, it was really, like, really scary. There was this was the external. It was super swollen, yeah. So taking antibiotics with a staph infection, and that it get really painful and a lot worse for like the first few hours. The antibiotics can't start killing it, and then it starts to get better, but the first couple of hours is like kind of scary. I started taking took the antibiotics, and I started in my body, and I was like, this is scary. And I was like, hey, like, you know, let's, because I'm afraid I'm about to pass out and die. Terrified. I didn't want to go to the doc and then get that open and not be able to fight because I had to do that. Sometimes you have to cancel a fight. And I know nobody likes to get kicked and punched. You're fucking so many different things. The odds of getting injured are so much higher. Like, that's why his stomach is all fucked up. Gordon Ryan's on antibiotics then I look like I'm pregnant. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, I don't get some hair back. So tired. Just like I got shot with a tranquilizer dart. Like, it's so delicious. Like, I see a plate of lasagna, I'm like, fuck, okay. But what I'm getting into when I do it. I actually don't get like that anymore. I have like a weird relationship with food now where that shit is just fuel to me, kind of. Yeah. When I'm like low in weight, I get cravings, but right now when I'm like just kind of good. Hungry. Overdoing it and stuff. I don't really feel like I did too many. Chris, you think I can lose a lot of weight when she has me do it. She do it. Trying to think what it is. It's more so a lot of carbs more towards the end of the day. Like before, because I really don't sleep good usually when I'm really training a lot. My nervous system is like not ever down. So at night, I usually won't sleep well, so I'll eat like a big bowl of oatmeal at night. Everyone is kind of different. What I will say though, that I would big time recommend to fighters and stuff is after hard workouts, drinking dextrose or Gatorade with like some electrolytes. If you have multiple workouts in a day, that's a giant game changer. Like, because there's a little bit of a window from my understanding. I don't really know how this shit works, but there's a little bit of a window where it's like 20 to 45 minutes after you're done working, where your body will just probably good for you. If you're training that hard, like it's not like people are, oh, so it's bad for you. Well, sure, it's like good for you right after a workout. Yeah, definitely. Especially I'm like a part owner in this company. I just get like a shitload of protein for free, pretty much. It's like vegan protein, so it's vegan protein. It's just the ones that are made out of like milk and holy shit. Yeah, way too far like crazy. Yeah, those are immediately know it's gonna mess with my digestive system, and I can't be having that while I'm I know there's certain protein bars like FTS. Great protein bar called David. They're fucking so delicious. Go outside. Because my food's is you want to be in the house. Is it the fiber? I don't know if they're delicious. It's low calorie, high protein. I think it's like small bars of 30 grams of protein. But whatever it is, just make your body just like, fuck this. What is this? It's just, I generally think that anything that does that can't be ideal. You just can't be good. So I'd rather just eat a piece of steak or something like that. It's better for you. Outside, but I also have different cravings in camp too. Like outside of camp, I'll do a little bit like more free
But I mean, I think there's something to like ancient medicine. Like people been taking